Okay, first of all, we just want to say on behalf of your Nutrition Club committee, me and Dan and your UK leadership, we are so proud of yous. So proud of yous. And you know what? This weekend, oh, hi, Mr. Jarvis. This weekend, we are going to, number one, have so much fun. Number two, we are going to come together and learn. And number three, come Monday morning, you are going to go back into your club and you are going to spread the word. Are you in, Michelle? Okay, now, my section tonight, we are going to hit the ground running. So you need your pad and pen. I need you to take your pin off, put it to one side, and we are going to grow and learn together. So I need to know that you are with me. So Friday Night Leadership, are you in the room? We've got loads to get through, but tonight in particular, I'm really going to get naked, okay? And what I mean by that, okay, is I'm just going to go all in. I'm going to share everything that we do, as much that we can give you. I'm not saying that I've got it totally figured out, neither is Dan, but I'm going to show you how we've built royalties, okay? So I need you to come on this journey with us for the next 2 days. And tonight in particular, a lot of the stuff that I'm going to go through is just personal experience. I'm going to share what we've been doing, what we've learned, the things that we got wrong, the things that have massively given us breakthroughs. And I just want you to sit and take notes, and I just want you to enjoy it. There's no judgment. There's no expectation from me. I just want you to learn. So is that okay with everyone? Okay, so this is what I've been asked to share. The first thing is, I'm going to be taking you through how do you build a supervisor royalty machine. Because who likes to play games? Okay, let's try one more time. Who likes to play games? Okay, because we are going to enter into the best game of your life. And the game is how to build royalties. So tonight I'm going to be covering this, okay? Take as much as you can, but as well as playing the game and building the machine that produces royalties, I'm then going to share with you what have we been doing the last 4.5 years that really has enabled us to build independent leaders through Breakfast Budget Club. We call them the Starting Point Junior Partner, and then go out and duplicate. So this is what we're going to cover. Now, we've been asked for us to share our stats. And this is one thing I'm going to say to you. In these next 2 days, if you listen, if you follow exactly what we tell you to do, then we can teach you how to build royalties. If you decide to take bits of this, bits of that, what Radhika was saying, then we can't give you that. Does everyone understand that? So what's important is as we go through the next 2 days, I want you to listen carefully, maybe think about where your business is at this moment in time, and what are the gaps that you need to fill, okay? And I'm going to come back to this slide. Now, let's just start really quickly sharing my story. Now, tomorrow you are going to hear me and Dan. We're going to share our story in more detail, but in a nutshell, I got introduced to Herbalife first. Background is in personal training, health club management. I was 7 months pregnant with our first son, Joe, and I was in around £30,000 worth of debt because I'd had my home repossessed. I was in a job I didn't like. I was working around 70 hours a week, and that was literally just to pay my bills and debt. That was before food, that was before anything to do with social, that was before even putting some money to one side because we were about to be a brand new mum and dad. We were working paycheck to paycheck. And I don't know if anyone can relate to that, but when you're in a lot of debt, you become consumed by it. Everything you do, everything you think about, you have anxiety standing in the queue in the supermarket when you're about to buy your shopping. You know, the electricity needs paying. Everything becomes consuming. And that was definitely me and Dan. When I got involved in Herbalife, I was a skeptic. 7 times, a guy called Jez asked me, would I be interested in joining his team? And he actually went down the business opportunity route. And if I'm honest, when he got to the 7th time, I felt like throttling him. Because I was like, don't you understand? I'm heavily pregnant. I'm in debt. I'm working 70 hours a week. How do I physically have the time to start a new business? I don't even have the emotion or the energy space. And it was when he changed what he said, and this is your first clue to building royalties, write this down. He said, Foxy, because that's what they call me. Can I practice a free wellness evaluation on you? Will you be a guinea pig? First of all, I was quite insulted. I thought he was calling me an animal. I was like, a guinea pig? And he said, can I practice? And do you know what? Being his mate, I was like, of course, no problem, because what you do for your friends, you support them. And that was when everything changed. And to fast forward, and I'll go through this tomorrow, I got started first. I started using the products. Absolutely loved the way I could fuel my body, working on the go. I then thought, you know what, I want some discounts. I listened into an opportunity meeting, signed up as a Herbalife member, and then I had a call with a guy called Nick Jarvis. And I remember on this call speaking to Nick, and Nick was asking me about, why I got involved and how much time did I have, and, how serious was I to change my life? And I was like, I'm dead serious. And Nick was like, okay, fantastic. If you're serious, you need to go to the meeting. And I was like, yeah, no problem. Where's the meeting? I'm there. And he said, Barcelona. And I remember thinking, is he for real? I've just told him I'm in debt. I'm 7 months pregnant. How am I going to get to Barcelona? And I remember pausing, and Nick said, but Claire, you said you were serious. And I was like, okay, let's find a way. And you know what? I remember coming back and speaking to Dan, and Dan's always been my biggest cheerleader. So Dan, I'm so grateful for that. And I remember Dan saying to me, we'll make it happen. We'll just find a way. If you truly believe this is the right thing, then do it. And I went to my first event in Extravaganza in 2011. There was all these mad people wired on Thermo T. They were all like chest pumping and kissing each other, and they were hugging, and there was all these stories coming across the stage. And I remember thinking, wow, this is weird, but I love it. I don't know what it is. I don't know how to do it, but I'm in. And I was in because I felt the energy, and I was in because I heard the testimonials. And I remember coming back from that event and just thinking, do you know what? I don't really know what this is, but I can feel it. I'm teachable. I'm hardworking. In my career, I was never frightened of getting up early and doing long days to be successful. And I thought, if I can just channel that into this Herbalife thing, maybe I can be successful. And that's what I did. For the first year, I did it from home. And then by year 2, and we'll go into this tomorrow, but me and Dan had set up a business that was Dan's plan B to get out of the corporate bank rat race as a corporate banker. And we'd set up this cleaning company, and our situation massively changed. We were at a crossroads, and that was the point when Dan got involved. And I remember at that point, we said, okay, let's really commit to this. Let's build this around our full-time job. Joseph was around 1 year old by now. And let's really go to work. And for us, it definitely was about building something that would release us from our full-time jobs. And the business exploded. And you know what? We really thought we'd made it. We really did. We had no pathway, though. When I look back, we went to millionaire within 2 years. We had no structure. We weren't even really a part of a mission. We were just doing this thing. That's the only way I can describe it. We also, as well, when I look back, we had no leadership development program because the business just exploded, and we were just like, go, 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 go. We also, as well, were massively bringing in our circle of influence, our friends and our family. We had no idea that at some point that was probably going to dry up, and we hammered it hard. We went for it. And no sooner did we go to Mill Team, the business started to come backwards. And I don't know if anyone who's been around for a long time or who's been in this situation, but because we had no pathway, no weekly training structure, we weren't clear what we were doing, we had no leadership program, the check started to come backwards and we ignored it. And we just kept saying, everything's going to be okay. We'll just work harder. We'll just go out and have more conversations. We just need to recruit more people. And as the check went backwards, we entered what we call now the President's Team Boot Camp. And that was 6 to 7 years of struggling, carrying shame, feeling defeated, coming to events. And I almost felt like every time I came to the event, I'd have to put this mask on and pretend everything was okay. And do you know what? I was really good at it. I could show up at the event, I had energy, and inside I used to feel like crying. And I remember Dan almost dragging me there saying, we will not quit. And I remember the leadership in the UK. I remember Fiona having calls with Dan. Dan was in our bedroom, broken. Fiona was coaching him. I know Justin and Laura, they were reaching out. Matt Elliott, if you're in the room, I remember sitting on our path and you having really strong words with me. You kept me in the business at that point because I was out, and I'm so grateful for that. And then everything changed. Yeah, give them a round of applause. Because you will never meet a family like Herbalife people. They have got your back no matter what. And I remember when it changed and we went to Seville, we both couldn't afford to go and I went first. And I remember sitting in the room and Radhika, we are so grateful because for the first time ever, I heard maybe how we fitted in Herbalife. Radhika gave me belief that all them skills that we had in our profession, in our businesses, in our careers, we could bring them into Herbalife and we could build a business that had growth, sustainability, structure, was purpose-driven. I could see it. And it was the first time in years that I thought, oh my goodness, we can do this. And I can remember going home and speaking to Dan, and I was like, Dan, we're going to open a nutrition club. Dan was like, we're definitely not. And I was like, no, Dan, you don't understand. This is going to change our life. And he was like, yeah, I do understand, and we're not doing it. And I was like, no, Dan, I'm going to Ireland. He's like, what are you going to Ireland for? And I said, we need to research clubs. Radhika said, he said, if I hear one more time what Radhika said, and I was like, no, but you don't understand. Radhika said, we've got to do our research. So we're going to spend 6 months researching clubs. And that's what we did. Massive, massive thank you to the Irish team in the room because you opened your hearts and doors to us. So we came back from Ireland after researching clubs, and you know, one of the big things for us was we did our research. There was so many different nutrition club versions out there globally. Anything that we could watch, we watched. Anyone we could speak to. But we knew the biggest thing after speaking to Nick was we had to get professional. We'd spent years in Herbalife being amateurs. We had an amateur approach. We had amateur work ethic when I look at it now. We had amateur mindset of what we were looking to create. And I remember Nick saying, a massive thank you, Nick. Well, it was like a slap in the face. He said, Claire and Dan, if you're serious about being successful, whatever way you're going to rebuild this, you have to look in the mirror. You have to look in the mirror and you have to get used to being uncomfortable. That has to become the new norm. You also have to get used to challenging yourself and knowing that this is going to be hard work. And do you know what? At that moment, through Radhika and Nick bringing us together, me and Dan were all in. We were all in. We also as well knew at that moment that we wanted to build a business that unlocked all 5 income streams. And what was funny was I only ever thought there was 4. And when I heard there was a 5, I thought this game gets even better. I mean, and then we started to research, well, what was the fifth income stream? And we started to hear about the Mark Hughes bonus. And I was like, well, me and Dan were like, we want a little bit of that. So then we started to go, okay, we really need to set that intention that we build a business model that unlocks all five. Why play half a game? I mean, if we're going to go in, we might as well go all big. And that was what we started to do. But the number one thing was about building a business with growth and sustainability. We were not in it for speed. We were in it for professional royalty growth. Write that down, there's a difference, professional royalty growth. We then started to talk about, okay, we need to have a mission. And I remember Dan saying, you know, every big successful company has a mission. And Radhika had spoken about this in Seville. So we started to create and our mission become clear. We were going to help 10,000 people to get healthier. And we were going to be purpose-driven. We then thought, okay, well, we need the how. If we're going to help 10,000, we need to create a very clear vision. And remember, we wanted all five income streams. So we needed to build a business that yet built royalty, but also as well, we were able to do duplication because we knew we were capped with how many people we could help on our own. So we set a big vision to create 100 profitable breakfast budget clubs, and that was it, and we called that Club 100. Now, what I'm going to share now is the 5 things that we learned have really helped us to create a supervisor machine, a royalty building machine. And I want you to go into this section and just think with your business at this moment in time, what have you got in place? And maybe where are the areas that you've got gaps? Is everyone with me on that? You're all looking very serious. Am I talking too fast? Still with me? Okay, great. So these are the 5 things that I'm going to cover. We're going to talk about having a vision. We're then going to talk about what's your vehicle, because you need a vehicle to move people into the marketing plan. We're then going to talk about the pathway, and we're going to talk about the weekly training structure and the career ladder to build leaders. And I'm going to share what were our insights along the way and what have been our breakthroughs. But the biggest thing is clarity. Write that down. When you have laser clarity, then you become limitless. And every single one of you in this room are limitless. Tonight, I give you permission to join our mission because each and every one of you are in mine and Dan's organization. Together, we are going to create royalties and make an impact. All good? Okay, so my question to you is, what is your vision? What is it that you are looking to create? For us, it was the 100 profitable clubs. But straight away, you have to ask yourself, are you looking to build a retail club? Good cash flow. We all like cash flow, but that's one income stream. Or are you looking to build an academy club that produces royalties? There's a difference. Because from day one, I don't care if you've been in the business and you're a junior partner and you've been in 3 months, 6 months, 6 years, 20 years, I'm asking you the question, what is your intention? Because what you set now for what you create will become your reality. All still with me? Okay. Now for us, we decided that we wanted to make the game interesting. So we had to go at mapping out the marketing plan, and we were like, okay, based on the business unit, speaking to Dan, listening to Radhika, speaking to Nick, how many profitable clubs would we need to move up the marketing plan? Because if I could sit down with someone like Grace and Gav and go, right, okay, where do you want to get to on the marketing plan? And they say, President's team, I have clarity of how many profitable clubs they need to build in order to make that a reality. Are you all still with me? Okay, brilliant. Now, the next thing is you need your vehicle. And this is really important because, you know, over the years, and I'm going to say this with tongue in cheek, loads of people said to us when we were open 7 till 11, why don't you have a lunchtime club too? Nick's laughing. And then it was like, why don't you, Vi's laughing, why don't you open your club overnight? And straight away, me and Dan were like, no. And I'll tell you why it was no, Quentin. Because we always knew that we were looking to attract people who wanted to do what we did. And how good is this? We're looking for club owners who work 6 mornings a week, 7 till 11, and with hard work, commitment, you can earn between £4,000 and £8,000 a month. Does that sound good to you? Okay. There's a difference. Whereas if I say to you, and you've got to go out every night, and it's 14-hour days, why is Rita going to want to leave? She's a professional. A full-time job, she's got a career, fairly good pay. The attraction's not there. Because remember, we want to go big. We want 100 profitable clubs. But we want to find 100 people to repeat that vision. Are you all still with me? Okay, brilliant. Woo! Yes. Now, let me just go back to this because Radhika touched on some of this, and this is important, and Jeb mentioned it. You're going to hear the detail around the Breakfast Budget Club vehicle, but there's one thing for me and Dan. It's a training ground to find club owners. And what the club enables you to do, front loading the day, is to impact the efficiency of everything. Impact the efficiency of working with customers, finding people to join the team, getting results, maxing out referrals. Because we want to work smart. Yes, we work hard, but it's about efficiency of the system. Does everyone get that? And this is really important. So you have to make sure that your intention doesn't stay as a retail club with an academy. So I'm going to ask you, is your club retail or academy? Which one do you want? Shout it out. Which one do you want? I didn't hear you. Which one do you want? Are you willing to work for it? Are you willing to listen? Are you willing on Monday morning to go back into your club and perform like a supervisor? I'm getting really hot. I think like the thermo and the lift-off's kicking in. That was the thermo you gave me before, Adika. Now the next thing is, out of these 5 things you need to build the machine, is we understood that we needed a pathway. How do we move people from customer to supervisor? And this was a game changer for us. I remember going to Extravaganza, and Dan's going to laugh about this now. And Quentin gets on stage, and do you remember you come out with a trumpet? I mean, Quentin, I just loved that, because I was like, oh my God, this guy. And he started showing these circles on a diagram. And what Quentin was showing was the flow. And we were like, we get the circles. We don't have any circles. And I was going to Dan, we don't have a flow. Like, we just don't have anything like that. And Dan was like, we need to become like Quentin. And I was like, yeah, you get your trumpet out, I'll draw the circles. And I say that in jest because we were inspired and we identified a blank. So we started to work on the pathway, and this weekend, you are going to be trained on every step of the pathway. But the biggest thing that was a game changer for us was we had to put people through the pathway ourselves. We were never going to go into our organisation and test pilot on a load of people. We had to do it first. We had to get into production. And a couple of things, and the guys on stage have said it. The green blob is all about connecting and an activity, yeah? The red arrow is a conversation. And what's important is if you want duplication and you want to build this machine to people to supervise it, people have to have clarity. They need a very simple checklist at each part of the green steps. What do I do? Okay? They then need to know, what do I say to move to the next bit? And the only way that you get better at that is by pushing people through the pathway and practicing it over and over. The next thing is we identified 2 key parts on the pathway, and write this down. Number 1 was we needed a specific point when we would invite people to look at the opportunity. And for us, it was on the 2-week review. We had a checklist and a specific script of how do you invite someone to listen into the ambassador meeting. Because it wasn't just about driven on personality and us remembering. We wanted to teach thousands of people to do this. Because the whole purpose of the pathway is to move people into the marketing plan. Because that's the game. And when we got clarity on that and we started to teach it, we were doing it. More people were doing it. More people were doing it. Recruitment was going up and supervisors started to rise. And then the next part was when people listened into the ambassador meeting, it was getting clear that there's a place for everyone and you have to find out where they fit. We spent years trying to make everyone be a president's team member. Whereas by building relationships and finding out and meeting them where they're at, do they want to be an ambassador just ordered at a discount, connect, relationship and retain? Or do they want to join the trainee coach program, connect, help put money in the pocket? Or do they want to go on to possibly be a business builder? That was the biggest game changer of not burning people out. And by the way, when we started to teach that, our clubs started to fill and we started to retain. When people felt safe and they trusted us, they started to refer and it started to grow. But that's your machine. And I want you to remember that when you go into this weekend. Now, the next thing was that in order to move people through, we had to have a training structure. But the training structure initially was down to me and Dan putting people on it. We had to show our team that we needed to breed supervisors ourselves. We needed a place also to start the process to develop leaders. So the training ground for these new leaders, getting people involved in sharing the testimonial, being on panels on the academy, training on the products, was the first foundation of getting these people ready. And a lot of the people you're going to see on stage this weekend, they started on them calls as customers. They then went on to the ambassador and shared the testimonial. They then went on to academy and they were on a panel, terrified. And now this weekend, you're going to see them on stage training. That is nourishing people's potential. Are you all still with me? Yeah? Okay. Now, number 5, and this was the big game changer, and I'm going to share a little bit more on this, was the career ladder. For years, we've been involved, and we always struggled to develop leaders and to develop through. And when we were first introduced to the career ladder, I loved it because I could relate to it, if I'm honest, from a working environment. In the fitness industry, we would have in a club, a manager, then we'd have an assistant manager, then we'd have a senior personal trainer on the floor, then we'd have an instructor, and we would move people through by promoting them. So when we were introduced to the career ladder, I was like, oh my goodness, Dan, I can see how we can develop people to go on and open clubs. But there was one thing with the career ladder. The only way that we were going to perfect it was by focusing on our personal production. And if I can give you anything from my training tonight, is that if you want to build royalties, you have to have your personal production minimum 7,000 to 15,000 plus, because that means you're taking responsibility for your business, bringing people into the funnel and moving them through the pathway, because the supervisors are a percentage for them new people that you're bringing in. And for us, we started to figure out the numbers through tracking, and you might want to write this down. In order to create an active world team business, and we've tracked this, you're talking 3 new people a week, 3 new customers, bringing them through the pathway. Have we got that? Active world team, how many new customers a week? Didn't hear you. How many a week? Okay, great stuff. To create a global expansion team business, it's 5. To create a global expansion team business, how many? Well done. And this weekend, we're going to show you how to do that through making your business, write this down, 80% referrals. Because what we've learned in clubs, it's an environment to thrive, referrals. If you rely on circle of influence, then you will run out of people. Your business becomes limited. For us, working the referral process, we're going to teach you what to say, how to say it, we're going to role play it. And it's not just at one part of the pathway, it's at every single green bubble. Did we hear that? Every single green bubble. And then these are some, numbers that I want you to look at, and you can screenshot this if you want. For us, remember, it was a game, and it still is. We wanted to create this machine that was kicking out the numbers. And what we started to realize through tracking the business over the first 3 years is by following this model to the letter, not changing anything, these were some of the numbers of the pin changes. So if you started to consistently pop this amount of new supervisors per month in a 12-month period, these were the pins that started to be created. And you need gauges to understand what your intention is and how you're going to get there. Are you all still with me? Okay, now, the best part of it is we identified the first 2 years, we were just doing activity and moving people through. And we were just hoping we were going to grow. And the first year, I remember getting so frustrated. I was like, it's not working. The royalties aren't growing. And I was having a proper meltdown. Spoke to Nick, me and Dan, and Nick was just like, you have to keep going. You have to keep going. And then the penny dropped. And I was like, we've only been doing it a year. How long does it take to create a supervisor? Now, back then, our skills were a little bit rusty. We hadn't quite perfected it. So the birth of new supervisors was taking a little bit longer. But as we put more people through the system, we got sharper, we got better, we got the checklist, we could teach others. We then started to realize to create a new supervisor, you were talking on average 3 to 4 months. So then I started to be more professional, and so did Dan, in our attitude towards the machine and the respect to building a royalty with growth and sustainability. It was a penny drop moment because 1 year in, we wanted the royalty growth, but we got to the point where we understood it was going to take time. So then we started going, okay, well, we need to get confident in tracking, is this machine kicking out what we wanted? So we started to use BizWorks, and this was a game changer for us because once we started to do it, we were able to work with our club owners and junior partners. So we started using BizWorks, and I'm not techie, okay? I'm definitely not, but I like to play the game, okay? So we started looking at BizWorks using the new organizational analysis, and this is what I want you to think about. You're in here because you're meant to be. You're not here by chance. You made a decision. And after this event, everything you learn, we're going to become professionals in Breakfast Budget Club. And as part of that, as one big group, we're going to start tracking our organizational analysis. How many new supervisors are we producing a month? And it might take a time to get your machine well-oiled, yeah? But we're going to keep putting people through and working them through the pathway. And for us, we always look at 3 levels because we know that's royalty. And for us, and we're a little bit further down the line, we look at all levels because we want to look at duplication all the way through. Is everyone still with me on that? Now, you've got your machine. Now let's look at, once we're pumping people through, we've now got to get super, super strong on developing leaders and duplicating. And a big game changer for us was the Junior Partner Mentorship Program on the career ladder. The first thing was, though, we identified 2 blockages by year 2 of building this model. The first blockage was the trainee coach, because we had lots of people as trainee coaches, especially in our club. Our club's called Grassendale. And there was a minimum requirement. Anne-Marie's going to cover this in more detail tomorrow on the career ladder. But there's a minimum requirement as a trainee that in order to build your business within our club, you need to commit to 1 full shift a week, which is 7 till 11, or you can do 2 half shifts, 7 till 9 or 9 till 11. And let's say we had Rita in our club, and Rita's doing 1 shift a week, and Rita was smashing it. She was loving club, she had a great result, she was telling all her mates, her family and friends, referrals like crazy, and Rita was getting up to like 25 club members. But then Rita is going off to work, and me and Dan and the other coaches were left in the club looking after all Rita's customers. And Rita's business is growing, and Rita starts earning round about, say, an extra £1,500 a month to £1,800. But she's only doing 4 hours a week. And then me and Dan were like, there's something flawed in this. Something's not right. We have to get smarter. Because then when I was speaking to Rita saying, Rita, your business is on fire. Have you seen this? Would you be interested in becoming a club owner? She was like, no thanks, Claire. I'm quite enjoying my £24,000 a year pay rise for doing 4 hours a week. And Rita couldn't see the big vision of residual income. And she doesn't want to get uncomfortable, because go back 24 hours before you joined Herbalife. If someone allowed you to do this amount of work for this amount of income, would you be happy? So we were like, okay, we need a flag. We can't repeat this. We're looking for club owners. Because remember, we've only got 100 spaces in our club with breakfast budget clubs. And if Rita's taken up 25 and she's got no intention in becoming a club owner, we've only got 75 spaces to find the next club owner. We're screwed. So we started to say, okay, once someone got to 10 to 15, we needed to have a connection chat with them and find out what it is that they want, where did they want to go with it. And we had to present with them the opportunity of the mentorship program to become a club owner. And that was a game changer for us, because what that enabled us to do was to stay with our eyes on the prize, which is duplicating clubs. We needed them spaces for people who want to go on and graduate as a club owner. Does that make sense? And then when people got to 10 to 15, and if Rita said, do you know what, Radhika? It's not for me, I just want to be part-time. I was like, no problem. I absolutely love having you in club. So right now, we're going to look after these 10 to 15 people. But anyone new you bring in, they need to go in the online club. Because we need these spaces for people who want to go on and duplicate with an academy. Is that okay with you? And guess what? Rita was cool with that. She got it. And this is so important, because the trap we got into was letting trainee coaches build and build and build, taking up these 100 places, but they had no intention of leaving the job, duplicating, and moving out of our club within 3 to 6 months, so we were stuck. Does everyone get that? So 10 to 15 customers is vital. It's the trigger to have a conversation. Now, the next thing was we identified that we were bringing in junior partners who wanted to go on and have their own club, but we couldn't get rid of them. And one of them was called Grace Tierney, and you're going to hear from her this weekend. And she was building within our club, and she was building Michelle and building it. Do you know what? She had all the great attributes. She had attitude. She was positive. She was a go-getter. She was fantastic on the floor. She had big vision. But when she was ready to move out, when she had a certain amount of people, she goes to me and Dan, I've been thinking, I think I'm going to stay a little bit longer. Dan was like, no, you're not. You've got 2 weeks and you're out. But we identified that we had to get clarity on the role. So we started to look at really refining the junior partner program of what did it consist of, what was the requirements. And when we started to document it, so we had it actually wrote down, then we were on the same page with these junior partners, that we knew when we were bringing them in, we could have clarity of, this is the requirement, this is what we're going to be doing. But on the next step, this is what we're going to build in the safety net of our club. We're going to help you build a club within our club where you can learn and grow the skills and the mindset. You can build 30 to 40 club members, 2 to 3 serious trainees, but it's a temporary position. Write this down. It is 3 to 6 months. And I'm going to be honest with you. Within 3 to 6 months, they need to move out. Because if you keep them longer than 6 months, and we've learned this, we changed it to 12 months, the junior partner gets way too comfortable. The culture of the club becomes that people stick rather than moving through the career ladder and graduating and moving out. Do you understand that? So it's important that your junior partners know that, number one, they're selected by the club owner. Number two, it's a temporary position. It's a mentorship, 3 to 6 months. You're going to help them develop the skills, build the business, pick their business up, move out, and open their club in profit. They already have a customer base. They already have a team in place. They have skills, and they've experienced it. That was a game changer for us. And then the next breakthrough was, and I don't know if anyone can relate to this, but we started putting people on the ambassador call, moving them along. And we were building the business with hope. And there's a difference. And when I say that, it was we were putting people onto the ambassador call, relying on the ambassador call to showcase, but to find these people who were going to become our 100 club owners. And our ratios were okay. But Dan was like, we need to get better at this. We need to get better. So we started being more proactive and teaching our trainees, our junior partners and club owners, how to proactively speak to people, Rita, on the club floor, and speak to them about saying, listen, Rita, I'm not sure if you know, but we're actually going to be opening hundreds of these around the UK. And we're looking for club owners who have a passion to help people, who want to work Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. till 11, maybe earning with hard work and effort £4,000 to maybe £8,000 a month. And I'd love you to be on my team. Would you be up for having a chat? Because it's a script to move people through the career ladder. This is so important. And guess what? Do you know if Rita goes, do you know what, Claire, now's not the right time for me? The biggest compliment you can give anyone in your club is saying, I would love you on my team. And they might not be one of the 100, but they might introduce you to someone who is. But when we started teaching people the proactivity of having that conversation, our club owners went from this to this. There's a difference. Okay, are you all still with me? We've got 6 minutes to go. Okay. Now, another big game changer was, and you're going to hear it this weekend, was on the career ladder. Once we got someone who wants to be a trainee coach, we actually became super strong at activating trainee coaches. And Lee Duffy is going to train on this on Sunday. And we got really strong at it because we had a checklist. We would actively role play it. We'd do tell, show, try, do. But we weren't doing that for junior partners. So we identified that we had a blockage. We had to get super professional at activating junior partners. So the next thing was we actually created an activation checklist for junior partners. And this is Sarah. Give Sarah a massive cheer because this is her first leadership training. And all these documents are going to be shared in the UK Junior Partner and Club Owners channel on Monday. For anyone outside our group, that's where the documents will go. But then we identified with the Junior Partner Mentorship Programme 3 other things. The first thing was we identified that we weren't professional about communicating expectations. So we came up with a document called the Junior Partner Agreement. And again, I can't train on this, and you're going to get it on Monday. But this was just something that we could sit with someone who's a new junior partner and get them to read and sign it. So we were all crystal clear what was expected with their activities, their behaviours, the way they would conduct themselves. And this was signed and dated and put in a folder in club. The second thing was we identified we needed to make sure that these junior partners had skills and the right mindset. So when they graduated out of our club and they opened, then they were the right mindset, they were developed, they had the skill set to be successful. And this is important. We are not in the game of just opening clubs. We are in the game of opening profitable breakfast budget clubs that are run by leaders. Okay? And we developed these 8 skills that we could work with this junior partner through Tell, Show, Try, Do over the 3 to 6 months, and we could work through ticking them off and giving them lots of recognition. But the biggest breakthrough, and I wonder if anyone can relate to this, was when a junior partner got promoted, they were highly active in inviting. So they were bringing in people. And as they were bringing in people, we were like, tick, this person wants to join the mission. This person is bringing in referrals. This person would be great as one of our club owners. But what we noticed was when they went to junior partner and they had 2 to 3 trainees and they were doing Tell, Show, Try, Do with wellness evaluations, 2-week reviews, guess what the junior partner stopped doing? Inviting. So the junior partner had all these people with the downline doing Tell, Show, Try, Do. Oh my God, I'm so busy. Claire, I've got 9 wellness evaluations this week. But when these trainees then popped as supervisor, guess what happened to the junior partner's personal volume? Ooh! Dan was like, we need to sort this. We need to help these guys from crashing with the personal volume. We have to teach them the habit and consistency of inviting. So we developed a 90-day activity plan for junior partners. And as part of the agreement to remain a junior partner is they have to bring in a minimum of 10 frontline new club members in 90 days. That's 1 a week, minimum. Now, if someone isn't frontlining and drops that ball, guess what the junior partner does? Goes back to trainee. Because we want to make sure that the culture and the habits is ingrained during that period of them 3 to 6 months, that they understand for them to grow with growth and sustainability, keep that machine going, pumping out supervisors, they have to stay in production. Does everyone get that? And when we introduced this document, oh my God, it changed our life. It changed our life because now we have professional junior partners who have the habit of consistently inviting as well as building team and juggling balls. Everyone with me? Okay. Now, last thing to finish on was we had to make sure that these junior partners were really strong in understanding they had to pre-launch their clubs. No one opens a club without doing a 6-week pre-launch. And in our group, I don't care who you are. I don't care what experience you've got, what your circumstances are. You follow the 6-week pre-launch. And here's the reason why. Yes, it's to make sure that you're doing certain amounts of inviting and you open with a certain amount of club members and team. But it's the first discipline of doing that daily 1 hour a day inviting. If you can't do it in a 6-week pre-launch, you're never going to build a royalty check. Because if you can't do it at the beginning, don't open a club. Because your club will end up empty when someone moves out. Does everyone get that? And this week, every speaker you're going to hear on stage talk about how they pre-launched the club, how many club members they opened with, and how many trainees. And this is a fundamental part of developing the leaders. And when they move out, this is what they pick up and move with. Our clubs are low startup cost, low running cost, highly profitable, world-class customer service, and we produce royalties. And this is the last bit I'm going to finish on. If you're a club owner in the room and you haven't gone through the emotional roller coaster, then you're not human, okay? And I'm going to say this because we've been there and we watch our team. In the first year, you've got to understand it's about mastering the basics, building a customer base, building your first team of 100 club members. You've also as well looking to find that first club owner. You've got to make sure that you stick to the blueprint. You don't go off piste. Your ego doesn't get in the way. You don't get lazy. You drop the ball. You drop the standards. But you will go up and down, and it's normal. It's normal. If you haven't rang your sponsor and said, and this is a Liverpool saying, so I hope you understand, my head's fell off. Yeah? In your first 6 months, then you're not human. So if you've had that moment when you think, can I do this? Is this for me? Oh my God, no one's turned up. What am I going to do? You're human. And I'm here to say to you, I transferred our courage. Keep going, keep your head down, focus on helping people because you will push through it. And when you do, you will create what we call a Club 100. This is the business plan for club owners. 100 active club members, 3 active supervisors, they're your junior partners, and in total it's around 12 to 13 supervisors. And when you start to do that and you start duplicating through graduating, then your royalties grow. And do you remember I showed you this at the beginning? And for us, this is what I want you to think about. The first one, your TV, is in relation to your personal production. 3 to 5 new club members a week, no excuses. No one's going to build it for you. It's our responsibility. And then the new supervisors is checking, is your machine producing supervisors? Or have you got a swollen sausage? Is your pathway constipated? Because if you're not popping out the supervisors, then you need to identify on the pathway what areas are you getting stuck on and role play and help your team. And when you produce the machine of supervisors, your royalties grow. And the duplication of royalty growth comes through the career ladder. So personal production, pathway is your supervisor machine, career ladder is your duplication and your leadership development plan. And these are my top tips to finish. Number 1, become a professional in Breakfast Budget Club. You can't be half in. If you want the results, you've got to commit 100%. You've got to be in mind, body, and soul. You've got to live it. You've got to breathe it. Number 2, set the intention from the start to create a royalty machine. Have you got a clear vision? Are you following the pathway? No shortcuts. Are you doing your weekly training structure but plugging people in? And are you following the career ladder, looking for that to guide you to find the duplication in club owners? And personal production, no machine will kick it out unless you put people in the front end. And start using the organisational analysis. Have fun with it. I think I nearly crashed BizWorks the first few times I was using it. I was doing all sorts. I was on the phone to Anne-Marie. I didn't quite understand it. But the more you go in it, the more you will see, is your business producing supervisors? But do not become a BizWorks bore. Your business doesn't grow by your eyeballs looking at BizWorks. Your business grows by you having conversations and joining the mission. And then last thing I would say is use the Junior Partner Mentorship Program to develop strong club owners and follow the 6-week pre-launch. Guys, my message from me to you this weekend is it's a long-term plan. Have you got balls? Have you got what it takes to become a professional in this model? And I'm here to tell you now, yes, you have, because you wouldn't be in the room. You need desire, you need patience, You need to have consistency. And most of all, you've got to have great work ethic. Guys, I hope you enjoyed my section. My love to you.
Right, everyone. Oh my God, I was just laughing because Chris was checking in. He said, Dan, are you okay? You look stressed. You look like you're in another world. And I said, you know what? I'm overwhelmed. I really am. I'm overwhelmed with joy because of what I can see. And we started, who was at the very first one of these masterclasses? Yeah? We had about 200 of us. And you know when they get the round tables out to make it look a bit bigger and busier. And it's lovely because today we stand here together. And while we laugh and we've all got different organizations, or is our organization here? And I said in the last masterclass, everyone in here is in our organizations. We thought, Foxy, where are we going to go with this? We need big vision, okay? So what we're going to do, and I can see it, I know, I can see it, guys, because this is going to multiply again, but we've got responsibility. We need to stick together and do it right. And that's what we're going to teach you over the weekend. So this is where we're going. We're going to fill an arena with 10,000. God, look at the state of us now. It's out of control. But anyway, we might as well keep going, okay? We're having fun, aren't we? Yeah? Right, okay. So, for anyone who doesn't know us, I'm just going to pass you over to my wonderful wife, Claire. She introduced me to Herbalife. I was such a great student, not. So we'll just tell you a little bit about ourselves. Is that okay, guys?
Okay, so today in our section, me and Dan are really excited because we're actually going to give you an overview of how have we ended up here, okay? And we're going to help set the scene for the weekend. But to open it up, we're just going to go back a little bit. So, you know, Dan mentioned that it was me who got involved in Herbalife first. My background was in personal training and health club management. And 12 years ago, I was 7 months pregnant with our first son, Joseph. I was working as a health club manager, doing around 70 hours a week. So I was doing management of the day. On my lunchtime, evenings and weekends, I was also doing personal training. And I actually really loved it. I really loved it. I've always been passionate about helping people. But I did realise with personal training that my business, I was capped with time, okay? There's only 24 hours in the day. Once the diary was full, then you would run out of obviously increasing your income and the amount of people that you could help. And I'd gone into management not because I really wanted to be a manager, yeah? I'd gone into it because I'd come to a bit of a crossroads in my life where I'd had my home repossessed 2 years earlier, just before meeting Dan. And if I'm honest, do you know what? It's quite... It's normally him who cries, it's him.
Come on, girl, pull it together, you're fine, you're fine.
But,
come on!
Yeah. But, you know, I was at a point where I was working bill to bill, not even paycheck to paycheck. And, you know, I don't know if anyone can relate to that, but when you are in a lot of debt, you just really are chasing the next bill that you need to pay, moving money around. And that was me. So going into management just gave me a steady salary for a period of time where I could just really get my life back on track and get a clear thought process of what do I want to do in the next few years. And that was when Herbalife showed up. And I was actually working with a really good friend. It was a guy called Jez. He was a strength and conditioning coach. Amazing guy. We were really good friends. And he'd started doing this thing called Herbalife. And as clients, as a personal trainer, were getting insane results. He was looking like mighty energized. That's the only way I can explain it. And people were noticing. And he said to me 6 times, Foxy, because he knew my financial situation, would you be interested in joining my team and earning a bit of money? And if I'm honest, you know, when you're in debt, you just can't think straight. Okay, well, that was me. I was working 70 hours. I was about to be a brand new mum. And I really wanted to punch him. I said this last night because every time he asked me, I would get frustrated, wouldn't I, Dan? Because I just thought, stop asking me, you know, I'm just trying to survive. And then he changed what he said. And he said, Foxy, can I practice a free wellness evaluation on you? Will you be my guinea pig? And you know what you do for your friends? You say yes. And that was really like a sliding door moment where everything changed for me, because I sat in that wellness evaluation and I seen the Herbalife philosophy, the distributor difference, the fact the products were backed by science, and I needed more energy. I was skipping breakfast. I was really passionate about helping people, and that gave me the confidence to start as a customer. I very quickly, energy went through the roof. I thought, wow, this is amazing. That I then wanted some discounts, so I watched an opportunity meeting, got an account, and then I got in touch with Jez's upline. And this is what I love about Herbalife. If you find your upline maybe doesn't have the experience to help you, what's amazing is you go to the next person, and there's a never-ending line of people who can reach out and help you to grow and develop. And I reached out to our next upline. There was a guy called Wayne Bullock. There he is. And I was like, Wayne, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? And I think Wayne was just demented and was like, Foxy, I've only been in Herbalife 6 weeks. You know, I wanted to know everything yesterday. And what was amazing was Wayne said, you need to just go above me to my mentor. It's a guy called Nick Jarvis. And I remember speaking on the phone to Nick, and I rang him, and Nick was asking me all these questions. I'm not going to do a Nick impersonation. He goes,
can't be worse than Georgian
yes.
Scouse accent.
I know, Jordan, that was a terrible Scouse accent. So I remember being on the phone to Nick and saying to Nick, you know, I really want to earn some extra income. I love the products. What do I do next? Can you show me how? And, you know, Nick asked me loads of questions, which Debbie Ashcroft is going to cover tomorrow in trainee activation. And when he asked me the questions and he found out what I wanted, he then said to me, are you serious? And I was like, of course I'm serious. Rubbing my belly, 7 months. And he said, okay, if you're serious, you need to go to the event to learn. Does that make sense? And I was like, yeah, no problem. Where's the event? And he goes, Barcelona. And I thought, is he messing? I've just told him I'm in £30,000 worth of debt. I'm 7 months pregnant. My husband is not really engaged yet. How am I going to get to Barcelona? And all these thoughts were going through my head. And then Nick goes, but Claire, you said you were serious. And you know when you just go, and I said, okay, I'll be there. And, you know, I went to that event. It was Extravaganza 2011 in Barcelona. Me and Wayne went. I was 7 months pregnant. I sat at the very back of arena where 18,000 people, all absolutely wired on Thermo T and Liftoff. And you know what? I didn't really get it, but I felt it. I heard the stories. I seen how people had changed their life. And I just thought, I'm not the brightest. In school, I'm a terrible speller. If you see the slides and the spelling mistakes, it's my fault. So can you all just give me some slack? Yeah? But I'm not the best speller. I'm not the best with numbers. I was always like the lower end of the sets in school. But here's what I know I am. I'm hardworking. I'm teachable. I don't give up easy. So show me what to do when I'm in. And, you know, I came back from that event, and for the first year, I was just playing with it. I was doing it to get some discounts on the products, an extra £200 a month to cover the products. And Dan was doing his thing.
I sure was. For 25 years I was doing my thing. And I no idea what it was, but my background was in corporate banking, and I did that for 25 years. I worked my way up, and you know what? It was a great job, don't get me wrong. But I felt like with the work-life balance and, you know, with us having kids and family coming, I just thought there's got to be more, but I didn't know what. So Claire saw an opportunity, and she said, you know what, Dan? We're going to set up a cleaning company, and you're going to run it. I said, fine. Because I love a good clean, honestly. And I loved it. I was great with this. So anyway, I was happy. We built this great company up, so we did, employing over 200 people, really successful. And I thought I'm going to be the cleaning king of Europe, you know. But you know what's mad is life, isn't it? And just before Claire and I were due to get married, one of the contracts couldn't pay me. I thought, God, I didn't sign up for this. So we were out for about 40,000 pounds a couple of weeks before we got married. And we managed to get married because we had to pay the staff. God, don't employ anyone. But we got married. Family came together. We made it happen. It wasn't ideal. And to celebrate, I got to go to Windsor to a Herbalife event.
It was our honeymoon.
For our honeymoon.
It was.
And I don't know, is there anyone who's been kind of dragged here to keep the wife happy today? Oh my God, right, so anyway, you know what I mean? So here I am. Claire's putting this t-shirt on. Danny's fella here is I think you were winning cars, Danny. Do you remember at the time we had the TTs, and I'm listening to all the stories, David, Fiona, Nick, all the guys, Xander, and they're all getting up and, you know, normal guys changing their life. And I said, Jesus, Claire, this is great. No idea what it is, but we're going to take over the world, because if these guys can do it, we're going to get extremely successful. And we came in and off we went. And do you know what? We were just really excited, weren't we, love?
We was, yeah.
We were so excited that we just went out. We spoke to everyone. Didn't really know what we were doing. Honestly. We didn't even get to Get Team because we were hitting Millionaire Team. Didn't have time for that. We were so good. And then we got to Millionaire Team, and we thought, we've arrived. We're going to be President's Team in 6 months. And that didn't happen, by the way. And I'll tell you what happened is, we got lost. And we got lost in Herbalife for 6 years. And we got lost because what we realized was we stopped doing the do. We didn't really know what our structure was, or we didn't have a flow. We had an idea, but it's nothing like you guys have now to work with. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if there's anyone in the room, and I'm just trying to be honest and relatable, we always came to the event, so we did, and I thank Laura, Justin, and Matt, and all the guys for reaching out, and corporate, just to keep us around the fire. We always came to the event, so we did, but when you don't have, say, a Millionaire Team pen, it's just not a great place. You kind of hide, so you do. But our belief went down, our dream went down, if I'm completely honest with you. And it wasn't until we, for some reason, qualified for the Future President's Team retreat. And this, for me, in Herbalife, is my favorite event, so it is, besides this one, obviously. And we had to make a choice that one of us were to go. And we robbed Peter to pay Paul. We didn't have the money. I'd like to thank Carol Sinfield for, you know, looking after Claire, because she paid for stuff at the time. Thank you, Carol. I don't, you know. And Carol, we were too embarrassed at the time to talk and say we didn't have the money. You know what, it's not nice, is it? And Claire went. And I'll just pass you over to Claire just to share what happened there.
Thanks, Dan.
Okay.
Just to go back, in them years, the 6 years when we lost our millionaire team check, we used to come to the events, and I used to really struggle. And I can put a really good face on because I used to be an aerobics instructor, so I can do the whole, yeah, let's go, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah.
Jesus. And I can't.
So we would come to the event and I'd put that brave face on, but I'd be dying inside because I felt embarrassed. And when you get to that place, we just couldn't see a way through. And as Dan said, we did lose our Herbalife dream, but we never stopped going to the events. We never, and that's a big message, never, ever quit. But Dan said, we qualified for Future Pres Team Retreat, and that was a big deal for us. And we went, and Carol really looked after us. And I can't look at you, Carol, because you make me cry. But when we went, we didn't have the money. She was really generous. Scott and Nick were with us, and I don't know whether they really knew, how bad a place me and Dan were in. But we sat in that event, and Nick, and I forgot to say this yesterday, he'd actually been to Ireland to look at clubs about 2 months earlier. Is that right, Nick? And he messaged me. And we'd actually said to Nick 90 days earlier at another event in Madrid, we're going to take a step back out of Herbalife. Don't contact us because we need to go underground. And Nick respected that. But he went to Ireland and he sat in Ollie and Sinead's club, and they were doing what you call 10,000 total volume. And Nick just sent me one message and said, I'm sitting in Ireland in Sinead and Ollie's club. They're doing 10,000 total volume a month. Please, you and Dan, look at this. And I felt like battering him. Because I wasn't in a great place, but I'm forever grateful because that opened our mind. Because when I went to Seville, I was ready to learn. I was open to listen, to find something. And we sat in Seville, and I remember sitting there, and we heard a lady called Radhika talking about building a business with growth and sustainability. And I was really attracted to that because I was exhausted building a business that would go up, crash, because I mentally wasn't cut out for that. And it was because we lacked loads of things, no pathway, no structure, no clear way of working. We hadn't found the Herbalife we loved. So when Radhika spoke about nutrition clubs and building it with a structure and purpose, I was in. I thought, okay, I'm open to this, I want to learn. And I remember coming home from Seville, and I remember sitting Dan down in the kitchen going, you need to brace yourself. And he was like, okay, what's happening? And I said, I'm going to Ireland, we're going to open a nutrition club. And he was like, as if.
Only because, though, if I'm honest, it was never for lack of trying with Claire and I. We were always hard workers. We just didn't find, I guess, the Herbalife that fitted with us and that, got us excited and we loved. So it was. So when she said that, I thought, oh, Christ, here we go.
So I went to the club, and Sinead and Ollie said, and thank you to the Irish for opening up to us. Thank you. And I remember Ollie saying to me, like, if you've ever met Ollie, she's going to be on today. She's really softly spoken. She's like an angelic angel. Is that the word? And she goes, Claire, why am I impersonating everyone? She's like, Claire, you have to be there at 6:15. And I thought, 6:15? 6:15 in the morning. She said, well, yeah, if you're coming to see clubs, you need to be there from when people arrive to when it closes. So I go to Ireland and I turn up at the club, and within the first 20 minutes, I see person after person coming in that club, smashing the results, positive vibe, relationships being built, trainee coaches, loads of tell, show, try, do going on. It was like this training ground, breeding these people with skills. And I remember sitting there just thinking, I've come home. I've really come home. And I came back from that event and I come home and I go to Dan, right Dan, you need to go to Ireland.
So off I went with Grace and Katie, up in the middle of the night, going, this isn't a good start, I'm not doing this 5 o'clock getting up crack, you know what I mean? But you know what? We went to Ireland, and I think we all got excited and we all could see maybe something, possibility. And as I said, thank you to all the guys for welcoming us. And you know, it's lovely to return the favour with all this for you guys. It's such a pleasure, so it is. So, it's fine. So, believe it or not, all jokes aside, when I was in banking and Claire was in, you know, managing gyms, we were in a corporate background. We knew structures, we knew, you know what I mean, what to do, business. We knew business, but we never put that skill into our Herbalife business. And I remember when we sat down with Nick, Nick said, listen guys, if you're going to go again, and if we're going to do it, we're going to have to look at this as a professional, as opposed to being an amateur, because we'd always looked at Herbalife as just that thing with that dream. So what we started to do was, what would a professional do? They wouldn't just go out today now, you're all excited. You wouldn't just go out and open a club, would you? I hope not. So we spent 6 months researching clubs, doing the do, figuring it out as a couple. How could we make this work, Claire and I? But most important of all, we had to raise our standards. So we did.
And this is so important. For 6 months, we did all our research. And when Dan says raise our standards, we turned our shoulds into musts. We had to level up in everything that we did. Our attitude, we had to take responsibility that if we wanted to rebuild our business, it was down to us. And we also had to raise the bar of our level of activity. We had to take responsibility for that. And I remember when we started to think about it and put a long-term plan in place, write this down. Professionals have a long-term plan. Okay, that's so important. But we started to talk about, didn't we, Dan, what our mission was?
So any big company has a mission. And we thought, wouldn't it be cool if we could help 10,000 people in our local community get healthy? Because people want to be part of a mission. And then me and Foxy, we thought, God, we need to start with the end in mind, because that was our vision, yeah? And we thought, wouldn't it be cool if we could build 100 breakfast nutrition clubs? And wouldn't it be cool if 10 of those were frontline tab team? Now, how many are we up to? We laugh. How many?
56.
56. So we're on our way, but it's a 10-year plan. Do you understand? And we're on our way. We're kind of halfway there, a little bit ahead, but it's cool. So it is.
And we started to get clear on what type of nutrition club we were, because for us, we wanted to duplicate. And over them 6 months, our identity started to form about what type of club we were. The clarity came through. And one of the things that we had to keep going back to was, what were we attracted to about the breakfast budget clubs? And when we first started out, we started to create a checklist of what the blueprint model looked like. What were the opening hours of the club? But most importantly, we were skint. We had no money. We had no little nest egg to cover the rent or to cover the startup cost. So the money that we did get together, we had to sort of make that work, and the birth of budget clubs was created. And what we mean by that is we started to develop a model that was low startup cost. We had to have low running costs because we had no safety net of savings. And we knew that we had to make it profitable as fast as we could. We also knew that we had to make it profitable before we even opened the doors. So we had to get really good at launching the club, which I'm going to touch on. The other thing as well is start with the end in mind. We always knew that the big goal for us personally was to open 100 clubs. And with that in mind, from day one and after speaking to Nick, we made that first club an academy. Write that down. Our mindset was that Grassendale, our first club, was going to become an academy as a training ground to bring these customers, these club members through. Find trainee coaches, get them trained up, but find club owners. And that's the name of the game. For us, it's not about finding customers. We were looking to create them 100 club owners, and this is so important. We also, as well, at that time, I remember people saying to us, why are you open 7 to 11? You've got all this other time, open your club. And I was like, no! And I remember people being quite shocked, and I was like, you don't get it. I'm a mum of 2, Dan's a dad of 2. What attracted us to this is it is a front-loaded day business. I know I can find club owners and speak with integrity and passion, because the most attractive thing is with a breakfast club, 7 to 11, 1 hour inviting, front loading the day, do everything in the morning, and then you've got the rest of the day. If we start opening 12 to 14 hours, that's not attractive. You get burnout, and we've been burnt out. If we want to build a business that has growth and sustainability, and we put these clubs on every street corner, we've got to feel it and believe it in our heart, and we stood our ground. And for me, that's what I would say. Duplication is key. We are breakfast clubs, not the all-day club. Okay. Now, the next thing was, I remember speaking to Nick, and this was Dan. Dan was from a background where in banking, everything was step by step. So it was a little bit like an 8-year-old could do everything. It was systems and processes.
And
Does
I'm
that
a bit
make
slow
sense?
or something, is it?
No. But we identified that we always struggled to move people through into the marketing plan and create supervisors. Because in Herbalife, if you want to build a residual income, a passive income, which is phenomenal, you have to build supervisors. But not only do you have to build them, they have to be happy, making money, and you've got to create a framework that retains them. So we started to work on the pathway. And what we understood was we had to put people through it first, not tell. We had to show. And it really enabled us to get clarity on what each step of the pathway was, develop really simple checklists so we could teach people how to do it, but we had to teach them exactly what to say to move them along. We also needed to make sure that this was a pathway where we could show people results. And again, that came from me and Dan. We had to go first.
And the next phase of it then was we had the pathway, the steps, and then we needed the support structure to support the pathway, okay? Now, this is an example of our weekly structure, so it is. But please, we started off with one ambassador meeting, so we did. We started off with one quick start meeting, which is quite funny because I remember doing one. It was just me and another person. That was a bit, it's a bit.
We thought it was out of control, though, didn't we?
And
We did.
And as we built leaders and we got better and we got bigger, we now do the 2 ambassador meetings. We have our training in the middle on a Wednesday, and we got our 2 quick start meetings. And we do this via Zoom because we can reach more people, so we can. And it's gone from 1 person on a quick start now to about 70, and that's twice a week. So you can see what's possible, so it is.
Yeah. And yeah, thank you, Dan. And this was the biggest breakthrough for me and Dan. We knew from having the pathway in place, customer to supervisor, simple steps, showing people what to do, how it was done, and then having the training structure that underpin the pathway that we could plug people in and move them along, that would enable us to focus on our own personal production. And you're going to hear over this weekend so many trainers talk about personal production. It's the only thing you can control. This is so important. If you want to build your business, it's about what you do, how many invitations you're doing, how many free wellness evaluations, how many new customers you bring in, how many referrals you breed, and how many new people you help to get a Herbalife account and activate them. And this was liberating for us because it really allowed us to take the pressure off. And rather than thinking of, oh my goodness, we need to help everyone else, was the structure of the machine was in place. Now, Dan, let's get to work. We have to get up to these 10K months of personal production to generate, just doing the basics over and over. And as we started to launch clubs, and through launching our very first club, we really understood the importance of launching strong, profitable clubs when they opened. And write this down, it's not about opening a club. It's about opening clubs that are profitable. We're happy people who are successful, and we have to work as one team over the next 10 years minimum to make sure that we protect the marketplace. Do you all get that? This is so important. And the first year for me and Dan was all about putting our pin of Millionaire Team, which was empty, by the way, to one side, and focusing on the basics. We had to make sure that we learned the skills, how to build a customer base. We couldn't even get a customer before clubs. We were that stuck. We then had to learn the basic skills on building a team of new trainee coaches. And then we had to really see if we could, out of these pool of people, find our first club owner, didn't we, Dan?
Sure did, God. And because we were professional, people need structure, they need to be told what to do, okay? So what we came up with in year 1 was 20 simple practical skills that someone could follow. Just learn the basics, tell, show, try, do the wellness profiles, you know, learn how the club operates, so it does. And then, again, that built onto the career ladder, so it did, didn't it, Claire?
It did. And, you know, we're not going to train you on this because Anne-Marie's going to cover this next. But we did identify that we needed to really help develop what we call junior partners, these mini club owners, so they were ready to go out into the marketplace. And we started to identify 8 basic skills that every club owner needs before they go out. And we needed to help these junior partners that we would find out of our club owners build a mini club within our club, 30 to 40 club members, their own customers, 2 to 3 trainees. So when they were ready to graduate out of our club, they could pick their business up, move into their own location and open in profit. That was the name of the game, and that was a game changer. And a lot of people say to us, why Club 100 in the sense of 100 club members? And I'm just going to shorten this down for you to finish. We identified we wanted to build an organisation of professional club owners, but the income had to be attractive. It also had to be an income that matched what some people out there in the marketplace were earning. And for us, it was a global expansion team check. Active world team is a starting point for them, but we had to help them develop a global expansion team in Cub because that would retain them, but always with the view in mind of duplication. This was so important. And a Club 100 club is made up of, to keep it simple, find 3 people who want to be junior partners, help them get to what we call active supervisor. If you're new, don't worry about this, but find maybe 9 trainees who want to make a difference and help people. And then we started to map out the Herbalife marketing plan, and Nick helped us with this to go, what if we could show people each level of the marketing plan, how to construct a club and duplicate that to move up, and that gave people clarity and vision.
And this is what happens. These are our heroes. These are some of the gang. You meet amazing people. They duplicate. Claire touched on it there. 56 clubs. These are just some of the guys. We're so grateful to each and every one of you. We're so proud of you. This is just, I guess, our personal production, as Claire said. It comes down to you. And as Claire, from not being able to get the customer to, I always say I'm trying to keep up with the kids now. It's all 10 to 20,000 in our organisation, so I'm hanging on for my dear life. I feel like such a loser. I'm only joking, sorry.
And this is just showing, when you have all that in place and you let go and focus on just finding that 3 to 5 new people a week, and you provide world-class customer service, and you understand it's a long-term plan, the machine starts to build momentum. So these are our top tips for you going into this event and for the future. Number 1, start with the end in mind. Look for club owners, but there's a place for everyone in clubs, remember that. Number 2, have a clear vision of what you're going to create. Where do you want to be on the Herbalife marketing plan? But you've got to commit to 2 years learning. You've got to be all in. Are you all in?
Yes.
Okay, let's try that one more time. Clubbers, are you all in?
Yeah.
And as Dan said, take responsibility. Do not build your business on hope. Do not build your business on relying on someone else to create your future for your family and kids. Personal responsibility comes down to your personal production. And last thing is, follow the pathway. Don't get cheeky, chappy, skipping a step, hop, skip and a jump. If you want to create a machine that builds profitable supervisors, successful club owners, leave your ego to one side. We had to do that. Enjoy the learnings. And we just want to say, from me and Dan,
Just want to say, next slide, Claire. Thank you to Wayno and Nick. Thank you for believing in us and for everything you do. Thank you, guys.
My name is Anne-Marie Duffy, and as Pete said, I've been involved for 11 years. I work the business with my husband, Lee, and oh my God, I'm out of breath. How can you be out of breath signing your name? So when we got introduced, I was a biomedical scientist, Lee was a contract sales manager, and I received a text message off Claire Fox, and it was the guinea pig message. 11 years ago, the guinea pig message. I said yes, didn't know what she was on about, but I thought I'll help her. And we started as customers. You know, I was always tired, always struggling with me weight and stuff. We just got started on products, not interested at all in the business, especially standing on stage. But, you know, people just wanted to know what we were doing, so we just kept referring people to Claire and Dan. And Claire said, you actually qualify for discount, but you've got to come along to a meeting. So I went along to the meeting begrudgingly, and that was when me and Lee seen the bigger opportunity that Herbalife has to offer. So we decided to just do it really part-time, around our full-time jobs, and we grew quite quickly. We got to global expansion team in 11 months, and then we decided to go full-time Herbalife. So we grew quickly, like I said, 11 months to get team. And then we just spent the next 6 years just really trying to find our way of doing Herbalife. We weren't really doing much. We were trying, but not getting anywhere. We couldn't duplicate what we were doing, and actually, our business went backwards, okay? Lee had to go back and get a job. We were in debt from rental properties that we had, and we were just rock bottom. And then 4 years ago, we were introduced to the Breakfast Budget Club model by Claire and Dan. And we'd been watching Claire and Dan from afar, and we could see, yes, their business was growing, but they were happier. And that was what we wanted, because we were lost. And so we went and spoke to Claire and Dan. We saw what they were doing, and we said, we're in. And they said, okay, but you've got to master the basics. You've got to go back to the beginning, supervisor mentality, follow the pathway, plug people in, move them to supervisor, and by using the career ladder, create leaders to duplicate clubs. And that's what we did. And that's what we've been doing for the last 4 years. And that's how we've gone from not even picking up our Get Team check to now Pres Team 15K. This is the last 3 months total volume for us, profit, and new supervisors on all levels. And it's like a game. It's a game for us to see how many new supervisors can our organization duplicate. That's what it's all about. You've got to have a bit of fun with it. This is our club as of yesterday morning. And then this is what happens when you learn to duplicate what you're doing and create leaders. So 26 clubs on 3 levels and 33 on all. And I just want to give a massive shout out to every single one of these guys who are impacting their community in a huge way. So this is mine and Lee's vision. So we want 10 frontline tab team breakfast budget clubs, but that are able to duplicate themselves. That is the name of the game. It's not just about opening clubs, it's about opening successful, profitable breakfast budget clubs that are able to duplicate by using the career ladder. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. And this is where I am at my happiest, talking about the career ladder. Okay? So it's time to roll up your sleeves. We're going to get into the nitty-gritty. So are you ready? Claire and Dan touched on this just earlier. When I was a scientist in the NHS, I was a professional. I was a professional in the workplace. And I also knew that if I wanted to be promoted up the career ladder in the NHS, then I had to do certain things in order to be able to be promoted. But we didn't bring any of that into our Herbalife business until we got involved in the breakfast budget clubs. And that was one of the very first things that we needed to change. We needed to raise our standards as professionals in the breakfast budget club model. And that, first of all, that mindset shift is what changed everything for us. And for me personally, I learned that it was about not how good that me and Lee could be, but how we could help develop and nourish other people's potentials. That was going to be the difference between us being okay and other people being successful. Because we can only open one club. And if we want to be able to duplicate clubs in different communities, we have to be able to develop leaders to do the same. So that's what it became for us. Okay? So let's recap what the mission is. It's to help 10,000 people to get healthier. So we're purpose-driven. We know every morning what we're getting up for. And we're going to be able to do that by creating 100 profitable breakfast budget clubs, each with 100 customers in over the next 10 years. And we committed to that, and we promised ourselves no distractions. But to be able to open those other clubs, We needed the way to be able to take a club member all the way through to becoming a club owner. So another mindset shift for me and Lee was when someone walks into our club, up the stairs, we don't look at them as a potential club member. We look at every single person as a potential club owner, okay? And that's a massive mindset shift because we're not there. We can't judge who's going to be the next club owner. What we can do is treat everyone fairly, give them the same opportunity, and have a step-by-step plan on how we're going to get them to where they want to get to, not where we want them. Meet them where they are, build your relationships, nourish their potential, and they will decide where they want to go. Is that clear? Yes. Okay, fantastic. So you heard Claire and Dan talking about the blockages, and the first blockage was how to develop trainee coaches. So when you first open your club or you're in club and you fill in the funnel and you've got all these club members, if you're not proactively looking for your trainee coaches, you're going to end up with loads of members. You're going to be running around like a headless chicken and your club's going to get stuck because no one's going to be able to leave. Okay? And you might be that person in that room right now. So I'm going to show you how we use the trainee coach program because we needed to be able to show our club members that there was a simple way for them to learn the skills of how to become a trainee coach in the safety of the club, learning as they were going along. And it was all around the 20-point checklist. And it's simple, practical skills. Dan touched on this, it's mastering the basics through tell, show, try, do. And club is so practical that you're in the room all the time with your trainee coach. You're showing them every single day you're in club how to look at food planners, how to make shakes, how to do things with the club members, take pictures, recognition. And you're going to hear all that this weekend. It helps them build the skills, the knowledge, the confidence, all while still learning how to get their first customers and put money in their pocket. And the most important thing is teaching them how to track the profits. Because it is so empowering to say to a brand new trainee coach, how much money did you make last month, profit? And because they're tracking it, they go, £250. And that is life-changing for people. That could mean that they could pay their rent on time. It makes a huge difference to someone's life, but they need to be able to see that they're getting paid for their efforts. It's so important. Plus also, the 20-point checklist is the first taste of responsibility for that trainee coach. I'm a bit of a stickler for people understanding responsibility for their own business in our club, yeah? Because me and Duff work together in the club, he's good cop and I'm bad cop, okay? So I always say to our trainee coaches, and they'll be listening and nodding, when I give them this checklist, I go, okay, this is your responsibility to be proactive in coming to us to get these signed off. You have to be the one that comes to us of a morning and goes, right, I need you to help me with this because this still needs to be signed off. I'm not going to be the one checking to see what needs to be done, okay? And that's important because it shows the trainee from day one that it's their business, it's their responsibility, okay? And we have minimum requirements to be a trainee coaching club. So there's quite a few ambassadors in here. So you might want to take a picture and go and have a little think about this. But these are the minimum requirements. 1 full shift a week. In our club, we're open 6:30 till 11. Or you can do 2 half shifts, and that's down to having a conversation with the club owner. Plug it into the Weekly Coaches Academy, because that's your night school. That's where you're going to learn. You're learning the practical skills in club, but you're also going to learn on the academy. And you are still needed and required to do your minimum 3 visits a week. But you are still allowed to use the heart to collect to get your free visits. That's important. Just because you're a trainee coach doesn't mean you start coming in once a week. Okay? And another thing is when you're a trainee coach, please, we've had trainee coaches in the past who've said, okay, I've got this person and they want to book in for a wellness evaluation, but I'm in work the times they can do, so can you do it? And they nod as if I'm going to agree. And I go, no chance. I'm not doing it. Be solution-driven. I say to them, you've got to think of, you're going to have to go back to that person and work out when you're going to be able to come in to do that wellness evaluation yourself. I'm not here to build your business. Okay? And the same goes for the reviews. So the second blockage is, okay, we got really strong on activating trainee coaches. And Lee's going to cover that tomorrow in more detail. Really strong. So we've got all these trainee coaches building their club members in our club. And then you go, well, hang on a minute. They don't want to break away and open their own club. So you kind of now have got really strong trainee coaches, but no one's willing to break away, and your Club 100 is coming up quick, yeah? Because you've only got space for 100. And that's what Claire and Dan touched on, is when then there was a few little amendments, and that's when the Nutrition Club career ladder evolved. And one of the first things that we used as a gauge was when a trainee coach gets up to 10 to 15 club members in your club, it's like a little flag comes out. Time to have a conversation, yeah? Because then we need to sit down with the trainee coach and go, right, when you started, you said this was your intention. Now we need to know, has it changed? Do you now see yourself as a club owner, or do you still want to stay as a trainee coach? Because then the conversation comes, well, if they say, well, I still want to just be a trainee, I've got no intention of moving, then the conversation might have to become, well, when you're 10 to 15, I'm going to actually ask you to stop inviting people into club because we need the space to develop junior partners. And there's a club owner in here, I've just seen her. We had that conversation. It's Debbie Cooper. She's at the back. And she was building away. She was an amazing trainee in club. She had team, she had trainee coaches underneath her. And we were looking at these circles and these club members, and I was like, Debs, what's the vision? She was like, I'm happy just being a trainee coach. And I said, okay, we're going to have to stop inviting now, Debs. And I remember she was like, you can't stop me inviting. I went, I can. And we laughed about it, and I said, so you've got 2 days to go away and think, and you come back to us and tell us what your next vision is. And now she is the proud club owner of Feel Good Nutrition. But when she came back to us and said, okay, I want to be a club owner, we then went, okay, it's time to promote you to junior partner. And that's the mentorship program. And the mentorship program is a temporary role because it only lasts 3 to 6 months, okay? But I got asked last night, and this is a really good question, is what do you do if someone's working a full-time job and can't afford, they're relying on that income and they can't afford to just leave their job to work 4 to 5 shifts in club as a junior partner? So I'm going to use Val Balfour as an example, because Val was a trainee coach in our club, but she was a lecturer, an IT lecturer, but she always had the vision that she wanted to be a club owner, but she just couldn't commit to doing the 4 to 5 full shifts because she was still doing this lecturing job, which she hated, but it was essential at that point. So we sat down and put a plan in place. And the first thing we said to Val was, okay, you want to be a club owner, which means you've got to be full-time in Herbalife. So how much money do you need to be earning, profit, to be able to walk away from your job? And she wrote that down. And that was her first intention. Okay, that's the long-term goal. That's where we're aiming for. Then we said to her, okay, how much do you need to be earning profit to go part-time or drop hours in your job? She wrote that down. So Val had a plan. So we said to her, because we know that you're working towards being a club owner, and that's the long-term goal, we'll allow you to keep bringing club members in past that 10 to 15, but you've also got to commit to doing more shifts in club. So it's not keep bringing people in and still only do one. It's you've got to be able to match, because you've got to look after those club members, but also you've got to be able to earn the income in order to be able to phase out from your full-time position. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. And now Val's in the room. She's a Get 2.5 member, and she's got 5 clubs in her organisation. So the Junior Partner Mentorship Program, like I said, it's temporary. It's 3 to 6 months, because then the next step is you're a club owner. You graduate, and you know, you open your club. And for me, the junior partner position, I love it, because this is where we get to the nitty-gritty. We get serious about them becoming the mini club owners in your club, okay? And my junior partners that have been in our club, they must have hated me, I would say, pretty much the whole time that they were a junior partner, because everything they came to me question-wise, I would turn back to them. Because we wanted to be able to set them up mentally, to be able to, when they open their own club, there's no one they can run to ask questions. And that for me is important. So from day one as a junior partner, I'm going to be asking you questions. So like I would be in club and they'd go, the light bulb in the fridge has gone out. What do I do? I've no idea. I'm not here. You're a club owner. What do you do yourself? And they go, okay, and go away. You know, we want to teach them how to become solution-driven. You know, what happens if the payment machine didn't work one day? I got a phone call. I was like, I don't know. You're in a club on your own. What you do? Think quick. Think on your feet. You need to be able to know how to take payments from your club members if no one else is there to tell you. And that's what I love about it, really helping develop the leaders, but also being like that solution-driven mindset. And we have like, you know, like we have the 20-point checklist for the trainees. We have an 8-point checklist for the junior partners, really helping them get into the mindset of being a club owner. We're going to help them understand that they need to build 30 to 40 club members and the 2 to 3 trainee coaches. And again, you might be a trainee in here and think, okay, what do I have to do to be a junior partner? These are the minimum requirements for a junior partner. You have to have brought in a minimum of 10 frontline club members yourself, consistently filling the funnel and inviting. It doesn't stop as a junior partner. You've committed to the 4 to 5 full shifts a week. You're still plugging into the academy. You've completed the 20-point trainee checklist. But for me as well, me and Duff, it's not a given position. It is up to the club owner who gets promoted to junior partner based on their work ethic, their values, how much of a team player they are, okay? Because we take our role really seriously about developing strong leaders who are going to go out into the community and open a breakfast budget club, okay? So I know I sound quite serious, but for me it is, yeah? And this is the business plan. And like Claire said, we have all these little business plans up in our club because they're great visuals. Because while we're sat around the tables talking to club members and even trainee coaches, and they say, okay, well, what's the next step? Or how does someone open their own club? We have all the visuals to be able to say, here, here, and here. It's kind of like you know, like QVC, yeah? But it's about build the magic numbers, and we are always using these diagrams with our junior partners and, you know, club owners for them to be able to visualize what their business looks like in relation to the business plan. And a junior partner will build their 30 to 40 club members with their 2 to 3 serious trainee coaches in your club. They have 3 to 6 months in order to develop. as a mini club owner in your club, and it's the safety of your club where they can learn, they can make mistakes, and it's okay because you're there to help them. But when they're ready to graduate, as Claire and Dan always say, they pick up their people, their mini club in your club, and sidestep and open in their own club in profit. And that is how we do it to help create strong, profitable breakfast budget clubs. And if you look, the career ladder is a building block of every little cluster to be able to get to Club 100. So if you can learn and master the career ladder and always be using the gauges, using the magic numbers, having open communication to be able to put plans in place, this is what you're building towards. And when it happens, it takes your purpose to a whole other level. Because when you see your team, your leaders, duplicating, growing in skills, confidence, and going out and duplicating clubs, it just absolutely makes your heart burst. I absolutely love it. And it's almost like a little pat on the back. Okay, good job, we've done it. We've helped someone else go, and they've flown the nest, yeah? And what I want everyone to do is to take a picture of this, because what I want you to be able to think of over this weekend and when you get home is to really see where you see yourself, or what is the vision for you with regards to the Herbalife marketing plan. And next to it is how many breakfast budget clubs you need to have open in 3 levels. And I want you to be able to use the career ladder, the pathway, and be able to commit to a long-term plan to becoming a professional in the breakfast budget club model, to be able to get to where you want to get to by helping other people. And just to finish off, just my little top tips. Focus on building relationships and nourishing potential. Meet people where they're at. Have the career ladder and the little plans, the junior partner business plan, the Club 1 owner business plan, and the marketing plan in breakfast budget clubs up in your club as visuals, to be able to show your club members and just have conversations. Identify club owners by using your trainee coaches, your gauges, the junior partner mentorship program, and use the career ladder as a step-by-step guide. And just, most of all, be patient, but enjoy every minute.
So my name is Zoe Morris. I'm Global Expansion Team 2500, as Emma's just said. Thank you for that gorgeous welcome. I've been with Herbalife for 2 years. I'm going to go into my story in a moment. When Herbalife found me, I was in a really bad place, okay? So my section is inviting, by the way. So I'm going to be talking to you about inviting. I'm actually going to be welcoming on 3 amazing panelists today as well. They're going to be sharing their golden nuggets and top tips with you. Now, one thing I need you all to do is remember that when you see a yellow box on the screen, that's a script, okay? So you need to get your phones ready and take photos of those scripts, because you're going to want to go back into your businesses tomorrow morning and use these scripts, because you're going to see how amazing these guys are doing by using this real stuff that we're going to share with you today. So just a little bit about me first. So as I said, when Herbalife found me, I was really in a bad place, the worst place in my life, really unwell in every sense of the word. And I used to neglect myself, so I put myself last. Now I put myself first all the time. I fill my own cup first, and I feel amazing. I'm in the best shape of my life. When I met the people that introduced me to Herbalife, I was actually on the beach, and a little puppy came over to play with my dog. Some of you will have heard this before. But that meeting changed my life, but that couple had branded Herbalife gear on, and not only did they tell me how I could change my life and lifestyle, but they told me that there was an opportunity to build a community of like-minded people, and that's what I went on to do. So I actually went and started working in Grassendale Nutrition Club, and that was 45 minutes journey from my home. I ended up working there, doing work experience for 10 incredible months, learning from the best and mastering the skills that were going to make me successful when I went on to open my own nutrition club, which I did. So in June 2021, I graduated from the Grassendale Nutrition Club, and I went and opened my own club, Wirral Nutrition. Thank you. So I built my business online, and then I moved those people that I'd built online into my physical club. Now, when I first opened my club, it was very much the Zoe show. So I started with some trainee coaches, but they very quickly, one by one, sort of left, and I was on my own. So I have run a very busy club on my own, and it was the Zoe show, which a lot of you will have heard before. The Zoe show is not a fun show. It's not a show I want to repeat, and I never will now, because I learned how to duplicate, and I learned how to duplicate by coming to these events, by watching all the incredible training that we have access to, and by really learning how to move people through the pathway. And when I started to do that, I started to duplicate, and now things are going very well, and it's not the Zoe show anymore. This is how my business looks. As Emma said, you know, I'm generating 20,000 personal volume on a regular basis and have been for a long time. Thank you. And you can see there, my income's incredible. I have to pinch myself to even know that that's what I earn. But the interesting thing, important thing about this is the supervisor growth as well. So you can see that I'm building royalties too. This is how my club currently looks. The only reason we've got more than 100 members is because we've got 2 junior partners. One of them will be on the move very soon, okay? And this is just the power of filling the funnel with 5 new customers a week and moving them along the pathway to supervisor, okay? So this is how my organisation looks now. I've got 4 clubs in my organisation, including my own, and I'm so proud of these people. They are incredible, and my privilege is that not only have I changed my own life, but I now get to change other people's as well, which is just insane. I'm so proud of you all, everyone that's in the room. This is my vision for the future. So my vision is to build 10 frontline tab team budget breakfast clubs over the next 10 years. And this is not just about building clubs, it's about building leaders that are able to duplicate this incredible pathway. Okay. Our mission, as Emma said, is to help 10,000 people get healthier and happier in our local communities, and we are certainly doing that. So my section is inviting. I'm really excited about delivering this section because I think that this is probably the most important section of the whole pathway. Not that the others aren't important, but if we don't invite, or if we invite and stop inviting, then we're not on the pathway at all. So how can we move people through it if we don't invite them onto it in the first place, okay? So we invite to a free wellness evaluation, and we move people through to supervisor. And if you stop inviting, or if you don't invite and don't find a flow with it, then you're not on the pathway, or you leave the pathway. Okay, and it's about consistency. Consistency is absolutely key to this. So when you hear from my panelists, you'll see that they are consistent in what they're doing. They keep filling the funnel, 5 new customers a week, and this is how it should look. So if you're part-time in the business, you should be filling the funnel with 3 customers a week, and if you're full-time or want to build faster, it's 5 new customers a week. And that can look like this. So in nutrition clubs, we look at referrals as well, and some of my panelists are going to talk about how they generate referrals today. But if you're trying to build 3 customers a week, you can get 1 of those frontline and 2 from referrals. Makes it a lot easier than going out and finding 3 new people. And if you're looking for 5 new customers a week, you can get 2 new customers, and then 3 of those can be from referrals. So do you see how much easier that is to get those numbers, okay? So we need clarity on who we are and what we do, okay? So I am a wellness coach, and I invite to a free wellness evaluation. It's as simple as that. Don't overcomplicate it, okay? And what you do now shows in 90 days. So you've heard this already this weekend, but don't get disheartened if you're not seeing results straight away, okay? You need to remember that what you do this month, July and August, you will see the benefits in September, October, and November. Just stay consistent with this. But don't forget to have fun, because we are in such a fun thing, aren't we? You know, we get to have fun every single day whilst getting incredible results. So have patience, but have fun. Okay, so the main 2 types of inviting, we have cold market and we have warm market, okay? You must learn and master the skills for both. Cold market inviting, we have covered quite a bit on previous masterclasses, so if anyone's been at those. So this is, you're going out with flyers and leaflets, things like that. They're on the screen. There's videos on myherbalife.com which show you this. I'm going to share a QR code at the end. So don't worry too much about this at the moment, because you'll get another slide at the end with some more information on. But learn and master the skills for both. We're going to talk more about warm market inviting today. So this is the people that you know. So cold market is the people that you don't know, and warm market is the people that you already know. So these are some examples of types of warm market inviting. We have the guinea pig message. We have social media, which one of my panelists is going to go through today. Talking to friends and family and generating referrals that way. And referrals from your current club members. So they're all examples of warm market inviting. And this is what the guinea pig message looks like. So the guinea pig message reads like it says on the screen. So take a photo of that and make sure you save it on your phone. Obviously, you can personalize this message. So not everyone's called Lisa. You can address the person by their name. And you can make it look like a normal message from you. That's important. Don't make it look like a spammy message. So keep it how you would normally send a message. I've put hearts on there because I would usually use emojis in my messages. If you'd normally ask how the family is or something, start it off in a friendly way, but it must read like this. I've started a new business and I'm training to become a wellness coach. I'm looking for people to practice my wellness evaluations on. Please, will you be my guinea pig? Okay, so that needs to stay like that. And this is moving into people's circle of influence, so it's their friends and family. But the most important thing about the guinea pig message is it's not a blanket message. This is not to be posted on your social media just as a post. This is a direct message that must go into somebody's inbox, okay? And then referrals. So we want referrals to form 70 to 80% of our new club members. That's how your business should look, okay? And my panelists are going to talk to you more about how to generate referrals in your businesses. But this is why referrals are my favourite thing to do. And my business is heavily based on referrals as well. So if your potential new club member has already seen results. So if somebody's a referral, they've already seen what's possible. They've seen a friend or family member, and they know that we can get great results for them already. So it's already warmed them up, yeah? They already have friends in club, so it alleviates that first visit nerves. Some people, when they walk into our rooms for the first time, can be quite nervous. It can be quite daunting. But if they already know people in there, it's friendly faces and familiarities. That's really good. It does increase retention because you're building mini communities within communities as well. And it helps us identify our future superstars. So when you're building a business based on referrals, you are identifying your future trainee coaches and potentially club owners. So always remember that as well. And if you build a business through referrals, get this, you'll never ever run out of wellness evaluations. Never. How good's that? Okay. So how often should you invite, or how much time should you spend inviting? So this is about being professional versus amateur. So I want to be professional, definitely, in my business, not amateur. I wasn't always professional. I was probably a lot more amateur at the beginning. But for full time, you should be spending at least 1 hour a day inviting. And if you're part-time, it's more like 30 minutes a day. So write that down or take a photo of it and make sure you get it in your diary, because if it's not in your diary, guys, it won't get done. However you want to use your diary, pen and paper, old-fashioned way, fine, time tree. Some of us use time tree in clubs. Whatever works for you. Okay, so I am going to now welcome on 3 incredible people, okay? I'm going to introduce them all individually as they come up to talk and share with you their golden nuggets. So there's 3 of them, and they're all incredible. They're all doing amazing. And don't forget, when they have scripts up with yellow boxes, take screenshots of those. But I want you to give them loads of love. Please welcome to the stage Sarah Jones, Charlie Paradise, and Kirsha Kendrick. Can I just say as well, this coordination was not even planned. How amazing is that? when they walked in here this morning, I was like, have you guys spoke to each other? They haven't? Okay, so the first person that I'm going to welcome up to share her top tips and golden nuggets with you is somebody that I've known right from the very beginning of my journey. And she's an absolute powerhouse woman. She's global expansion team. She's been with Herbalife for 7 years. Listen to these stats, they're just incredible. So she has been generating between 10 to 20,000 personal volume for the last 24 months. Yeah, 2 years. She's about to duplicate for the 3rd time and open the 3rd club in our organisation. And she'd qualified for the 2025 vacation to Miami before she even went to Croatia vacation 2024. How amazing is that? Come up here, Sarah Jones.
Thank you, Zoe, for that lovely introduction. Good morning, everyone. Did you all enjoy the party last night? Okay, so my name's Sarah Jones. I'm Global Expansion Team member. I've been with Herbalife for 7 years. So I started my journey for weight loss initially, was blown away within 7 days about how amazing I was feeling. Started to tell family and friends about it and grew a little business just paying for my own habit for the next few years. Until one day I'd seen on social media that Shelley Mollard had opened her own nutrition club. At the time, I had started the same time as Shelley, so I wanted to know a little bit more. So I messaged Claire Fox and asked her what the nutrition clubs were about. So when I went into Grassendale Nutrition, this is the start of my club journey. So it was May 2021, walked through the doors and absolutely loved what I saw. I'd done a member visit like everyone else for 10 days, and at the end of it I went on the ambassador call and decided when I come off I wanted my own club. So I started as a trainee coach. 3 months later became a junior partner, was doing 10k months, and I started building a business really nicely. And then I stopped inviting just because my business was where I thought it should be, not realising I needed to keep filling the funnel. So my numbers started dropping, and Claire asked me what my intentions were. And I said, you know what? I'm the wrong side of 50. I was a full-time cleaner. I don't know whether I want to give that up and do this, because, even being honest with you, I was terrified. So that day, you know, I just really didn't think I could do it. And she said, that's fine, Sarah, but if you don't do it now, you're going to be demoted back to trainee coach. Love to. So I thought, not a chance, that's not happening. So I went to work, built my business, started looking for premises. All I focused on in that time was what I was told, 5 new customers a week. So started building my business again, and I opened up Heighten Nutrition on the 4th of July, 2 years ago. This is my stats at the moment. So as you can see, I'm doing very high volume. My profits through the roof, more than I'd ever earn in a year cleaning, which is just daft. My supervisors are popping nicely each month. And again, all I'm doing is focusing on 5 brand new customers a week. And I went to Croatia, which I thought the holidays weren't real, but they are, and the boss. So you need to qualify for your holidays. And I have qualified for Miami next year. So join me there. Okay, my club at the moment is my active club members, 104. And that's because I have got someone in the room, Sarah Moore. Shout out, Sarah, who's going to open her club in 2 weeks' time. She's doing absolutely amazing. And my team are in the room. They're all doing amazing. And the next slide. So I have 1 club at the moment in my organisation. Karen, she's on the stage next, which just makes me want to cry. How much growth she's had in the last 2 years. So this is my vision for the next 10 years, is to open 10 profitable budget breakfast clubs. Try and say that without putting your teeth in. Okay, so I've been asked to tell you basically what it is I do to generate wellness evaluations. And first of all, I'm just going to say that before I started, I was rubbish on social media. All I was doing was tell me mates what I was doing on a Friday night, getting drunk. So Started in club and thought I needed to grow my social media bigger. Started with my Facebook by adding friends and family. And then I was adding friends of friends, and it just kept on growing my audience by the day. I was posting daily, so I was letting everyone know the results that we were getting in club on a daily basis, because you need to highlight that your club is open daily. If you're posting once a week, people aren't going to know you are a wellness coach. With Instagram, it's a little bit different. So Instagram, I was going on and I added in businesses. So I had to set up a total new business page. I didn't have a clue about Instagram. I'd done my teenagers' heads in, getting them to show me how to make a reel, how to do a post. And it's just by repeating it all the time, you learn it. It's like anything, you've just got to keep repeating what you're doing. So a good tip, if you all want to take a little tip, is when you have a member on the first 10 visits, start going in and stalking the friends. Grow your audience. You want to go in and follow all of their people, because by doing that, when you're placing their video on at the end, that's then opening up to all their audience. Okay, so what I do, I'm making reels every day. I'm making posts and I am sharing stories. This is a really good tip. Get your pens out, because if you don't know this, you are missing a trick. When you go in to tag someone in a post or a reel, if you have a look on the screen here, shows you where you're tagging people. Need to point out that one, don't I? And then this one, it says invite collaborators. So you can click tag and then you can invite collaborators. If they accept that collaboration, that reel goes straight onto their feed. That way it makes it so much easier for you to follow up when anyone is liking or commenting on the post, because it's opening it up to their whole page. Okay, so this is how we follow up and offer in for a wellness evaluation. So again, take your photo. The yellow box is the text. So basically it's a guinea pig message. Hi Rachel, how are you? This one was over Christmas. Have you had a nice Christmas? Inviting them in for a wellness evaluation, telling her there's no obligation to join. The girl booked in, she's still a club member now. She's actually on 35% discount. Woo! And again, another one, follow up with a wellness evaluation. You want to follow all the likes and comments. You want to message people, and you want to be assumptive, because if you don't ask the question, the answer will always be no. Okay, once it's booked in, you want to offer them a double appointment, and I believe our Charlie is going to tell you a little bit more about that when he's up next. And that's all from me, guys. Thank you for listening.
Do you know what I love about that? The honesty. It's like, you know, Sarah's not afraid of saying that when she hit a certain age, it didn't stop her. She just still learned it. So anybody of any age can learn anything, yeah? Don't let your age be a number, just do it anyway, yeah? Absolutely brilliant top tips. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, so the next person I'm going to bring up is our Charlie. So Charlie Paradise is Global Expansion Team. He's been with Herbalife for 5 years. Now, Charlie has had some very recent success, and that's a clue as to why he's up on this stage today, is because he's been now investing in this pathway, this model that we're using. So Charlie's done 10,000 personal volume for the last 3 consecutive months. He qualified level 4 for the first time in a very long time for this event. Yeah. And now he's just about to duplicate for the first time and open the second club in his organisation. Please welcome Charlie Paradise.
Hi guys, just before I start, I'd like to share my story like we all do in Herbalife. And around 5 years ago, I was really lost. I was living on my own. I was an engineer. And because of that, I used to eat sugary snacks, fast foods, drive up and down the motorway, 24-hour call out. And it led myself to being in the van on my own a lot, you know, thinking, and then going out on the weekends drinking. And it didn't really lead to a great place. In that time, I was looking for something always, a positive community. And fortunate enough, I came across Herbalife Nutrition, and then it all changed. So I was always into the gym, But what was happening was I was never fueling right, I was dehydrated, I was malnutritioned. And when I started to get on the products, I dropped body fat like crazy, my energy went through the roof, my confidence came back, and I met so many guys and girls that gave me confidence within myself that I started to build back the person that I was before I went through those struggles and challenges. From then on, because of those phenomenal results, we started to naturally just share with friends and family, be an ambassador, because I was so excited by everything that was going on at that time. And we started to help a few people. And it was natural, it was organic, and I was an ambassador. And as we started to get some success, I really started to see the passion that I could get by helping others. So it was no longer about my result. And I started to find myself best getting lost in the service of others. So I left engineering, became full-time Herbalife, and we had some great success. But what we didn't have was a pathway. What we didn't have was clarity. I was lost, I was building it off complete excitement, and I was looking for the answer. And I found the answer in this room. I had a breakthrough moment at the Nutrition Club Masterclass. I looked around at everyone, I saw the numbers, I saw the impact, I saw the duplication. So I left that building, we got a club, and we got to work. So as you can see, 10K for the last 3 months, really excited to be back in the 10K qualifications. Starting to duplicate, lots of supervisors coming through, really high numbers, and the income's there as well, so I'm really excited for the future. As you can see, the club's buzzing and full. We've hit those all-important numbers, and super exciting. Northwood Nutrition's opening next week, and we've got a brand new club within our network. So our goal is to open 10 profitable breakfast budget clubs over the next 10 years and develop leaders. And we do that by simply just bringing in 5 new members a week. We just keep it simple. So that's one for the notes, keep it super simple. So I want to share a story with you guys. We love our club members. So a story of one of our club members is the 10th visit review. It's a perfect time to breathe life into them with energy. We get the measuring tape out, we get the boards out, we recognize them, we get so excited for their day. It's like they're a Hollywood movie star within our club, and we really get excited about sharing that with their friends and family. But sometimes you have to prompt the right question. So towards the end of that review, I'm always looking on how I can get referrals. So this was actually just a couple of weeks back. So I said to Archana, hey Archana, has anyone noticed your results? Because you're going from strength to strength, you're buzzing, you're energized, someone must be noticing. She said, I was out for a meal in the week and my friend actually noticed. I said, great, why don't we send her a text? She said, okay. So we've got our phone out, and what I like to do is attach a picture to it so it looks friendly. So that 10th visit review we did that day, I put that picture with this message. So the message read, hey Artie, it's Charlie Paradise. I'm a good friend of Archana's. We've been working on our health results together. She asked if I could offer you a free body scan worth £50. Would you be open to popping down? So please get a picture of that one, guys, because it gives me huge success. You can tailor make it a little bit for yourself, but try not to change the bulk of that message. So she replied, she was in, so she was going to pop down. So then it's about the invitation. So the invitation for me was the message in the bottom. Please take another one. One of the best opportunities to come down and see us is our sample parties. We have one of these Saturday at 11 a.m. We are running a free body scan and running a presentation. We have a couple of spaces available. Would you like to come along? You're going to hear about the sample party from Kirsha in a minute, and she's going to raise the roof. I've been taking notes myself. So both of those messages, 2 simple messages, step 1, step 2. And what that led to was the reply. So on the way there, I always drop the double appointment message we just heard from Sarah. I think I learned this from Debbie Ashcroft, and it completely changed the game with my business. Every single time I send a message for the invite, I ask if it's going to be a double appointment. And most of the time, we get a friend or family coming with them because of nerves. So for me, it was all about the double appointment message that I send in the yellow box, and it goes a little bit like this. That's great. I look forward to seeing you on Saturday. This is actually a double appointment. Would you be able to bring a friend or family member? Let me know. Sorry, one second. Let me know let me know who you'd like to bring. Both vouchers are free and worth £50. Please let me know if anything changes. Kind regards, Charlie. Then she said in the bottom, I'm going to ask around. So what happened is she came to the sample party, she brought a friend, and for us, that unlocks all the benefits of the referral-based heart system. If you've never heard of this or you're still learning it, take a look in the corner. You're going to see the most incredible referral reward scheme that can help you to grow your business. So we know if we bring in 2 hearts, that's 2 friends or family, you'll get a 25% discounted account for that member. And what does that do? That starts to unlock the first part of the pathway and take them through to 50%. If we can help them to get another heart, just blow some more belief into them, they're going to get 10 breakfasts for free. For free. Come on, guys. Free breakfast. I need some of those. And then 2 more hearts, and we can get them 30 breakfasts for free. So it's how can I help my members to unlock 2 hearts, 3 hearts, and 5 hearts. And as you can see by that scenario, Archana brought in Arti, who brought in Jaina, which unlocked her 3rd heart and got her free breakfast. And it also gave Arti her first heart towards her, getting her account too. So they all came in Monday. We got the videos. We put the hearts on the wall together. And that last club member to come in out of those was like, how do I get mine? I showed her the same message, and we're working on that now. So we have a simple, easy blueprint to take people from invitation to supervisor by using the referral-based process. So I hope you got some great tips there, guys. I'm going to hand it back to Zoe. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely incredible. And what I love about both examples so far is it is real life. This is real life examples of people that are in these businesses now and are getting discount and, already on their journeys. Thank you so much, Charlie. That was incredible. Okay, so last but not least, this incredible lady is just amazing without even knowing it. So Kersha Kendrick is well team. She's been in Herbalife for only 1 year, okay? Give her loads of love today because it's her first time sharing on stage, but she's absolutely incredible. So Kersha has done over 10,000 personal volume. Get this, since she opened her club. She's never been below 10,000 personal volume. She qualified for level 4 for this event for the first time ever. Yeah, that's a sign as well. And she opened her club with 52 club members and 2 trainee coaches. Please welcome Kersha Kendrick.
Hi everyone, yes, so I'm Kersha. I've been with Herbalife now for 1 year. I just originally started on my own journey to lose weight and gain some energy. Before Herbalife, I had a really unhealthy relationship with food. I had no energy, no confidence, and now I know I was out training a really bad diet. I have a really healthy relationship with food. I'm full of energy, more confident, hence why I'm on this stage today. And I'm training with the best nutrition possible. So I'm just going to go through a little bit about my journey. I started club in Meg 2022, just as a club member. I actually started as one of my friends' referrals, just off posting Instagram pictures. She looked more and more insane each time I seen her, and just reached out and booked in for a wellness evaluation at Wavertree Nutrition. And then in June, not long after, my coach approached me and just said, Kirsch, I think you'd be an amazing coach. Shall we have the talk? You're naturally helping in club and you're talking to people all the time. So that's what I've done. In June, I become a trainee coach. And then I went to my first masterclass in November, in my first event, and that was when my eyes got opened. I was literally just, I couldn't believe what I was hearing and seeing. And I thought, I want to do this. I want to do it full time. If these can all do it, why can't I? I was sitting in a dead-end job. I'd been there for 16 years and I was earning £600 a month. I've got 2 little girls and I thought, I want more, I've got to do it for them. So I come back from the event, I spoke to my coach and I said, I'm quitting and I'm leaving my job and I want to do this. So we done it and we put a plan in place, and in January I become junior partner and went full time. Best decision I've ever made. Then we done our 6-week pre-launch and I just got to work. I just followed the pathway, and you know what? It worked, because I opened my club then in March to Vauxhall Nutrition with 52 members and 2 trainee coaches. So I've just been asked to share my stats today just to show you how my club's been growing since it opened. And this is just purely by getting 5 new customers a week and focusing on that. And the profit just from going from £600 a month, that's just like, wow, it's life-changing. And I've got 1 junior partner pending in the room right now, wherever she is. But all my coaches are absolutely amazing as well. So this is how my club's looking at the moment. And this is just purely from the power of filling the funnel with 5 new customers a week and moving them along the pathway. This is my coach, my upline, Stacey. Thank you so much, you're just absolutely amazing, and I wouldn't be here now if it weren't for you. These are my 2 coaches who've come with me from Wavertree. They've been with me from day one, and they're just absolutely amazing, and they're growing insanely as well. And Natalie's my sideline, I just couldn't have done it without you. So this is my vision, to open 10 profitable breakfast budget clubs over the next 10 years and develop more and more leaders. Today I've been asked to share about sample parties. Now, what is a sample party? So this is a chance for people to come and try some of our products in a relaxed environment. We go through our wellness presentation and we share and talk about results. If you've got your coaches in the room, get them to talk about their results as well, and also members. It gives people the opportunity to feel relaxed and to come and see your club before they actually join. They get to feel the vibe, meet all the team, and you know what? They work, they're absolutely amazing. So I run 2 different types of sample parties, 2 a month to do. And one of them is for frontline. So as Zoe was talking about earlier, 5 new members a week, 2 frontline, 3 by referrals. This is how I found the balance of generating my wellnesses, by doing 2 different sample parties. So firstly, just create a post like what Sarah was talking about before. Social media, use it for everything. Instantly on that very first post, when you've set your date and time for your sample party, create FOMO, fear of missing out. So instantly I put only a few spaces left at this sample party. Get booked in, only a few seats left, and keep posting daily. Ask them to direct message you to secure your place and take the name and number. And then 2 days before the sample party is, just give them a little message to confirm the place. And I always put on the end of the message, a few places have come available. Have you got anyone who you want to bring with you? That always works as well. And then just keep posting daily on social media and posting local networking groups as well. And then one of my other sample parties I do is purely for referrals. So just as Charlie was talking about earlier, the heart scheme referral. People are on picture you being in a 10th visit review with your member. They're feeling absolutely unreal. They've got the most insane results. And you just create a conversation by saying, how are you enjoying club? How is club benefiting you? At this point, they're like, oh, well, love it. It's the best thing I've ever done. I wouldn't have stuck to it if it weren't for club. And then you say, let's get you some discount on your products. Everyone loves discounts. So say discount a few times as well. And then you just say, I'm going to show you how. Don't forget that you can collect hearts to save money on your products by helping people look like you and get results like you. I'm going to give you 2 of these vouchers. So these little vouchers, these are really good to get made. And just give your member 2 vouchers. Ask them to bring them back with 2 names and numbers on who we can invite to the sample party. Once you have the names and numbers, I send them a little message. Just have the confidence to follow up with the message and say, Joanne, for instance, has given me your name and number. You're interested in coming to the sample party. I just want to confirm the place so that your seat's saved. And you know what? What if they don't come? It's not the end of the world, is it? But you've got the name and number. So just have the confidence to drop them a little message all the time. And this is one I always use if you want to take a picture. So I just say, hey love, hope you are well. So sorry you couldn't make our sample party yesterday. It was amazing, you would have loved it. But just thought I'd give you a little message because I have a few spaces available this week in my diary for a free wellness evaluation if you would like to come. Let me know and I can try and work around you. See you soon, love, Kirsch. You know what? This message is powerful because around 3 out of 5 people will always get back to you and say, sorry I missed it, but yeah, definitely book me in. And I've got a little successful story off one of these messages. I sent it to a girl called Lewis. She couldn't make it to the sample party and she booked in that week for a wellness evaluation. And you know what? She got the most insane results. She was loving club and she was just on a high and naturally got 5 referrals into club. So I spoke to her about becoming a trainee coach and she's a trainee coach now. And just by having the confidence to send that message, I think I found one of my diamonds in my club. So yeah, I'm just going to hand you back over to Zoe, but definitely all go home and get sample parties booked in your diary. Thank you, Zoe.
I just love the real life examples. And will the real Lois please stand up? Where is she? There she is. Lois is in the room. So it's a real life example of a person who's been sent that message and they're a trainee coach and they're in the room today. How insane is that? So This is our top tips, okay? So I'm not going to read through them all. Take a photo if you want to. But just get inviting in your diary, guys, because honestly, if you don't invite or find your flow with inviting, find your way, yeah? Everybody will have a go-to way of inviting, but you've got to find it. But don't shy away from the other types as well, but find your flow, practice it. And if you don't have inviting in your diary, you basically haven't got a business and you're not going to be able to move people through the pathway. But do you want to know how we've all done so well and got the kind of numbers that we've shown you today? It is literally this. Take a photo of this. We invite to a free wellness evaluation. And then we move people through the pathway by filling the funnel with 5 new customers a week and moving them through the pathway to supervisor. And that's why these 3 incredible people are sharing the stage with me today. Thank you so much. You've been amazing. Thank you to my incredible panelists. You were just insane, honestly, mind-blowing.
The free wellness evaluation that we do in our breakfast clubs. And I'm dead excited about this because when we first started looking at nutrition breakfast clubs, I always remember feeling quite overwhelmed, yeah? Because when we were looking at the Irish guys, I mean, they look so professional. And when me and Dan rocked up with Grace and Katie and we sat in our nutrition club, we had no idea what we were doing. Like, we really didn't. And we were committed to learn and to do the basics over and over. But what really helped me to sort of chunk it down into little things that I could focus on and achieve was really focusing on practicing the wellness evaluation. That was where we needed to start. And you heard before Grace talking about, you know, doing the invitation, inviting, and Sam. Didn't he do a great section, by the way? Give the girls a round of applause. So hearing them talking about the power of inviting and why it's important, you know, filling the funnel with new people all the time and creating that awareness in your local community to then bringing people in and doing the appointment for the free wellness evaluation. And in this section, I'm going to cover just some key things that I feel has helped us with our organisation over the last 3 years. Now, what I will say to you is, the wellness evaluation, we actually did some recording in some of our clubs over the last few weeks. Massive thank you to the corporate team who helped us to do that. But you can download these videos and go and watch them next week. So today I can't take you through a full evaluation, but I'm going to try and pick out some key things that I really feel made the difference for us to move people through the pathway. So is that okay with everyone? Yeah? Okay, great stuff. So as you've seen, this is your pathway. We move people along, we go out and invite, we do warm market and cold market. And then what I want you to focus on and write this down is after this event, you need to practice a minimum of 10 practice wellness evaluations, okay? And what we say to people in our group is, if you are a brand new trainee and you're looking to get started, this is the first place you start. It's about mastering the basics and doing it over and over. And if you are a coach who's been with us a little bit longer, guess what? If you want to move, you practice it over and over. So it's really about becoming, you know, as comfortable as you can in learning the skills to deliver this free wellness evaluation. So when you are working with people in your community, you can be more relaxed with it. You can connect with people because there's nothing worse than sitting in a wellness evaluation and your head's fell off and you're thinking, oh my goodness, what do I say? What do I do? They're going to think it's too expensive. They're going to think I'm going to try and get them to buy something. So you really just want to get to that place where you practice this over and over. So are we okay with that? Yeah? Okay, great stuff. Now, we do have checklists for every part of the pathway. So what we say to our new trainees when they are first learning it, and even, you know, me and Dan have got wellness evaluations booked in on Monday morning. I will always still, and Dan, use the wellness evaluation checklist on a clipboard because it helps us work smart, be time efficient, and it also enables you not to miss any important things out. So this checklist, again, you'll be able to download from the Herbalife website, but get into the habit of using checklists because, again, if you use the checklist, it's really easy to duplicate and train your team up. Is everyone with me on that? Okay. Now, here's some top tips. You want to map out in your diary around about 45 minutes for the appointment. But can I tell you a secret? My first few took me 2 hours, honestly. And I remember booking them in back to back. And Grace and Gav said to me when we first opened, you know, how many people have you got booked in? And I said, I've got 4 people booked in, all back to back. And by the time they came back to club, I was sitting on the floor with all these papers around me. My head had fell off. And these wellness evaluations, it took hours. Now, the reason I tell you that is you have to go into this and give yourself some slack. Are you going to master this straight away? No. Is that okay? Of course it is, because all that person really wants to know is that you care. They don't know what you're about to do. So again, you have to go into it and explore and learn. So are we all okay with that? Okay, great stuff. Now, when people come in for a free wellness evaluation, there's 2 key things that we focus on in club. Number 1, write this down because you need to learn it. We are results driven, okay? Number 2, we help people to change their daily habits in club. That's what we do as trainee coaches in club. Everyone okay with that? Now, there's 3 groups of people that we help in Nutrition Club. We help people with weight loss and shape change. We help people with wellness, energy, that is a massive one now. But we also help people who are fit and active. But if I'm honest, the biggest market does tend to be around the weight loss or shape change. But we do help all 3, okay? Now, when you're doing your wellness evaluation, I'm going to try and keep this simple. I want you to look at it as in 3 separate sections. The first part of your wellness evaluation when someone comes in, and Nick taught on this morning, is really connecting with people to find out what it is that they want and why they've come to see you and why do they want that result. And you know, Nick has always taught us, even before nutrition clubs, it's about really connecting with people through the bridge model. So again, wasn't that an amazing training this morning that Nick took us through? So thank you, Nick. Now, when we are doing the bridge model, it's a conversation, but we do ask people when they come in, first of all, to fill out a questionnaire to tell us a little bit about their nutrition and lifestyle. And again, I'm not going to go through that today because you can download it off the site. But I want you to write this down. This is one of the things that really helped us in qualifying people. So once you've gone through what someone's goals are, why it is that they want it, what their challenges have been, you then need to always recap back to them what it is that they've said. Because you've got to make sure that you're clear and you're both on the same page. And then once you've done that, and this was the game changer for us, it's about asking them on a scale of 1 to 10, how ready are they to start making these daily changes? Are they a 1? Not really ready. Are they a 5? So-so, sit on the fence, Adam. Or are they an 8, 9, or 10? They're ready for change. And you're looking for people who are 8 and above, because in Nutrition Club, we're not here to convince. You do not need to have a club member for the sake of it. You've got to bring people in who are ready for change. Does everyone get that? Yeah? Now, if you get someone, for example, who says, well, do you know what, Claire? I'm probably a 7. Okay, you don't say, well, I'm really sorry, I can't take you into club. Do you know what I mean? We don't do that. But we'd say something like, well, okay, if you're a 7, Adam, how can we help you, or what's stopping you from becoming an 8? And then you wait to hear what they say, because it could be, you know, they're worried about they don't have the time, or they can't afford it, or, you know, they're not quite sure if it's for them. So our job is to try and move them to the 8. And I would say whatever he comes up with, well, if I can help you with that, would that then move you to an 8 or above? And you smile and nod like this. Yeah? And you don't blink. Yeah? And most of the time, people move to an 8. Now, here's the thing. You will have a lot of people come into your club through cold market. You know, you heard the girls talking about being out in your communities and letting everyone know that we exist and connect. But in nutrition clubs, when you work the referrals, and it's all about building relationships with your club members and using the heart scheme, which I'm going to touch on, a lot of people who start to come through the door are referrals. So most people, I would say 80% of our new people who come into clubs, they're through recommendation, and they're through Rita, who has got a great result, you know, she's seen a mate on social media, getting some recognition. So you've got to remember that this is why referrals are powerful, okay? They're so powerful. Are you all still with me? Yeah. I think the lift off is like starting to kick in, Caroline. Okay, now that's your conversation, okay? The middle part, the second part of your wellness evaluation, is actually putting people on the Tanitas, okay? And going through the slides and the wellness evaluation with them. Now, I'm just going to give you some tips. You're not a nutritionalist. You're not a scientist. You're not a boffin. Well, Anne-Marie Duffy is, but I'm not a boffin, yeah? And your job is not to make their head fall off with science, okay? That slideshow is keeping it very simple of, this is what you are on a chart, this is where we need you to get to. This is what's good, this is maybe what we need to improve on. This is where you come out on this, and through club, we're gonna help you get to here. So the less you say, the better. So when you're doing this, if you find yourself like me, 2 hours later and you're still going through hydration levels and metabolic age, and we've got a problem. Okay, so just remember that, keep it simple. Now, the main thing I'm going to cover today is the 11 steps, okay? And when I seen the Irish girls doing this, I felt like running around the club after them, because I was listening to the language, and I don't know if people are starting to feel this and see it and hear it from this weekend. The language is so important in club. It's what makes you become infected. And when I was hearing how they were explaining the 11 steps, I thought, right, I need to learn this through repetition and practice. I mightn't get it straight away, but the more practice wellness evaluations that I do, the more comfortable I'm going to get with what to say at each step. So let's recap. Part 1 to your wellness evaluation is going through their goals. It's about them connecting, like Nick spoke about. The second part is putting them on the scales, and very simple, this is where you are, this is where you need to be. And you have to do the finger action. If there's no fingering going on, yeah, but if there's none of this going on, you're talking too much. Okay, we'll move on. And then when you got to the end of the wellness evaluation slides, you then say to them, okay, Rita, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give you a tour around club, and I'm going to show you what you're going to be doing each time you come in. Did we all get that? Okay, now, if you didn't, you can watch some videos that we've done on this. But what we're going to do now, embrace yourselves, and you know, corporate was saying you need to show this video. And I was thinking, wow, 8 minutes of me talking on video, this is going to be a bit cringy. However, we're going to show you this video, and you're going to watch me do an 11-step tour in our club. Now, what I want you to listen for is the language that I use. You're going to hear me talk about when they first start in club, a 2-week induction period. So listen for that. You're going to hear me talk about the different type of club memberships that we have. Listen how I ask them about that. And also listen to how I ask the referrals. So I just want you to sit back and listen, because you can watch this. Okay, so corporate, are we ready? Roll the VT. So guys, you seen me earlier actually taking Debbie through a wellness evaluation. We went through her goals, we then also did a Tanita readings and went through the wellness evaluation slides. And this part now, I'm going to take you through the 11 steps, showing Debbie what she's going to do each time that she visits the club. This is part of our wellness evaluation also. So are we ready, Deb?
Ready.
Okay, so first thing is, Deb, is our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. until 11 a.m. and Saturday we are open 8 till 11. Now in your first 2 weeks of coming to club, you're going to need to come a minimum of 4 times a week. Number one, it's about helping you get results fast. And number two, we've got to get you into good daily habits and you're going to need daily support for that. So is 4 times a week okay for you?
It's fine.
Brilliant. Now, the next thing is when you come in, you will follow 11 steps. It's self-service. The first few times that you come, we will guide you. But once you've done it once or twice, you're going to be fine. Is that okay? So, step number one is you always sign in. So if you'd like to sign in for me. Well done. Okay, now step number two, Deb, is you're actually going to have your own personal folder with your tracker in that we used earlier today. And inside this folder, it'll have your tracker, but it will also as well have your membership card. So, with your membership card, Deb, you will sign off your visit with the date each time that you come in. Now, you've got 2 different options on your memberships. You can either do 10 visits for £50 or 30 visits for £135, which is 2 visits free. Which would you prefer to start?
The 10, I think.
Yeah?
I'll go with the 10.
Okay, brilliant. Now, the other thing that I need to tell you is we also have a heart scheme. So we reward our club members for recommending us. Now, the thing is when you start, Deb, you're actually going to get 5 vouchers to be able to nominate 5 family and friends for a free wellness evaluation just like you've had. So who would be the 5 people you'd like to recommend? Number 1.
Nikki Ashcroft.
And who's that, Deb?
Her husband.
Fantastic. Number 2.
Carol Berg.
And who's that?
Mum.
Well done. Number 3.
Louise Berg.
Well done.
Sister-in-law.
Okay, and number 4.
Amy Newton.
Okay, and then one more, maybe like friends or relatives, someone you worked with.
Can come back to you with that one?
Yeah, of course you can. If it's okay with you, Deb, what we're going to do is get you started first. Once we get you started in club, then I'll come back to you over these and I'll start contacting them. And I'll also give you some vouchers to pass on. Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
Brilliant. So, come with me. So we've already done step 1, 2 and 3. Now step 4, Deb, is this is where you're going to come daily and you're actually going to weigh yourself. Now the thing is, Deb, it's not about getting obsessed on the scales. However, what we do know is if you're going to get weighed daily in front of us, you will think about what you put in your mouth the night before. So are you okay with that? But we do look at body shape change as well. Now the next thing is your name will actually go up on our leaderboard. And on our leaderboard, every day when you come in, Deb, you will update an accumulative of what you've lost. So it's green when you lose, and it's red when you gain, and no one likes the red. Are you okay with that? Okay, fantastic. Now, you're going to get 2 types of coaching in club. So coaching number 1 is you're going to get one-to-one, and I'm your personal coach. So I'm going to be your biggest cheerleader, Deb. I'm right beside you every step of the way. Now, the second type of coaching that you're going to get is what we call tough love. So when you are coming to club daily, we're going to ask you to fill out a food diary. You'll bring it with you each visit, and that really enables us to support you and look at what you're eating, when you're eating. Now, if you do start to forget your food diary, say regular, or your results are going in the wrong direction, just be prepared that the coaches will be very direct with you. So are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. So follow me. Next step is this is where we come to number 6, and this is our aloe station. Now, with your membership, Deb, you're actually going to be given your own Herbalife shaker. If you can bring that with you each visit to put your breakfast in, is that okay with you? Fantastic. Now, you must do it in this order. So when you come up to step 6, the aloe will already be served out in shot glasses. You pop the aloe into your shaker and you fill your shaker to the top with water because it's important we hydrate. Not halfway, we fill the shaker to the top. All good with that. Now, once you've got your step 6, your aloe, you then take a seat down onto the tables, and this is step 7. And this is where you'll drink your aloe, and we'll have a little chat with you about your food diary and talk about your habits, what you've been eating and how your results are going. So all good with that, okay? Now, once you've done that, step 8 is this is where you come and you do your thermo tea. Now, your thermo tea comes after the aloe. So you bring your shaker up, you put the powder in, yeah? Fill your shaker to the top with hot water. You can add a little bit of cold if you want to, but you must fill it to the top. Again, we want to get you hydrated. Okay. So are you okay with that? Brilliant. Now, once you've done your thermo tea, the next thing is step number 9 is where you have your smoothie. Now, it's self-service, Deb, so our smoothies are already pre-made, in jugs, in the fridge. You help yourself, and after this, I'll take you in and show you where to fill your shake up to. All good with that? Yeah. Now, we also as well do 2 different flavours every single day. Now, step number 10 is where you get your takeaway products. So your products for home use, you're going to need products, say, at lunchtime, on the odd day that you don't come in. And in your first 2-week induction period, you must attend 4 to 5 visits before we enable you to buy tubs at home. Up until that point, we ask you to use sachets. And the reason we ask you to use sachets, Deb, is you need to show us that you're serious. You're serious about coming to club. Once you're coming regular and your results are moving, I am happy to upgrade you onto tubs, but you have to show us that the plan's for you. Are you okay with that? So once we've done step 10, which is your takeaway products, come with me. Final step, this is step 11, and we call it checkout. So once you're finished in club, you just literally get your folder with your tracker in, pop it in the box, and we refile it ready for the next day. How does that sound? Yeah. And one thing to remember, Deb, is your first few goes, we'll take you around and guide you. Once you've done this 2 to 3 times, you'll go around, serve yourself, and we'll help you at the tables with your food diary. Okay. Are you looking forward to starting? Yeah, I'm looking forward to. Great stuff? Yeah. So guys, as you can see, that was our 11 steps. First few goes, you might need to go round with your club members till they feel confident, but once they've done it themselves, then it's a self-service club, and we're here to work the floor and support that customer. Thanks everyone. Just a few things that I'm going to pull out. Okay, first thing is we are a self-service club, and why this is important is it enables us, if customers are serving themselves, we can spend time on the floor having the conversations to move people through the pathway. Does everyone get that? So we're having the conversations yet to support people to get results, but it's about making sure that we're present and working the conversations. Now, a few key things, okay, because people have already started to ask us questions, is what's included in a club membership that the club member buys, the customer buys. Well, it's about value. They get a daily weigh-in, they get their breakfast, aloe tea and smoothie, and they get that mini coaching section, which is a conversation. And that, for me, brings massive value to the marketplace of what we do. They get one-to-one coaching and they get the community support. Now, when someone purchases a club membership, what is important, and this was a real game changer for us in year 2, is making sure that you have expiry dates. Because if you don't, people won't come 3 to 4 times or 4 to 5 times a week. So, you know, for us, we do a 10-day membership. It's a 30-day expiry date. And if they're doing, say, 4 times a week, then there's no problem with the expiry date. Is everyone okay with that? If they purchase, say, a 30-day membership, they have 90 days to use it. But it's important that you're strong on that and that you check it. Remember, this is a business, and the more they come, the better the results they get. The better the results they get, the more they get clubbed. The more they get clubbed, the more they go out and they rave about us to family and friends. Now, one of the other things that I spoke about is when anyone starts, they enter a 2-week induction period. Because for some people, it's overwhelming to think beyond that further period. They might have told you that they want to lose maybe 1 stone, 2 stone, drop 10% body fat, but we've got to bring it down to just them first 2 weeks initially. And the reason we say you're going to start on a 2-week induction period is we say you're going to need to come 4 to 5 visits a week. Okay, we're not a weekly club. We are a daily club, and you've got to be really, really strong on that, especially when you start opening your clubs and working with people. And then the last thing is you explain to people they need to come 4 to 5 times a week in their first 2 weeks because we're results driven, and we're going to help them to change the daily habits. And in order for them to do that, they need daily support. So all they have to think about is getting to the next 24 hours, mini steps and support every step of the way. Are you all with me on that? Yeah? Now, the other thing is that I asked about who would they like to nominate. And for me, I just love this because there's nothing better than seeing your club members bringing people with them. Because what we do know is when people do it with friends and family, they get much better support and it becomes fun. So when you're doing your 11 steps, you've got to make sure that you do ask them and say, you know what, fantastic, now that you're getting started, who would you like to nominate for a free wellness evaluation? You can nominate 5 people. And I said, who's first? Yeah? And most people, what you might find is you might skip over that at first, but you've got to relax, okay? And then who else? Who else? Who else? And just relax with it. But what we do know is the people who bring friends in with them, they get much better results, and then they start to access the heart scheme. So let's just recap what the heart scheme is. So in club, we reward people with a heart for recommending someone to club who joins club. It's not just for recommending, that person has to buy a membership. Is everyone clear on that, yeah? Now, if someone recommends 2 hearts, they collect 2 hearts, they get access to become a Herbalife member once they've watched our ambassador call, and they can start getting 25% discount. If they collect 3 hearts for recommending 3 people, they get the next 10 visits free. And most of our club members, guess what? They only buy 1 membership because they're loving it so much, they're raving about it, they're sharing it on social media, their hearts start to rack up. They then also, if you get 5, okay, they can get 30 visits free. But this is important. If someone gets 3 hearts, we say to them, you can either bank them in and get your free visits, or do you want to hold them? Let's get another 2. So let's get the 5 free hearts, yeah? And you can then get the 30 free visits. Which one would you prefer, Fiona? And most people, they want the 30 free visits, don't they? So guess what they do? They go out and they go and find another 2 hearts. And you're going to hear this over and over, you know, over the next day and a half. So let's recap that. And again, remember, you're going to need to practice this over and over. So don't put yourself under pressure. Enjoy it. But here's just some pointers to finish. You want to give yourself 2 hours. No, I'm only joking, 45 minutes. But I would honestly, if I'm being honest, give yourself an hour to start with. Don't put yourself under pressure. The wellness evaluation is 3 parts: goals, presentation, and 11 steps. You want to make sure that at the beginning, you qualify people. How serious are they about making some changes on a scale of 1 to 10? In club, we only bring people in who are 8 and above. And if you've really, really tried and you can't get them to an 8, we've got no qualms in saying to people, Andy, I maybe don't think club's for you. And we're strong on that. You know, in 3 years, I've only ever had to say that to 2 people. 1 person didn't come back. The second person, you know, left and didn't join, but she recommended 2 people to me. And why do you think she did? Because I was honest and I built a relationship with her. We had a great time. She just didn't join. Club wasn't for her. And then the last thing is always make sure that when someone starts in club with you, you explain they're going to start on a 2-week induction period and they're going to need to come 4 to 5 times a week. Remember, we're results driven. And then the last thing is get comfortable and confident with asking them who would they like to nominate. And if they don't give you names there and then, once you've got them started, revisit it. So sometimes people ask for referrals and they ask once and then they think the job's done. For us, it's a culture in our club. We're asking all the time, Fiona, have you nominated anyone yet? Fiona, how many hearts are you up to? We give recognition for it. And it breeds this culture of people just want to bring the mates. They just want to bring the mates. So guys, thank you for your time. Hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you so much for that gorgeous welcome, someone that's become a friend, so it's lovely that you can welcome me up on the stage. So I am Zoe Morris, I am Global Expansion Team, and I've been with Herbalife for 2.5 years. So my section today is follow-up and results. It's a really important part of the pathway, and it's one of my favourite parts actually. But before I go into my section, I'm just going to share my story. So I met my upline mentors on the beach. So I didn't see any posts on social media. I was actually sat on the beach, probably in the worst shape of my life, mentally, physically, emotionally. I was pretty much broken, and I was in desperate need of inspiration. And this little puppy came over to play with my dog, and the couple that came over to get that puppy back were Sarah and John Paul. And that meeting changed my life. So they had branded gear on, so they were wearing the brand, and that started a conversation. That conversation, they saw something in me that they recognized I was a people person, and they planted a seed about nutrition clubs, the fact that they existed, and the seed was planted. So first of all, I got on my own journey. I had an incredible product result very quickly, and I started to share that on social media. So initially I was online, and people just started watching because I was sharing all the time, constantly, my product result, how good I was feeling, how much my life was improving, and people started asking me what I was doing. So from there, I just sort of naturally went into coaching, and that was online. But then a month into my journey, I went to go to Grassendale Nutrition for a wellness evaluation to just go and check it out and see what this nutrition club was all about. I walked into that appointment that day with a bit of apprehension, but what met me when I walked in was this wall of like positivity. People were coming over and hugging me that I didn't even know. I felt like I was in a room of mates that I'd known for years, and it was just the most positive, uplifting place that I'd ever been into. I felt like I'd almost come home. It was amazing. So I was completely clubbed straight away. What I did then was I basically carried on going to Grassendale as a member, but then went on to become a trainee coach there, but I didn't build my business in Grassendale. So my home is 45 minutes journey from Grassendale. It's through the Mersey Tunnel under a river, and I built my business online, and I learned the skills in Grassendale. So I did that work experience in Grassendale for 10 months, and I built my business online so that when I got my club, which I did in July 2022, I got the keys to what is now Wirral Nutrition. I opened in profit because I moved my business from online into my club. So I completed my 6-week pre-launch, and I went to work and opened my club for breakfast visits. Now, at first, I was very much the Zoe show. So I could build a front line. So I had this huge front line, but not a lot going on underneath it. So I really needed to connect with the pathway. So a few months into club being open, when I got used to, the day-to-day run-ins, I really connected with the pathway, and I listened to all the golden nuggets of information that I'd heard at these events. I heard people like Grace doing role plays on how to move people through the pathway, and I connected with it. And it was then that duplication happened, and I started to move people through to supervisor. So I can now duplicate. Sorry, my clicker's not working. It's not working. There we go. So the power of following the pathway. So I now have 2 other clubs in my organisation. So I have Wirral Nutrition, I have CBC Nutrition, and Cloud9. I am incredibly proud of my team, and I've got loads of team in the room today, and it just means the world to me to have them here. After so long of it being just the Zoe show, to have those people in the room means the world. And we just have the best time. Like, we have fun every morning. So this is what my business looks like. As Lou said, you know, I do consistently hit 20K. That's just for doing something I love, and it's for the power of 5 new customers a week. That's all I've done since the day one, and just followed this incredible pathway. My Herbalife income has allowed me to do the most incredible things that I never really imagined before. My background, by the way, was in retail optics. I actually owned an optician's, but I never ever earned the kind of money that I earn now. This is what my club looks like. We're actively looking for our next premises for our junior partner, who's Sarah, who's in the room, and there is another junior partner soon to be activated also in the room as well. So I just live my best life. Like, I literally love my life. It is, I have every day I work with purpose. I've made the most incredible friends. There's no way I can thank everybody personally, because we've got a party to get ready for. But I'm forever grateful to every single person that's made a difference to my journey. So my why is my sister. So any of my other slides, guys, I don't mind you taking photos, but please don't share this one on social media, because my sister wants to keep her private. But my sister's lived in New Zealand for the last 7.5 years. That's been really hard, because during those 7.5 years, that was actually the hardest time of my life. I've been through the toughest times. And my why has been to try and be so that I can live nearby with my sister again. On Monday, I'm flying to New Zealand to bring my sister home. And the reason that's so life-changing is not only did I just pay for the flight like that with, you know, very little, you know, didn't bother me income-wise, but also for my family. My mum and dad are elderly. My dad's got dementia. This was never going to happen by them going over to New Zealand. So this was the only way. And I've been able to afford to pay for my sister's rent for the first 6 months of her coming back to the UK with my Herbalife income. So my sections follow-up results, as I said, one of my favourite parts of the pathway, and this is the part that is directly after you have put somebody on their Herbalife plan. So when we sign somebody up as a new member, you might think you've done all that work inviting, like Debbie spoke about earlier, you've done the wellness evaluation that Grace has told us all about. You may think, yes, that's it, I've got this customer now, but you've got to keep them. And this is our first opportunity to make sure that we're going to retain that customer, that member. So we have a 2-week induction. Why do we do this? So the power of the 2-week induction is absolutely key. So in their first 2 weeks, before they have their first 2-week evaluation, we need to make sure that they are coming into club consistently, regularly, being around the fire, getting lots of information and sharing with the community, because every single time they're in that room, they're going to hear people sharing ideas, people sharing their results, seeing other people get recognised for their results. And we're creating those healthy habits, those good habits that are going to give people not just a result, but a sustainable result. We need to change their habits forever, because in some cases we're unpicking decades worth of bad habits here. You can't do that by seeing people once or twice a week. So they get daily coaching and support. They are accountable every single time they're in. We get the results moving fast so that they can start referring. So we've spoken so much already on this pathway about how important the referrals are to grow your business. So the faster we get the results, the quicker we're going to find those referrals as well. We're going to gradually educate and shift their mindset. They're going to get recognition, because don't forget, like that feeling that I got when I walked into Grassendale, people have probably never had that level of positivity in their lives, possibly ever. So when we can make them feel good on a daily basis, they're going to remember that, and it's going to keep them in as a club member. And it's all about, so few people have said the word clubbed. So for anyone who doesn't know what that means, it doesn't mean we're going to like hit people with a club. It means that feeling. So I said before, when I walked into Grassendale, it was that feeling I felt in my heart of what a nutrition club can bring to somebody. That is what clubs means. It's that emotion and that feeling that you get when you connect with it. So, on their daily visit, during this follow-up and results period, they weigh daily. So why do we do daily weigh-ins? Number one is accountability. So we need to keep them accountable, and we need to do that on a regular basis. Because remember, a lot of our members especially in the UK, I'm not sure about what other countries are like, but in the UK, we see a lot of our members, the only thing they've really known is weekly weigh-in diet clubs. And we are not one of those, so we need to keep them more accountable than that. We're going to educate them about their daily weight fluctuations, because the human body is not supposed to lose weight like that. It's supposed to do this, yeah, and have fluctuations in it. And we need to make sure that we manage their expectations of that. And we need to shift their mindset from that diet mentality that they're more than likely in before they join us, and embed that sustainable habit change that's going to give them long-lasting results. And those results are going to lead to the referrals. So we are not a weekly weigh-in diet club. What does their daily visit include? So Grace touched on this a little bit earlier, but I'm just going to go into a little bit more detail. So we have that amazing welcome. You know, when they walk into the room, that is so powerful, that feeling that they get when they see that this is a positive place with happy, positive people who are all energetic and, you know, really, really welcoming. They get that daily weigh-in that we've just spoken about. They get their breakfast. Like, where else are they going to get an aloe, tea, and a smoothie? And on average, these breakfast visits cost around about £5 a day, on average. Like, all of that already is amazing, isn't it, for that amount of that value? They get a mini coaching session on food diaries and meal ideas and snack lists. And I'm going to bring somebody on shortly who's going to talk to you more about food diaries. Guidance on how to use the products at home, which is really important. So we're not just giving them the products for home use, we're actually showing them in person how to use them. They get that daily recognition, making them feel good. They also get their 10th visit reviews included in this price as well, so we're not charging them for our time when we do a review with them. And they get that incredible community support and the opportunity to build relationships, but not just that, with like-minded people, because that's what they're not going to have anywhere else. It's that like-minded people. So when you bring this kind of value and results to the marketplace, you are never going to come up against value, against cost as an objection. Okay, so I am now going to bring on an incredible lady. I'm really excited to hear what she's going to say. She is a consistent 10,000 personal volume hitter, and she's been achieving that every single month since May 2023, so almost a year. You may recognize her from having walked the red carpet at Kickoff 2024 for top personal volume for non-tab team. And she is brand new active world team. Her name is Helen Harrington.
I have been 21 months with Herbalife. My background is I was in the NHS for 30 years and I worked as a nurse. So it is my absolute pleasure to come to you today to talk to you about food diaries and how in my club I've used food diaries to help my members get insane results and to help my business to grow. I'm going to share some top tips and golden nuggets that are going to help you. Firstly, I'd like to say a massive big thank you to my sponsor. She's not in the room today, but big thanks to her. But also to my mentors, Gav and Grace, who have believed in me, cheered me on, pushed me way out of my comfort zone, helped me every step of the way to get to this point, and I wouldn't be here without them. I also want to thank my amazing team, past and present and future. So before Herbalife, I was a yo-yo dieter all my life. I've snacked on crisps and chocolate. I was a coffee addict and I had no energy and I felt like an old lady at 55. Now I snack on nutritious snacks. I love my thermo tea. I have loads of energy. I've had a lift off in mine just before. and I feel in the best health of my adult life. So, oh, that's gone backwards. So my journey began as a club member in Hunts Cross Nutrition Club, where I joined desperate to lose weight. I very quickly got results. I was really skeptical, but I very, very quickly got results and absolutely loved clubs. As Zoe said, I was clubbed, but not over the head. Within about 4 days, my energy was up and I was really, really loving it. 2 weeks in, I had my review and I went on to our ambassador call because I went through the pathway. At that time, I thought, ooh, coaching, maybe I could do that. But at the time, I really, really needed to look after me, and I wasn't in a good place. So it wasn't for me then. At that point in time, I was working as a health protection specialist with a local authority. The job was a fixed-term contract, and it was going to come to an end. And I absolutely hated it. I wasn't making a difference to anybody's life at all. So, a couple of months down the line, I'm in club, you couldn't get me out of there, and Gav's like, are you not going to work? I was like, yeah. Anyway, conversation was had, and I ended up sitting down and having a conversation, and I activated as a trainee coach. And I thought, I'll give it a go. I can't let it overwhelm me, but let's give it a go. So I did, and I loved it. Guys, I was making a difference to people's lives straight away. Customers started to come. I started to grow quite organically. And then we went along to our first event, Winter Spec, where I was just blown away. I saw speaker after speaker going onto that stage, telling their stories, ordinary people like me. And I thought, God, could I do that? Maybe I could. And I actually cried most of the way home with my hubby. I took my husband with me. I've no idea why, but he was coming. And he's come to every single event, and I've never missed an event. And he's my biggest supporter. So, carried on, came home, sat down with Gavin Grace and made a plan. How was I going to go from a full-time job with a good income, even though it was going to end? How was I going to transition to full-time Herbalife? So Grace said to me, Helen, you're going to end up on a ledge. Feels a bit like this ledge. And you're going to end up jumping or taking a step back. A couple of weeks later, an email arrived. The fixed-term contract was not going to be extended because there was a bit of a promise of that. And the job was going. And I thought, I don't even want that job. I'm jumping. So I activated as junior partner and went full-time in January 23. It was a huge decision because we still are in debt. We have paid nearly £10,000 of credit cards off in about the last 6 months, which is just insane. We were in debt. That was a big income to give up. It was a huge decision of courage and vision, but without the mentorship program and the career ladder behind it, I wouldn't have been able to make that decision. But I knew I had that backup. I knew that I had that Herbalife family behind me and I could do it. So I became junior partner. And I then went on, built my club and picked it up and took it in July 23 and opened my club, Compass Nutrition, with 60 club members and 4 trainee coaches. And it is the absolute best place to spend 6 of my mornings a week, and I love it. So my why are my family, my husband, Dean, my soulmate, my absolute best friend, my 2 gorgeous kids who, like Carol, I adopted, or Dean and I adopted them when they were 3 and 4, and they come from a background of drug abuse and domestic violence, and we've been able to change their life. But what I want to do is leave something for them for the rest of their lives, a legacy for them to go on and live the best life that they can. I've been asked to share my volume and my profit, so there's my volume, 10k plus every month since May 23, and my income, and yeah, that is, I'm growing and I'm continuing growing and I'm going to go. So this is how Compass Nutrition looks currently, and that's what it looks like in the morning with the sunrise. I absolutely love it. And so now into the section. So why do we use a food diary? Okay, so I know when Grace said to me, you need to write everything you eat and drink down, I thought, wow, that's a bit boring. It's a bit of a chore. Did you think it was a bit of a chore?
I did, to be honest, yeah.
Yeah. So, but do you know what? Here's the thing. I've written a food diary for 12 months and got to target, so they absolutely work. Using a food diary is going to help our club members get into good daily habits. It's going to help them get into new routines. It's going to keep them accountable. And guys, it's going to get them results. If we nibble it, we scribble it. We all forget the corner of cheese that we cut off in the fridge, the extra scoop of mayo. I know my own habits best. But if you've got a food diary and your club members have got a food diary, you're going to think twice about what you put in your mouth. That means we're more likely to follow it, which guess what, guys? We're going to get those results. The results that we as wellness coaches promise our club members that they're going to get in that wellness evaluation. If we bite it, we're going to write it. So, this click is really stiff, isn't it? So, in breakfast budget clubs, we provide world-class customer service, yeah? We've heard that several times this weekend already. When we send our club members home with that physical piece of paper in their hand, no matter what happens to them during that day, they are going to know they've got value from that club visit. So we use a food diary to plan the club member's day. What's the day like for that club member? There's no point in planning an omelette if they're in work and they can't make it. So I always ask, first thing I say, what we're doing today, are we in work? Are we out and about? What's happening? So we're going to plan their meals, keeping it simple, using meal ideas and snack lists. If we snack it, we're going to track it. We're going to map out our club members' 4 to 5 weekly visits, okay? And it's really important that we do that. And I'm going to show you a little bit how we use the food diary, how to do that in a bit. Our food diary is going to allow us to steer the type of coaching that our club member needs. There are 2 types of coaching, TLC, tender loving care, or tough love coaching. Which one do we need? All of our club members need us to be their cheerleaders. They need us to hug them. They need us to recognise their changes and celebrate the successes. But sometimes we need to do the other type of coaching, the tough love coaching. So Zoe, you're out on the town tomorrow night. Well, you're out tonight. You're eating and you're drinking and you've just said to me, Helen, I'm not having a smoothie today. Yeah? So I'm going to say, Zoe, do you want those results that we spoke about in the wellness evaluation?
Yes, I do.
Fantastic. So do you know what we need to do? We're going to need to have our smoothie, we're going to need to have our snacks, and we're going to stay on plan through the day. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Guys, that is your tough love coaching. That is where we've got to be really strong and let our club members know what they need to be doing. So, have I done everything on there? So we can use our food diary exactly the same way, face-to-face or online. They are perfectly capable of using them for both. So I'm just going to grab my food diary now, and I'm going to do a bit of role play with Zoe. So Zoe. Okay. So Zoe, this is that food diary for the day, yeah? Mm-hmm. So how have we done today?
Yeah, all right, yeah. I think
Yeah.
I've had about 2.5 litres of water.
Okay. How much have we lost today?
700 grams.
That's amazing. Well done, you.
Thanks.
Okay. So, what are we doing today?
I'm going out this afternoon shopping.
Okay. So we've popped down here in a couple of eggs on our food diary this afternoon. Are they going to work while you're out shopping, peeling
No,
an
not
egg?
really. Can't peel an egg while you're shopping.
What about if we add a Herbalife snack on there? You've got a protein bar here. What about if we had a packet of our chips?
Yeah, I want something savoury, so I'll have the crisps.
Fab. Guys, here's a top tip. Use at least one Herbalife snack per day. Are there any volume points in an egg?
No.
Absolutely not. So that's a top tip. Fantastic, Zoe. So we're going to pop your chips on there. So we've got your protein in there, your protein target in there, yeah?
Yeah.
So we've smashed that, yeah? So protein, we want our protein target to be hit minimum. Why? Because protein keeps us full, builds muscle, drops your body fat, and shrinks you in. So your timings are on there.
Yeah.
Fantastic. We're going to eat every 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. So our timings are key, because what they're going to do is they're going to keep our blood sugars balanced, and they're going to keep our body firing up and using the calories that we give it. Water. You said you got 2.5 litres in yesterday. Your target's 3. Yeah? Oh, do you know what? So you're absolutely winning because you didn't drink any water before.
No.
But let's try for a little bit more today, yeah?
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write on here, focus on food, on water,
Yeah.
in the bottom of your diary today. Highlighting that, to focus on that at the bottom of the diary, just gives her that little push to try and get that bit more water in. It's going to really help her. So, when are we next in club, lovely?
I'll come tomorrow.
Great. Well, it's Saturday today, it's Sunday, we're closed tomorrow.
Oh.
You come on Monday. Hashtag never miss a Monday. What about Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wednesday.
And then when next?
Friday.
Friday. Fab. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that they're going to be accountable, getting into club, getting them 4 to 5 visits in, being accountable. So we've planned Zoe's club visits out for the rest of the week, and I highlight these at the top of the food diary so that they can see, she can see that, and then she knows she's coming into club. There's a section on the bottom of the diary that I always use, and we can use this to highlight how are you feeling. So if they've had, when they're first in club, if they're hungry, they can write that on, and then we can tackle that because we want to make sure that we're keeping people nice and full. I'm just going to get rid of this food diary for a sec. Right. Where am I? Let's go. So, additional benefits of your food diary. So, we can use our food diaries also to create an opportunity to talk about foods and different recipes in club. Some people might be a bit bored with their diaries and with the food they're eating, so we can use other club members. Mary, what do you like to have for your tea? What snacks do you like, Rita? And basically, we can create that massive community of support. That's what it's about in club. It's support, it enhances that community. And also, we can use old food diaries to go back to them when our weight loss might stall. I know that happened to me. I got my first few weeks' food diaries out, went back, followed the same thing, and my results rocketed again, so we can use them for that. Food diaries are also a really, really, really good tool for upgrading. They're a nice, gentle way to upgrade onto other products. So if somebody's struggling with the water like Zoe was, what I could have said to her was, why don't we pop a hydrate in your water? And then we've started her using hydrates, upgraded her onto another product. It might be that someone says, well, I'm a bit hungry, so we're going to pop another scoop of PDM in the smoothie, using a bit more product, more volume points. And it might be that we're constipated. And I don't mean in the pathway. We might be constipated, oat apple fibre. I can tell you it's amazing. But you know what? If I say it's amazing to my club members, it's not so powerful. But if I ask Sue, who takes it in her morning smoothie and is absolutely having great bowel movements every day and never did, then we're going to listen, aren't we? And we're going to upgrade to oat apple. We all want a smooth move, guys. So, my top tips are food diaries are going to get you results by creating new daily habits, keeping us accountable, and keeping it simple. If you get results, guys, for your club members, you can take them out into the marketplace. That's going to mean more referrals, which means your business is going to grow. You're going to be happy. Your customer's going to be going through the pathway to 50% as an ambassador, and everyone's going to be happy, and it's a win-win. So food diaries are, as I say, keeping it simple. If you nibble it, what are we going to do? If you snack it, and if you bite it, food diaries are king. Thank you. Handing back to Zoe.
So a little bit more about that third-party upgrading. Helen just touched on it a little bit there in relation to food diaries, but this third-party upgrading can happen all the time in the room, okay? So what you want to do is create a culture of sharing in your club. So make it the norm for your club members, new and old, to share their experiences, to share what products they use, and to share how that links to the results that they've got as well. So just make that the norm, encourage those conversations, and create that culture of sharing, and you'll get people buying products and using products because somebody else told them to, not just you. So you really work in that room, because don't forget, that's what, you know, it generates all these referrals coming in, which is what goes on to grow your business as well. And that ultimately, you know, the whole pathway is all about moving people from customer to supervisor. So referrals are what is going to get, that is exactly why my business popped in the way that it did, because I learned how to use those referrals to move people through to supervisor. So sharing recognition boards and just sharing generally the results from your club on social media. So this is a huge one for me, and it's another big reason why I've been successful in nutrition clubs, because there is a culture of sharing in my club and in the clubs that are in my organisation as well. We just make it the norm. So we don't just do photographs of the daily recognition boards. We also do videos. So every time they have a review, we do a video. And you've got an audience in the room, and you've also got an audience on social media that you can use that content to share into the marketplace. So flood your social media with results. We've said it before, somebody mentioned it earlier. You know, we're not a weekly club. We're open daily. So show people that we're open daily by flooding the marketplace with daily results and recognition. And we write positive messages on these boards as well. So if someone does have a little bit of a gain, a positive message goes on there. And you're not just showing people that you're open daily, but you'll get people watching for quite a long time. So sometimes you might not be the relatable person, but they might see somebody on social media who is relatable to them. So they might have been telling themselves a story or making excuses about why they can't do this or why they shouldn't join that club. But they might then see somebody who's the similar age to them, had similar health issues before, and then they start to see that that's the relatable person and that they can actually do it. So flood the marketplace with results, and that will generate the referrals that you're looking for. These videos, though, that I spoke about before, that is so powerful. So when we do these videos, the people in the room are watching. So that is where they connect with the emotion. So we've mentioned the word clubbed. If you want to get people to feel the power of the results that we generate in their hearts so that they become clubbed and you retain them as a club member and they go and tell everyone how amazing they feel, those videos will help you do that, because you're connecting with the emotion, which is not as easy to do on a photo, but my advice would be definitely do both. So when you've shared the results on social media, there's two ways that you can share them, okay? So some members might not feel fully confident creating the post themselves. So if they're not, then you can share the post and then you tag them into the post so that it's their audience on social media, all their friends, and then it's also yours as well. Or if they don't feel comfortable creating the post at all, then you can create that post for them, and then you can share it on your social media and tag them in. So either way, both audiences on social media get to see that information and those results. So do whatever the customer feels comfortable with, but the really important thing here as well is we've got to protect the privacy and confidentiality of our members. Never share anything without permission, because the minute you do that is the minute that we break their trust. Okay, so really make sure that you get permission from the person before you post anything and tag them in. When you've shared the result on social media, we now need to follow up. So Debbie mentioned this before, sharing the post on socials, but when we follow up, we need to make sure that as the coach, it's our responsibility to then follow up the likes and comments. So for anybody that's liked and commented on a post from one of my members, I would then send them a personal message. So it would be usually in Facebook or Instagram, but it would be a personal message, and I actually address them by name. So it doesn't sound spammy, it doesn't sound like it's a generic robotic message. It's actually addressed to them by name. And my message is a thank you. It's a thank you to them for supporting that person on their journey, because that is really important to the individual that's getting the results, to have that level of support when they've had the bravery to share something on social media. So thank them, and then that's your opportunity to say that you're the person to speak to if they want more information, not just for them, but it might be for a friend or family member. So I always say, you know, if you or anybody you know has body and health goals, let me know and I'm the one that'll give you information. So make sure you follow them up as well. So we've spoken already about hearts today. So what are hearts? A heart, we as a referral, basically, it's a new club member. So when you win hearts in club by connecting to that emotion that I spoke about before, this is when you will really make it easy for your club members to bring new people in. For 2 hearts, people get an account, an ambassador account with their discount. For 3 hearts, that's 3 club members, they get 10 free breakfast visits. So we spoke about before how incredible value for money this is. Now we're going to give them 10 free breakfast visits. For 5 new club members, they get 30 free breakfast visits. So Natalie said before how she only paid for one course of 10 visits, and then all her others were free because she referred so many people. How amazing is that, when it's already incredible value anyway? So it's about winning hearts to collect hearts, and if you club people and you get them results, that is going to generate a lot of referrals, and I'd say probably 80% of my business is based on referrals. So my top tips for follow-up and results is that every club member must start on a 2-week induction, and they must visit 4 to 5 times per week in that first 2 weeks. Be really, really strong on this, because we are results-driven, and it's a really important part of their journey. Use the third person wherever possible to help you upgrade that person and open their eyes to what other products are available. Focus on delivering world-class customer service to our members, because again, this is what's going to help us generate referrals. Use that daily recognition to make people feel good, and then share them on social media. And really work the room to win hearts. So it's all about connecting to that emotion to win the hearts. We are results-driven, okay? So I'll just leave you with this. Clubbed plus results equals referrals. People will forget what you said. People will forget what you did. But people will never forget how you make them feel.
Okay, so for anyone who doesn't know me, my name is Grace. I am a Millionaire team member for Herbalife, and before I start my section, I just want to give a big shout out to my mentors, okay? Lee and Anne-Marie Duffy for never giving up and not taking no for an answer, okay? And Claire and Dan for obviously guiding me through the Nutrition Club and opening my vision, okay? And for believing in me when I never believed in myself. Another massive, massive shout out to our team. We are one team. Yes, we've got nutrition clubs, but we are all together, and you guys inspire me and Gavin every single day. So massive well done. Okay, this is me. I used to skip breakfast. I would live on black coffee all day. I would hit the chocolates about 3 o'clock. Bad relationship with food, and I had no energy. To today, I am in the best shape of my life, not just physically, but mentally as well, guys. I start my day the right way, make better food choices, and my energy is through the roof. So how did it all start? So I was a business development manager for Ford Motor Company. I loved my job. Yeah, I didn't have, I wasn't looking for anything else until my circumstances changed. So me and Gavin had been through IVF treatment to have our baby boy Dylan, and I found out that Ford were only going to pay me for 6 weeks at 90% maternity. Then I was going on to statutory maternity. And I don't know if anyone can relate in the room, but, you know, we were in debt up to our eyeballs. I wouldn't have been able to stay off work, and we'd just been through so much to have our baby. So at this point, I was desperate. I would use the products for years. So I knew there was an opportunity because Lee and Anne-Marie had always kept reminding me of that. But now was my time. So I sat down with Claire in her kitchen, sent out my guinea pig messages, and that's how it moved forward. So here's me, 35% team promotion. Woo! And then our next step was I went over to Ireland with Dan to view Nutrition Club. So massive respect to the Irish in the room, so for letting us go over there. Come back, Claire and Dan opened their Nutrition Club. I worked my way from club member to trainee coach to junior partner, where then I graduated, picked my club up and moved it out to Hunts Cross with Gav. The transition from going from full-time with Ford Motor Company to Herbalife Nutrition, you know, I had to level up. I had to put more time into it. So as I was going up the career ladder from trainee coach to junior partner, you know, I had to put more time in. I was doing a shift in club before work, working a full-time job, and then inviting after club, after my job. You know, that's a non-negotiable. But fast forward to today, we've got our own nutrition club. We've got a phenomenal team who we get to work with every single day. We've actually got 7 other nutrition clubs within our organisation. Woo! We've got 2 more in pre-launch as we speak, which are opening next month. And we've got an amazing Helen Harrington, who is our next club owner. Yeah? And she's actively looking for a premise at the moment. So this is our total volume. This is the only thing that me and Gavin can control, is how many people we talk to, how many wellness evaluations we do, and how many new club members we put in. So we've done over 10,000 for the last 25 months consistently. Our vision, so short term, Gav, yeah, 10 frontline tab team nutrition clubs over the next 2 years. Long-term vision is to open 100 nutrition clubs, each with 100 club members in over the next 10 years. But really important, it's not just about opening clubs for us, it's about opening successful nutrition clubs. We don't want clubs opening and closing within 3 years. We want people to succeed, okay? So today, we are going to be talking about our 2-week review. And this is why it's really important that you come to every single Nutrition Club Masterclass event, because last time I was talking about wellness evaluation, yeah, about that connection for anyone who was in the room. This is the next time you are really going to connect with that club member at their 2-week review, and it's such an important part of the pathway. There we go. So it's all about mindset, amateur versus professional, and the only way we are going to get better at these different steps of the pathway is practice, yeah? Raise your standards. So why do we do a 2-week review? So again, it's about that connection. That club member has got 30 minutes of your time connecting with them. We're going to review the progress and upgrade to full tubs. We call them big girl tubs or big boy tubs, yeah? Renew them club membership. So, you know, setting a standard that they are still going to be coming to club 3 times a week minimum. Next step of the pathway, so we're going to hold their hand and we're going to lead them onto the ambassador call, showing them their opportunity through their own eyes. And guys, these are transferable skills, whether you're building a nutrition club online or whether you're building a nutrition club face-to-face. Recognition. This is what Nutrition Club is all about. We recognise everything within Nutrition Club, and we want to put results into the marketplace. So what do you need for a 10-visit review? It might sound simple, yeah, but you need your checklist. Why do we need a checklist? Because there's a thing that you'll all be thinking, oh God, there's a checklist for everything. Because, again, it's professional, you're setting the scene of the 10-visit review. That club member's going to come into that 10-visit review, they're going to be a bit nervous, yeah? They don't know what's going to happen, so you're telling them, this is what's going to happen. Also, begin with the end in mind. If that club member sees you using a checklist and it's simple, that could be your next club owner sat there, okay, in front of you. We need a customer folder, so updated Tanita records. We need a tape measure, yeah, I always hang mine around my neck. We need a phone, pen, whiteboard, and lots of love. So today we are going to be doing something a little bit different. We are going to be role playing because within Herbalife, we learn through tell, show, try, do. And instead of me just standing here telling you what to do, we're going to show you, okay? But I need a little bit of help, so I would love you to all stand up and please welcome to the stage, Helen Harrington!
My name's Helen Harrington. I am a World Team member and I have been with Herbalife for 10 months. My background is 30 years in the NHS and of recent times I was with Health Protection as well, sort of through COVID. So, click, Helen. So first of all, I want to say some big thanks. The first thanks are to my sponsor. She's not in the room. She's called Irene Willis. She's a gorgeous friend of mine, and without her posting on social media, I wouldn't be here today. I would never have got to club. I also want to thank my mentors, Gav and Grace, for their unending support and the belief in me to get me here on this stage today. The next people I want to thank is my absolutely gorgeous team, and they're all in the room here with me today. I have got Rachel and Dom, I have got Ingrid, and I've got Becky. So, I used to be a yo-yo dieter all my life. I've tried everything. I was desperate to lose weight. I was low in mood, no energy, no motivation. I was a really bad snacker, crisps, chocolate of a night. And I spent most of my day drinking coffee, around 10 to 12 mugs a day. Now I've got a healthy body, a healthy mind, a much better relationship with food. I snack, but I snack on the good stuff. I've got loads of energy and I actually feel like I've turned back time. So, I started as a club member back in April 22. I was desperate to lose weight. I was really low and I was going on holiday. I joined for a quick win. I was really sceptical. I did not do smoothies. I wasn't going to stay past my holiday. So that was 12 months ago. Within a few days, I was clubbed. I was getting results and I felt amazing. So after my 2-week induction, I went on to the ambassador call, and I remember hearing about coaching and thinking, maybe, but I need to really concentrate on me right now because of where I was. So at that point, I thought, yeah, I'll have a bit of dizzy, and I'll look to get some referrals, so as an option B. So a little while later in club, though, I was sat, and there was a 10-visit review, and it was Lindsay Caskey. She was doing a 10-visit review with the gorgeous Cheryl Allen, who is in the audience over there. Cheryl was still on her journey, and she just signed up as a trainee coach. And the second little, maybe I could be a coach, came in. At that time, I was working full-time with a fixed-term contract in health protection. I absolutely hated that job. You could not get me out of club in the morning because I didn't want to go to work. I wasn't making a difference in anyone's life. I had a conversation with Gav around that fixed-term contract, and he asked me, what are you going to do when the March 23 comes and you've got no job? And I was like, I don't know. Look for another horrible job. So he said, have you thought about giving this a go? I went, I have. So I sat down and had a conversation with Gav and Grace, and I decided to give it a go, and I started coaching around my full-time job. So I did 2 half-hour shifts every week, in the morning before 9 o'clock, and I did some Saturdays. I was working my full-time job 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, so I did all my wellness evaluations in the evening, and most evenings, apart from the weekend, a Wednesday, because it's academy. I absolutely loved it, and I got my first few customers, and they started getting results. I was making a difference. So I carried on filling the funnel, 3 to 5 club members per week, working part-time with a full-time mentality. Then along came my first event, November 23, Winter Spec. I took my hubby with me. He didn't know why I wanted him to go, but I was like, you're coming with me. So it changed my mindset. I ended on the Sunday night a blubbering mess. It opened my eyes to the vision. I wanted to be a junior partner and a club owner. I came back and I had a conversation with Gav and Grace. And I remember Grace saying to me, Helen, you're going to end up on a ledge. Because I was like, how do I do this with this full-time job? How do I transfer? You're going to end up on a ledge and you'll need to take a step. So about 3 weeks later, I got an email. My fixed-term contract was definitely going to end in the March because there was a query whether it was going to be extended. I was on the ledge. Went home, spoke to hubby. He said, I've seen the vision, you can do it. So I jumped off the ledge and I went full-time junior partner in Huntscross Nutrition Club. I absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. So, my why. So, my husband, Dean, he's in the audience over there. He is my absolutely biggest supporter. He's my soulmate in life. I absolutely love him dearly. We are the best of friends. I'm doing it for my 2 amazing children. Miles and Letitia. Dean and I adopted Miles and Letitia when they were 3 and 4. They come from a background of drug abuse and domestic violence. And I can't be more proud of them. I want to leave a legacy for them. I've been asked to share my total volume and my profit, which is there for you. I am building month on month. I keep filling the funnel with 3 to 5 new club members a week, and I've replaced my full-time income and some. I have qualified level 3 for this event, and yes, the pillows in the Hyatt beds are gorgeous. My vision is to open up my own club within the next 8 weeks. I'm hoping to go away from this event. I've got a viewing on Tuesday. I'm hoping that that's going to be my club, and I'll be going into pre-launch. Thank you.
So we are going to do a role play, yeah? So Helen joined club 2 weeks ago, yeah? And the main thing is we're going to do a 10-visit review or a 2-week review. Write this down. That was in my diary when she started club, okay? Because she knows when it's going to be. We're working towards something, yeah? So we're just going to do a little bit of a role play now. So we've done here Tanita scales, yeah? So I'm not going to do that. We've wrote them down. And this is a little bit how it goes. And I'm kneeling down because I always kneel down in club. Yeah, so I'm being me, hence why I'm dressed like this. Okay, Helen, what we're going to do today, checklist, yeah? We are going to redo your full body stats, which we've just done. We're going to do your measurements and your pictures. Then we're going to recap original goals. We're going to discuss any challenges, any non-scale victories as well, Helen. As we know, it's not all about the scales. No. Then this is where we upgrade to big girl tubs, yeah? So we're going to need exactly the same as we have in club at home. So we're going to need your aloe, your tea, your Formula 1. But the great thing is now, Helen, we're going to get rid of the milk and we're going to introduce protein drink mix. Then we are going to renew to club, yeah? And now that you've done your 2-week induction period, we come a minimum of 3 times per week. We're going to invite you onto the ambassador call. So this is our next step. And this is just going to show you how we get discounts, how you could eat for free, or how you could earn extra income. Everybody goes on it at this point, Helen, because I would never want you sat outside in that club next to one of my club members who's getting 50% discount and for you to go to me. I've never been shown how to do that. Okay, so we'll get you booked onto that. Then we'll do your progress pictures, recognition post, update the leaderboard, and then I'm going to share your results on social media and follow up on the likes and the comments, okay?
Brilliant.
Right, let's start with your measurements. So we are going to measure your neck, your chest, your waist, your tummy, your hips, your legs, and your arms. And you always tell them where you're going to measure because you don't want to just jump at them with the tape measure, yeah? So you're setting the scene again. So we've set the scene of what's going to happen, and now we're actually going to do it. So first great question what I ask as I'm measuring is, what have you enjoyed most about the past 2 weeks, Helen?
The routine, I've loved the routine, I've loved planning, and I've loved how easy it is.
Brilliant. You'll ask that question, it's a very open question, yeah? And you're starting with a positive. What has she loved about the past 2 weeks? Okay, I'm going to measure your waist. So what have you enjoyed most about Club, Helen?
The support's been amazing. Everyone's like dead friendly, and it sets me up for the day.
Absolutely fab. Okay, so I would have done all of the measurements, yeah? And now we go back and we sit down. I've wrote everything down, and you'll hear me go through some other questions, what we ask now. Okay, so you've said you love the supporter club. Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it?
It's amazing.
And enjoyed the past 2 weeks. So you're always listening, you're writing these things down, okay? How's your energy at the moment, Helen?
Oh, Grace, it's through the roof, you know.
Is
it's
it?
Amazing.
Yeah. Because when we first started, you always had a nap in the afternoon.
Yeah.
No naps?
No nana naps.
Yes. Okay. And how are our bowels?
Do you know what? I've struggled a bit with them.
Have you?
Bit stubborn.
I understand how you feel. Don't worry, a lot of people have felt the same. But what they found is at the 2-week induction period, we add some fibre into your plan at this point. So that'll be sorted. It's just your body getting used to the certain things.
Oh, brilliant.
Always use feel, felt, found, okay? You're showing empathy, yeah? You're relating it to somebody else, so it makes it okay to feel like that, but then you're giving them a solution, okay? So, what non-scale victories have we found, Helen?
So, my clothes are definitely looser.
Yeah?
And I can feel it around, I feel I've lost weight around my waist, and I've got some off my tummy, but like, I want my tummy really to go like more off my tummy because I'm going on holiday in a few weeks.
Yeah, okay. Don't worry about that. Phyto complete. Next tip, use every single product, because if you can feel a benefit and you've got a story to tell about the product, you will upgrade your customers to every single product that you use, okay? Fab. So, anything else? Any other non-scale victories?
I just feel like just so much better in myself because I'm in control.
In control?
Yeah, and no coffee.
Oh my God,
I
you
like
were having 10
to 12 mugs
coffees?
a day, yeah. It was nearly a deal breaker, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah. And how is that affecting you day to day? Feeling better, not having coffee?
Just like, me, just full of energy, I just motivated. My husband thinks his wife's been replaced by an alien, to be fair.
Brilliant, love it. Okay, so I would go into a little bit more detail, but we're just going to keep it short and sweet. So then, again, you've got the checklist, and the reason why we have a checklist is because you're going to check them off as you go through the list, okay? So we've done your stats, measurements, pictures, we've recapped your goals, discussed any challenges, non-scale victories. So now, products for home use. Yeah? So we're going to need aloe, and I write this down, yeah, because I'm putting it on her shopping list, okay? Aloe, we're going to need a tea. Great thing is you can choose from 4 different flavours now. We can have raspberry, peach, lemon, or original.
Oh, lemon.
Lemon.
My fave.
So, smoothie, what's your favourite smoothie flavour?
Cafe latte all day long.
Because it reminds you of your coffee?
Yeah.
Brilliant. And remember, we're going to be using protein drink mix now. So we need to add some fibre in there. So have you seen people having a hug and a mug in the group?
Yeah, I've wondered what that is.
So this is your oat apple fibre fab. So we'll add that in there, and we need some of them phyto complete for the holiday, don't we?
Definitely.
Brill. And what we're going to do is we'll book you in for your next 2-week review.
Okay.
And we'll see the results of them phyto complete on that stomach.
Brilliant.
Fab. Okay, so we've done that. So now we're going to renew to club. So write that down, because that's going on our shopping list too. So 3 times a week now, Helen, yeah?
Yeah.
So the ambassador call. So this is, remember, going to show you how you can get discounts, eat for free or earn an extra income. So it's on a Monday 8:30 or a Thursday 8:30. Which is best for you?
I'll go for Thursday.
Thursday?
Yeah.
At this point, I get my phone and I say, I'll book you on now. I'm not booking her on, I'm just putting a reminder in Time Tree for me to send her the link, yeah? But it's more official. She thinks I'm actually booking her onto that call. Yeah, it's professional. You're serious. But one thing, guys, do not forget to send them the link, okay? Okay, so I've booked you onto that. So now what we'll do, I'll have gone through it to meter stats as well, so showing a body fat, how many centimetres, a weight and all that. I'm not going to do that today. So what we'll do now, we'll go out, we'll get that name on the leaderboard, put these amazing results on there, and then I am going to share your results on social media, and we're going to do a bit of recognition, Helen, okay?
Fab.
Fabulous. Okay, so that is a simple review, and you know, it's about that connection, it's about showing her benefits. I upgraded Helen onto 2 other products there, and then you're just guiding them the way through it. She's booked onto the ambassador call, so she is going to see the opportunity through her own eyes. So guys, what do we do if it's not their first 2-visit review? Absolutely do the same. Don't change anything. We still use the checklist. The only thing what we would do is just review her products, okay? Again, after a couple of reviews, get her on the ambassador call again if she wasn't, you know, an option B or a C. Because as people go along their journey, you have to be a bit patient with them. And the more times they see the opportunity, see how they can get discounts, then, you know, at that point in their time, they may make a different choice. So, one thing about Nutrition Club, like I said before, is recognition. Because the world isn't a good place out there sometimes, is it? Life's a bit tough. They come into your energy field in Nutrition Club. 1, they're getting world-class customer service. 2, it's an energy field. And 3, they are getting recognised. People don't get recognised on a day-to-day basis. So doing a recognition video and doing their pictures is massive. So I'm going to show you how I do a recognition video, okay? Yeah? And why we do them. So, Helen, come with me. Matthew, would you do me a favour and just film this for me? You don't have to really do it. I'm role-playing, Matthew.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Get it? Yo, 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 Hunts Cross Nutrition Club, how are you? Okay, so today we have got Helen, and we've just done Helen's 2-week review. So just tell the guys, why did you join Nutrition Club, Helen?
I was desperate to lose weight. I was going on holiday a few weeks later, and I was low in mood.
How did you hear about Club?
So really good friends of mine, I saw a post on social media. I thought I'll have a bit of that.
Okay, so you come for your wellness evaluation. So she has been in Club 4 to 5 times every single week, yeah, creating good daily habits, and look at these results. These results are actually her real results up until now, okay? What do you love most about Nutrition Club, Helen?
Do you know what? It's the friendship, the support. You go in, you set you up for the day. I've planned my day. I know exactly what I'm doing. And I feel brilliant.
Absolutely amazing. We are so proud of you. Massive, massive well done. So we have done a recognition video. What are we going to do with that recognition video? What are we going to do with them gorgeous pictures of her with her boards, with her tape measure? So this is going back to Gavin's section. Yeah, Gavin and Debbie's section. We want to get results into the marketplace. People need to know that, yes, you are a product of the product, but you're helping other people get results, okay? Because if they don't know what you do, they're not going to be able to reach out to you, yeah? So we upload, you know, before and afters, videos, just sharing what we do in Club. But the key thing is, guys, is fortune is in the follow-up. We have to be proactive. So this is just a typical message what I would send to somebody who has commented on my post or liked my post. Top tips when you're sharing your picture or your video, tag your customer in, yeah? Because you don't want it to just go to your circle of influence, you're stepping into her circle of influence too. Then, as well, I teach Helen what to do, okay? So I'm going to upload your video onto social media. I'm going to tag you in, Helen. All I need you to do is I need you to like every comment and say thank you, okay? Because it's going to get them algorithms, is it, Gav? Yeah? Algorithms, it's going to get seen more the more activity that is on the post. And then I just drop the people a message, you know, and say, hi, Gemma, thanks for commenting on Helen's post. It means a lot. She's doing amazing, isn't she? I'm Kerry's wellness coach at Hunts Cross Nutrition, and I'm offering free wellness evaluations for the month of May. For people who are looking for results in health, always go in with health first. Don't talk about weight loss first, because you might think, are you calling me overweight? Yeah? Health, weight loss, sports performance, or want more energy. Write this down. Who do you know who would benefit from this? Okay? Not who would you know who's interested, or are you interested? Who do you know who would benefit from this? Because I might have Uncle Tommy who might be in bad health or need to lose weight, but he might not be interested in what we do, but he would benefit from it. There's a difference, it's mind, okay? So, our mission is to help 10,000 people to get healthier and happier, and we can't do that alone. So, 10 visit reviews are so key, getting people onto the ambassador call, because we need help from other people to do this. So we just would love to say thank you. I'm just going to share my top tips. Take a picture of this, use your 10 visit review, use the videos to generate referrals, plan when you're going to post the video and tag your club members in, tell them what you're going to do, teach them what to do, and follow up is key. So can everyone give Helen a massive round of applause, and thank you very much.
For those who don't know me, my name is Joanne Brittles, and I'm a Global Expansion Team member for Herbalife. So I've actually used these products for the past 11 years, but I've only been serious about the business side of things for the past 4 years, and that is purely down to my upline, Sarah Griffiths, who was very, very consistent in her messaging me. But I was very, very consistent in ghosting her until one day when I realised that I needed an extra income. So, I am going to deliver to you this afternoon the ambassador meeting. It is an important part of the pathway. But why have I been picked to deliver this section? Okay, so 6 months after I opened my club, I was stuck at this part of the pathway. I was what we have been found to be known, it's called, a bit constipated. Okay, so at this point, my mindset plummeted. I found it really, really overwhelming. My club was absolutely chocker. I had no problem inviting people in, but it was turning into a retail club, not a profitable royalty club, because I wasn't getting this section right. But I'm going to tell you about that in a minute. Firstly, I'm going to tell you a little bit about my journey. So like I said, I've used the products on and off for 11 years. I got a great product result at the beginning, and then life threw me a huge curveball, and I lost my dad. But I lost my way then. And I found that I ate my way through the grieving period. So my background is in the nail and beauty industry. I've actually got my own nail and beauty salon. So I was fueling myself with tea and coffee throughout the day. And I was eating the majority of my calories at the night. I had no energy, and I felt rubbish, to be honest. My work tunics were very tight. So when we went into lockdown, it gave me the opportunity to focus back on myself.
And I came out and I had a little bit of a result, but Sarah invited me to Grassendale Nutrition for a free wellness evaluation. I instantly fell in love with the place. I loved the energy, I loved the accountability that Clough gave me, because I needed that. I need to check in with somebody on a consistent basis. So I became a club member. And after my 10-visit review, I became a trainee coach there. Then I went to my first event, which was Winter Spec 2021. And I listened to Anne-Marie Duffy telling her story on stage. Now, something she said resonated with me. And I thought, you know, if Anne-Marie can do that, open a club, well, why can't I? I had the space. Well, a corridor in the back of my salon. Didn't need a big space. It is exactly 5'8" wide, because I can lie completely across it, head touching one and feet touching the other side. And that's where I was going to open my club. I came back from there and I set a plan in place to start my 6 weeks pre-launch with Claire. And I opened Witness Nutrition on the 20th of January with 20 club members and 1 trainee coach. Well, a very part-time and a quite sceptical-ish trainee coach at that point. Now, when I was building my club, I had to build it online. I lived a distance away from Grassendale, so like you've heard Zoe and Becky, I had to travel to get to my visits and to do my shifts in club. So I built the club online, and that's when I opened it. Now, I knew that this was going to be hard work, because I was still working full-time in my salon. So I worked the club 7 till 11, and then I had from 12 till 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night, I worked in my salon. I had a 1-hour window where I was going to invite people in. I knew that that's the only time I had. So I set to work. I knew where I wanted to be, and I knew that 5 new customers every single week was going to get me there. I would go into outside supermarkets, I would be on the high street, and I would stand outside the club with the banner. Now, I'm just going to deviate a little bit here, because one day when I was stood outside the club with the banner, and I used to run up to people at traffic lights as well at this point, because we're on a set of traffic lights, a little lady walked past, and her name was Lillian. Can Lillian stand up, because she's in this room right now? She's over there. Lillian was a lady who I'd stopped and asked her, would she like a free wellness evaluation? Now, I did prejudge a little bit here, because I didn't think she'd message me, but she did. And she joined club, and she is here as an ambassador who is going to hit a 50% discount because she has done her referrals. Well done, Lillian. At my time when I was filling the funnel and I was getting all these club members in through inviting, I hit a little bit of a roadblock. And it was when I was getting to this point of the pathway that I'm going to talk to you about. I had no problem inviting people in, but then I started getting overwhelmed because I wasn't pulling them through the pathway. So make sure you've got your pens and papers ready, guys, because this is how my club is going at the moment. I have qualified for my first vacation. We have got 81 active club members and I average 34 visits a day. I have got 1 junior partner and 3 clubs in my organisation. I have hit consistent 10k volumes for over 12 months. I'm in the 8k plus earning bracket and I'm popping supervisors. The 3 clubs in my organisation, big shout out to the girls and all my team. I've got a junior partner who is in the 6-week pre-launch, ready to open her club in May, and I have got a junior partner waiting to be promoted at the end of this month. My vision for the next 5 years is to open 10 frontline, profitable, budget breakfast nutrition clubs. And I'm going to do it because I'm developing leaders. Okay, guys, so we have seen some incredible learnings from our other coaches on here. We have seen Anne-Marie do the online wellness evaluation, and we've seen Becky and Chris go through the two-week visit review. Okay, so they've done an incredible section on role-playing the review, and touched on inviting to the ambassador meeting. Now, when they done that, that really inspired me, seeing a role play. Previously, when I've seen trainings, Grace Tierney done one, and that inspired me so much. Who loved the role play? Okay, so why do we actually invite people to the ambassador? Because we want to help club members get to 25% all the way up to 50%. Because the more products they buy when they've got more discount, the better the results they'll be and the more referrals they will get. We want to help club members find out about earning some cash back too. Just by simply referring, it's that simple, yeah? And we want our club members to hear about the opportunity about earning extra income, maybe part-time or full-time. And we want them to maybe join the mentorship, trainee coach mentorship program. Okay, so we're just going to recap how to invite to an ambassador meeting. You've seen Becky go through the checklist. Okay, take a screenshot of this, because it is a little reminder, if you didn't get it before, of how we invite when we're doing our two-week review. So, as part of your next steps, so we know how to work with you moving forward, we want to pop you on our ambassador call. It's on a Monday or a Thursday at 8:30 p.m. Which one suits you? And smile. Wait. Fab. I'll book it in. I'll send you an invite to the Zoom link. You just need your mic. You don't need your mic on, and just listen in, and then we'll have a chat. Okay? Make sure you are being a professional. Can you book them in your diary? This is a step that I didn't quite get the hang of here, guys. Yeah? So learn from my mistakes, because I've learned from them. Book them in your diary. Send out the link an hour before, because this was a massive game changer for me. I became a professional at this. Be proactive and take the responsibility. It's your job to get people on that call. So, jumped ahead. Hang on, my clicker's gone haywire. So after you've booked them in, make sure that you are following up. You've already told them that you're going to follow up on the call. Make sure you do that action. Now, you're looking at here thinking, why is there a potato on the screen? So I was listening to Grace Tierney delivering this section at Masterclass, and she used a hot potato. So if you've got a hot potato in your hand, you want to get it out your hand really quickly, don't you? So this is how we're dealing with the follow-up call after the ambassador. Within 10 minutes, it's important that you make that connection with your customer again. We want to know how we're going to work going forward with them. It shows you care. So, yet again, we've got a script for you. Hey Mary, how did you find the call? What did you like best about the call? And which option would you like more information on? But who actually inspired you to get on Herbalife products? Now, you send this as a text or a voice note, whichever suits you. Take a screenshot of it. Yeah? We want to know who inspired you on that call, because we want to keep that lineage going so we know who to sign you up underneath. Now, the picture in the white box, this is actually a photo that we send out to give them the options A, B, C or D, to make sure you send that along with your message. Now, what you're going to do if your customer wants help getting 2 referrals, well, we plug them into our weekly quick start call. Now, you all should be doing a weekly quick start call. And you can see this presentation being given on myherbalife.com, and there will be one put into the UK Telegram channel on Monday also. We invite to the quick start call exactly the same way. We've got a script for everything. It's all laid out. It's easy peasy. It's the same. They need help with the referrals. That's great. Next step is to get you onto our quick start call. This was going to show you ways how to help get your first 2 referrals. It's on a Tuesday or a Sunday at 8:30 p.m. Which one suits you best? The same process. Get it in your diary. Be the professional. And then at the end of the quick start call, this is the action that we send out to our customers now, or our trainee coaches. We haven't got time to go over this now, but watch the videos in myherbalife.com and you'll see how it's done. Now, I've got a question. Who do ambassadors order for? We want to clarify this. Ambassadors only order for themselves or the people who eat out of their purse in their house. They do not order for referrals that they've given unless they want to join our trainee coach programme. This needs to be said to your ambassadors at the point that you are helping them create their account. It is very, very important. Yet another lesson that I have learned as I've seen one of my ambassadors was offering to order products for somebody that they'd referred. I soon nipped it in the bud and corrected it, and going forward, this is a key point that I will make. So, I'm just going to recap my top tips, okay? Use the 10 visit review checklist to invite for the ambassador meeting. It's a script, it's there for you, it's easy, done. Be organised. Make sure you are the professional and have got your diary ready to book them in. Send out that link on the day of the call and remind them an hour before. Follow up within 10 minutes of finishing the call. Be the hot potato, remember what Grace used. And if your member doesn't go on the call the first time round, it's fine. Just redirect them back along the pathway, and when they have the next 10 visit review or the 2-week review, plug them back into the call. And your next step is to invite people onto your quick start call. We want to help them get the referrals. And go onto myherbalife.com and watch all the videos, because not everybody's aware that every single step of this pathway is on there in video form for you to watch. Thank you all. I hope you've took loads of notes and enjoy the rest of your day.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that introduction. So, as you know by now, my name's Debbie Ashcroft and I am Global Expansion Team. And I've been in the business for about 14 months now. Started my journey, I'm going to keep it that brief now, my story. Started my journey probably in 2016, if I'm being dead fair, when Dan and Claire walked through my door. Their business, you'll know a bit about that, their business had took a bit of a bump, and they come into my business to train as a personal trainer, Dan to train as a personal trainer. And he asked me if I would be his guinea pig, because he was practicing to do face-to-face wellness evaluations. I obviously thought he was really nice and had no issues whatsoever in helping him out. But the time wasn't right for me at the time, and I used to sit with my shake, dunking my sausage roll into the shake. And we had massive big windows, so we'd see him coming, and we'd be hiding and stashing stuff as he was coming. Roll on. 2018, my husband took really, really ill and ended up in hospital for 4.5 months. And I sat by the side of his bed in ITU and HTU for from 9 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night, and literally was fed and watered by whatever anyone brought in for me. And my weight started to absolutely go out of control. Then the first lockdown happened, nuclear family, daughter was making banana bread, husband was, because he obviously was really, he come out of it really well. Husband was in the garden making a seating area, and I was sitting in the garden eating said banana bread. and my weight got even worse. Then I had a hysterectomy, bang in the middle of COVID. Again, everything was fine, and my shape completely changed. Long story short, walked through those doors, as I said earlier, into Grassendale Nutrition Club because I'd remember doing that wellness evaluation as a guinea pig all those years earlier, and my life completely changed. Okay, so here's my volume so far this month. Sorry, this month, I wish. This year. And it's sort of, I think it reiterates what Orly went through before. When you're working in a club, your upsell's dead easy, so your retail is huge, and it's always going to be huge. But what I want to just say is, in January, when I hit 13,450, I also hit first cook get. In February, when I hit 14,522, I got second cook get. And in March, when I hit 15,696, I got third cook get. I was having supervisors rolling over every single month, but my TV was still rising. Okay, so today, what I want to say to you is welcome all to your Sunday afternoon quick start training. As I said, my name is Debbie Ashcroft, and I'm going to take you through your training. So the first thing we're going to look at is who is here today, or what options. You've just gone through the ambassador call with Anne-Marie. And as you quite clearly stated, irrespective of whether you're an A, B, C or D, at the end of that call, you're going on to the quick start call because you just didn't understand what option A meant. Everyone happy with that? Once you have decided that you are, we've converted that A to a B and you're a B, C or D, we are going to invite you to a quick start training either on a Tuesday night at 8:30 or a Sunday night at 8:30. So who is this training going to benefit? So it's going to benefit customers who'd like to receive a discount but need help from me to find their first 2 referrals, trainee coaches who'd like to find their first 5 to 10 happy customers, and existing trainee coaches who'd like to find their next 10 happy customers. Now, just before I go any further, on the last time I was up on stage 10 minutes ago, I sort of went through how I got to get. Please get your pens and papers out because I'm going to tell you now how to get. It's following this training and doing it week in, week out. So I could go around this room and you look at who was on that red carpet last night in the top 10. You had Catherine Hayden. She comes on Quick Start once a week. You had Grace Turney. She comes on Quick Start once a week. You had myself. I go on Quick Start once a week. So please take note. Our mission is to help as many people in our local communities to live a healthier and happy lifestyle, and we are absolutely smashing that out of the whatever at the minute. So our agenda then. Firstly, we're going to look at customers, how to find your first 2 referrals to qualify for discount on the products. We're also going to have a little look at how to increase that discount. We're then going to look and support trainee coaches who are looking to start the business as a trainee wellness coach and look at how to increase their profit and how to find their first 5 to 10 happy customers. But we're also going to help existing coaches who just need that kickstart in getting their next 5 to 10 happy customers. Okay, so let's look at the 4 pillars of your business. So product result, share your story. This isn't a matter of waiting until you get to your target weight or your goal before you share your story. I started my journey on the 2nd of December 2020, and the first post I put up had no relation whatsoever to me wanting to become a coach. I'd been on the ambassador call and I wanted a discount, so I shared my product results. And all it was at that point was increased energy, hair had got a bit thicker, I was feeling insane. Customer base, help people to get great results. I've got to stop touching that, get great results. That's obviously, we pride ourselves in delivering excellent customer service, and we've touched on that, I think it was yesterday. Sponsor a team, so leverage your time. You only have 24 hours a day. So as I said, if you'd look back to the previous slide, our mission is to help and to reach as many people as we possibly can. To enable us to do that, if we leverage our time by sponsoring a team, then that message is going to get further afield. Everyone with me? Yeah? And probably everyone's favourite, training, earn as you learn. It's, in the words of Dan Halpin, why wouldn't you? It's a win-win, no-brainer. And use, wear and talk. So use the product. So we have a little thing in Nutrition Club pathway where every single one of us as coaches, we purchase a new product every single month. Regardless of what it is, whether it's Cell Activator, Nightworks, wherever it is, we purchase something else. We do that for two reasons. One, to better our own product result, but two, so that we have complete, or we're authentic and we can promote it with conviction because we know how good it is to our customers. And we're the brand. I think I've got two things. I've had to really struggle finding things because I've got either nightwear or Herbalife branded stuff in my wardrobe now. It's getting to the point where I think my cocktail dress is going to be branded. And talk to everyone. The guy, my husband sitting here, as you know, the guy who comes to fix our washing machine is on plan. The guy who is my son's driving instructor is on plan. Every single person that I come into contact with, I talk and talk and talk, but I don't just give that. I'm talking relevant. I do a little bit of what Nick was saying yesterday. I start a conversation and get them talking to me, and based on what they're telling me, that's where my conversation directs. Okay, marketing plan, discount and profits. So if you are a customer, or in fact a new trainee coach, every single one of you are going to start with 25% discount. Yeah. If you are a customer or a coach, then our aim is to get you as quickly as possible to 50% discount. If you're lucky enough to be a coach, then you not only will get 50% discount, but you will be getting 50% profit. Now, the best way to work this out, because we are obviously distributing over 90 countries with lots of different currencies, is if you look at it and say like £1 equals 1 volume point, it is probably the easiest way to explain it. Okay, so the first point we want to get you to is we want to get you all to 35% discount. And the easiest way, again, to explain this is to just tell my story. So when I first started on plan, and I decided that I wanted some discount, and, I'll give being a trainee coach a little go, I was obviously putting my own order through, which equates to about 100 volume points. I got a really good friend of mine, I won't name because she's not here, she's actually a coach though, on plan. So again, 100 volume points. If you think the basic plan equates to about 100 volume points. Then I got another two friends of mine on. There was my next 200 volume points. And then I got a family member on. There was my 500 volume points. And quite quickly, I was at 35% discount and I was seeing a consultant. So what I want you to do now, guys, is I want you to draw that picture. Not going to spend an awful lot of time on, but I want you to draw that picture. You obviously being you, not me. And then I want you to draw that picture. To be fair, I think everyone in this room is a supervisor level above, am I right? Okay, but you have downline who aren't, am I right? So draw that diagram, yeah? Remember, this is about duplicating. Okay, so we've had a little look at the logistics. We've looked at where we want to get you to and a little bit of around what that means. Are you ready to get some wellness evaluations in your diary? So you are clear, and that's why you're on the president table. Are you ready to get some wellness evaluations in your diary? Our business runs on this, and as we get told all the time in Nutrition Club pathway, this is the only thing we can control, yeah? So we need to get wellness evaluations in. You've got new customers who are looking for referrals and you've got new trainee coaches, so we need to get them in. So the first thing, we're going to look at 3 different areas. The first one is to share your results on social media. There you are again, Joe, wherever you are. Now, when I first started, you've seen my before and after pictures. Claire had took that picture and I was like mortified. And I thought I would never share that picture. And if I'm being dead truthful, I didn't at first. I wouldn't even let you send me it, would I, Claire? And I hadn't seen it and I didn't want to see it. But I was sharing my product results. Now, Claire said to me, can I share it and tag you in? Or are you going to be brave and share your own? So obviously, I'm a big time Calpine, so I was like, obviously, I'm going to be dead brave and share my own. And I was terrified. But the beauty of when you are a new trainee coach or a customer looking for referrals is you can put your post up. You can throw your phone on the couch, can't they, Becky? And then you can run in the bedroom, hide under the covers, and your coach will follow those likes in the comments. Unfortunately, if you are a coach who's been in the business a while, you have to do that yourself. So it's a great way to share your results since joining the Nutrition Club with your family and friends. It's a way of showing them how you were before you started on Herbalife and how you are now. You can share it on your own social media, or you can ask your coach to share and tag it. But trust me when I tell you from experience, you get a lot more out of it if you do your own. Your coach will follow up the likes or comments. I've already said all this. Inviting people who are interested to a free online wellness or club face-to-face wellness evaluation. When you are putting them up, a little bit of advice when you've put your first post up, just speak to your upline and get them to support you putting that post together, because we want you promoting the club. We want you promoting the nutrition club. That makes sense? Everyone still with me? So the next thing I want you to do is get your pen and paper out, because you are going to be doing a little exercise. Yeah? Don't ask any questions. Just do what I'm going to ask you to do. So the first thing I want you to do is spend 15 seconds just writing 3 columns: family, friends, colleagues, clubs or hobbies. So what we're going to do now then is we are going to separate these and we're going to do them in columns at a time, okay? I want you to just wipe your mind of any kinds of prejudgment, and I want you to capture the first 10 family names that come into your head. And in the words of Lee Duffy, just imagine if you were to break down on a motorway and you needed help, who would be the first 10 people that you would ring? I want you to write their names down. Guys, now what I need you to do is do exactly the same, but in the next column where it's got friends. I want you to write down 10 friends' names that come into your head. No prejudging, just write 10 names down. Go. Now I need you to do exactly the same for colleagues, clubs and hobbies. Go. 20 seconds. Did you all manage to capture names? Did you all manage to capture names? Okay, the next thing is sample parties. So this is for customers and trainee coaches. The objective is to share the products and results with family and friends. It's an ideal way to be lean, okay? So this is a brilliant opportunity, especially if people are quite nervous. Very, very impactful when you just open your club and you go to a new area. People are excited, people are nosy, they want to come and have a little look what's going on. Throwing a sample party is absolutely insane. Now, you can run these, there's obviously there's the legality ways that you run them, but you can run them in sort of like your own way. So how I run mine when we do them, I adore them, by the way. I'm quite a sociable person, so I do like to be around people. And we literally put samples out, all our coaches come, they bring their referrals, their customers' referrals, we put samples out, and we get people to share their testimonials. And we will have just a walk around, dead relaxed, a little bit of a chat. Then what we do is we get them on the Tanita scales and we capture just 2 of the readings. So usually it's the visceral fats and the body fats we'll capture. And when we do the presentation, then we obviously spend a little bit longer on those 2 areas, but we have now whet the appetite. They want to find out a little bit more. They then book in for a one-to-one wellness evaluation. Bob's your uncle, you've got wellness evaluations booked into your diary. So what I'd like you to do now is I'd like you to make a note that at the end, first thing tomorrow morning, is I want you to go back again to the person who was invited you here today. If you have your own club or you're an experienced coach, I want you to get into your diary for what month? Oh, you could still fit 1 in April and 2 in for May, sample parties. You will thank me later, okay? So, about 2 minutes ago, I got you to capture 30 names. I'm now going to talk you through what I'm going to get you to do. So this is where I want you to get your phones out. Everyone get your phones out. And I just want you to scoot up to the letter L. Yeah? And it doesn't matter who it is under L, I want you to send them this message. What we're going to do here is we're going to look how we're going to get our first 10 practice wellness evaluations. Because for you to become professional, fluent and independent in delivering wellness evaluations, you need to practice a minimum of 10 back-to-back. That makes sense? Thank you, Mum. Okay, so obviously, if the L that you've gone to is not Lisa, change that. So it would be, you keep the body of this dead simple, but what you need to remember here is you are not sending this message out or these messages out to anyone saying you need to come on a plan or you need my help. You are simply sending these messages out like you would with any profession. If you were a hairdresser, You would have no qualms messaging your Auntie Mary and saying, can you come in for a blue rinse? I am practicing to be a hairdresser. Would you? You wouldn't. And this is exactly the same. You are simply asking these people to come in so you can practice the new skill that you're basically learning to do. So you keep the body the same. So be, hi Lisa, how are you? Obviously, you know, you've done a little bit of an opening. As you know, I've started a new business and I'm training to become a wellness coach. I'm looking for people to practice my wellness evaluations on. Will you be my guinea pig? Can't wait to see you. Thanks, Deb. You keep it that simple. Yeah? Has everyone typed that to one person? Right, put your hand up if everyone's typed that into it. In fact, stand up when you've typed that to one person. Now, trust me when I tell you, this is so important. These will be what builds your club up. I've been doing this now, and you've seen my figures. You've seen the figures I've got. Everyone on my social media, everyone who lives around my area probably knows that I've been doing this for over a year now, but I send these messages out at least twice a week, and my diary, I constantly fill my diary. So guys, if you take nothing away from today, do everything that we're talking about in these training sessions, yeah? Everyone happy with that? Yes. So, weekly Coaches Academy, so every single Wednesday, 7 till 8, non-negotiable, we have an online Zoom call. We're all in our pyjamas, it's like a massive big pyjama party. And it's where we learn our skills. We learn something different every single week. But what I love about it more is that it's different people that deliver it every single week. So it may be a topic that you listened into or learned 4 weeks earlier, but delivered by someone else, they will have a different perspective and you will learn something different. And to be fair, if you are a trainee coach within our organisation, your diary, this will be blocked out. Wednesday 7 till 8 will be blocked out in your diary. We have an absolute ball. Dan said it yesterday. We have an absolute ball. We all have our collagen. We all go on and we have an absolute, we do. We love it. Then our online training timetable every Monday and God, where's my mind gone blank? Every Monday and every Thursday is our 8:30 Ambassador webinar where we share the extra income opportunities and discount. Tuesdays and Sundays are our quick start training at 8:30, and that's where we look at new coaches getting the first 5 to 10 customers, and we help customers to find their first 2 referrals. And as I've just said on the previous slide, every Wednesday, 7 o'clock, is our Wellness Coach Academy, where we learn our new skills. The Nutrition Club training structure, please take a photo of this, guys. This is how we are going to fill your battery. This is how you are going to be successful. Quick start training, it's learning the basics. That's why I deliver it. They've only got me on the basics so far. Have a plan that works with your mentor. And this is reiterating what Nick said yesterday. It's sitting down with your coaches and finding out their why and where they are now so that you can build a viable, sustainable Herbalife business for yourself and for them. Draw your Herbalife diary and map out your Herbalife working hours. You will quickly find that that's probably the most important part. Never miss our weekly Wednesday Academy, 7 till 8. And guys, last but not least on this slide, absolutely amazing, every single one of you who've turned up this weekend. We obviously come from the nutritional club, so we know how amazing we are, don't we, Claire? But we couldn't wait to share it with everyone else. But don't forget, the next event is Summer Spectacular in June. And I don't know about you guys, but I can't wait. I'm already dead excited. I've already started. I was on ASOS last night looking for my outfit for there. Okay, so what to do next? Customers, share your results on social media. Be brave. Book a sample night at your home or in the club for trainee wellness coaches. But this isn't just for trainee wellness coaches. This is for any coaches out there. Write a list to your family and friends. You've already made a start now. Just keep growing that list. Share your results on social media. Book a sample night. They're an absolute scream anyway. You will have a laugh. Send out those guinea pig messages. Now, it actually says send it to 20 people. But I just, yes, Shelley? Oh, banana. Oh, we've had a response from a guinea pig. And what did they say, Shell? There we go. There we go. There's our next club owner. Yeah? Okay, so thank you, Shell. So it says there, send out to 20 people, but you've just captured 30 names. Don't be mean. Send it to everyone that you've just captured. Why would you not give all 30 of them the opportunity that every single one of us have been given? Remember that, guys, when you're sending this out. If I hadn't been asked to do a guinea pig in 2016, my life wouldn't have changed the way it has now. If Anne-Marie hadn't been asked to do a guinea pig, her life wouldn't have changed. These things work, yeah? And make sure you attend every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Academy. So what you would say is, let me help you share your results so far on social media. When would be good for us to host a little sample party, club or home? And do a clear, smile at them. Yeah? Evenings or weekends within 7 days. And guys, that is the end of your quick start training.
Okay, so first of all, for anyone who doesn't know me, my name is Claire Fox, and I'm really excited for this section because for me, actually being on the ground and working the pathway and being in club is just what me and Dan love to do. And this section in particular, for me, is really special because anyone that we bring into our Herbalife businesses, into our clubs, I almost feel like we have a sense of duty to help them win. And when we are activating someone, they've come along that pathway, I always feel so passionate that it's important that we help them get off to a great start and we get the foundations in place. So when I was asked by the committee to do this section, I actually got like a little bit of butterflies in my belly. And I was like, yeah, I'm well up for that. So I'm going to spend the next 45 minutes going through what we call training activation, but also sharing with you what we use in club called a 20-point practical checklist. Now, to be very clear, you can find documents on the Herbalife website, but if there's ever nothing on there that you can find, if you are in the UK and Ireland Telegram club owners and junior partners chat, our organisation are not in it, but anyone outside, we drop the documents and checklists in there after this weekend. So is everyone good with that? Okay, let's try that one more time. Is everyone good with that? Yeah. Okay, so as I said, my name is Claire, background's in personal training and health club management. I actually got introduced to Herbalife 11 years ago. I was working at the time as a health club manager. I was 7 months pregnant. I was in a lot of debt. I'd had my home repossessed roughly 2 years before. And I was just in that frame of mind where I was just trying to survive. I was about to be a brand new mum, which I was so excited about, but as you can imagine, it's a little bit scary too, yeah? And my husband, Dan, at the time was working as a corporate banker, and it was a really good friend of mine who I worked with. His name was Jez. He was a strength and conditioning coach, great guy, and he'd actually got involved in Herbalife, using the products, helping his customers in the gym, his clients, get insane results. And he asked me 6 times, would I be interested in joining his team? And do you know what? He started to really get on my nerves because he kept asking. And I was just so stressed working 70 hours a week and just trying to survive that I just thought, Jez, I can physically not have any more brain power to start a new business. But then he changed what he said and he asked me, would I be a guinea pig? Could he practice a wellness evaluation? And being his mate, what do you say to your mates? Yeah, of course. And that was when it all changed for me. So got started on the products, absolutely fell in love with it, energy through the roof. I was skipping breakfast anyway. It really fitted for me. And then I got involved in Herbalife. I wanted to help people. I was just looking for an extra £250 to £300 maybe a month, cover the cost of the products, get some discount. Everyone loves discount. And then I decided I wanted to get into it a little bit more. And you know what? After 1 year of being involved, me and Dan got super serious. We put a plan together. Dan wanted out of bank and we wanted something different for our life. And we committed to build our Herbalife dreams. And the business went up. And it was built on excitement, enthusiasm. We didn't really know what we were doing. We had no clear goals, plan, structure, but we were hard workers. And as the business went up, we went to the millionaire team level. And that was really a game changer for us because it enabled Dan to leave his job, me to leave my job, do Herbalife as a career. But we were so amateur. Like, we were so amateur. And the business very quickly started to come backwards. And, you know, we spent a long time, maybe 5 to 6 years in Herbalife, where our business crashed. We kept switching what we would do, and we would always show up to the events. But we were really struggling. I went back to work. Dan trained as a personal trainer because we just didn't really see how else we could survive. And, you know, it was 4 years ago that we were introduced to nutrition clubs. And we kept being spoken to by the leadership, Justin, Matt Elliott, Violetta, Nick. They were like, go and look at clubs. And I went first. I went to the Irish, so thank you so much, because the Irish team, you really did change our life. You just give us that thing that we thought we can survive in Herbalife. And I remember going to my first club in Ireland, and I sat there and all these people were coming through. And I remember thinking, I've come home. Like, for me, this is everything I love about Herbalife. Community, results, people, purpose-driven. I like structure. You know, I'm not the type of person who just likes to bumble around. I like structure. I like to know what I'm going to do. And for the first time, I thought, oh my goodness, I can see a way that I'm going to love how to work my business with Dan every single day, making a difference. But I can also see how I can teach this to people. I can show people a way. And, you know, fast forward, me and Dan, we got super serious. 6 months we researched clubs. We read everything we could. We watched videos. We spoke to people. And we opened our first club 4 years ago. And we got really clear on our mission and our vision. So our mission was to help 10,000 people get healthier. We decided to really have some fun with it and take the pressure off. And, you know, the pin was empty. We put that to one side. And as Sarah Tat said, the biggest liberating thing for me was that on a Monday morning, I could just be clear. I could be in the club and I could help people and I could make a difference. And it wasn't about the pin, it was about helping that person who came through. And me and Dan just absolutely started to thrive. We then got really clear on our vision. And we were like, wow, wouldn't it be cool, and Nick taught us this, if we could roll out 100 clubs over the next 10 years, each with 100 club members in. Can you imagine? So we got really clear on that. But then we knew that it all started with club number 1. And the first thing is we had to make sure that when we opened this first club, that we had to fill it with bums on seats from day one, because we didn't have a pot of money to cover the rent, to give us almost, you know, like a buffer. Some people start businesses, don't they? And they have this little pot of money for startup costs, you know, to cover the rent on the club. We didn't have that. We did not have anything. So this had to work. And the 6-week pre-launch, and I'm so grateful to Katie Spaulding, I know she's in the room. Spaulding, we love you. We sat down and we wrote this. 6 weeks invite and 1 hour a day, non-negotiable. Rain, snow, whether you had a headache, it was irrelevant. We had to get up and invite. And every single week for them 6 weeks, we were out on the pavement. We were dropping stuff on social media. By the way, nothing special on social media. We were just telling the story. The club's coming, the club's coming. You know, silly pictures of me and Dan. If you follow us on social media, we're not the best, okay? We're just us. So we were dropping these pictures and we started to pick up momentum. And we knew in order for us to cover the rent, and write this down, if you're someone in this room who is going to open a club, you open your club like a professional, not an amateur. We worked out the rent, we worked out what our outgoings were going to be, and we made sure we knew how many club memberships we needed to sell and help people join the club to cover the outgoings from day one. Because if we wanted to roll these clubs out, we had to make sure that we mastered the discipline of inviting. If you don't master it, you're screwed. End of. Okay, so that was the first thing. And we did. We opened our club, Grassendale, with 30 new club members from day one. We were ready to go with the breakfast visits. We had the diary lined up with slots available for wellness evaluations, and we played the game, me and Dan. Let's fill the diary, okay? And that's what we still do today. Year one was all about, though, just learning the basics. And I want to say this to you. If you're in this room and you are new to club, whether you're a trainee, whether you're a new club owner, please take the pressure off yourself and understand you've almost signed up to a little course in being a nutrition club trainee or club owner. You've got 1 year to master it. You're going to need to learn some skills. You're going to need to learn how to build a customer base, find that first trainee. And if you're a club owner, it's going to take you maybe a year to find your first junior partner to club owner. And how do I know that? Because I've done it 34 times. And I say that to give you confidence that everything we speak from is through doing the do. Is everyone okay with that? Yeah? Okay, brilliant. And, you know, now we move into, 4 years in, and we've duplicated. And the biggest thing, and I was saying this in our team chat last night, watching every speaker be on this stage this weekend and watching every one of you in the audience taking notes, I just felt like my heart was going to burst. I think yesterday I was bouncing around like Tigger next to Fiona and David, I'm so sorry, and Karen Farmer, because I was so proud watching everyone, learning and having that desire to want to become better and want to go out and make a difference. So thank you, it was a pleasure to be a part of. Okay, so, like every trainer, we've asked them to share their numbers. So, for me and Dan, Monday morning, we will be back in club working as trainee coaches, helping our community to get healthier. Right now, we are on 89 club members in Grassendale. Our average daily visits around about 34. We've got 8 trainees. We have got 3 junior partners. In the last 2 weeks, we've had Fee, Ian, and Sarah Ling being promoted. Well done, guys! Woo! Just to let you know, Fee and Ian started off as club members and they came to their first event, which was Kick-Off. And after they came out of that event, Ian said he'd been evented. So we knew it as clubbed. He was like, Claire, I've been evented. And from Kick-Off to now, they are our, most recent junior partners with Sarah Ling. And you know what? It just makes me so happy, me and Dan, to see you guys just loving what you're doing. So well done. Now, these are our intentions for this year. So you've heard everyone talk about, big vision, and I've shared mine and Dan's with you, but I just wanted to say, for me and Dan, we really get off on chunking it down. So yes, we've got the big vision, okay, but we really work well to yearly goals, monthly goals, and weekly goals, yeah? So for us, these are our 2023 intentions. We want to build our organisation to 50 profitable budget clubs. We're currently up to 34. And we are in the process of building 4 new first-line clubs. Okay, so that's what we're in the process of. And we know by maybe, December, January 2024, these guys are going to graduate. So I'm going to be up the duff with Dan for quite a few months. Woo! Yeah, waddling around, but we are going to graduate them. And the simplest thing is to take the pressure off yourself. We are full-time, so for me and Dan, our daily focus is just helping people plug in wellness evaluations, but it's 5 club members a week, and we do that through referrals. All good? Okay, so you heard Anne-Marie talk about the 2-week review, the ambassador meeting, identifying where people fit in Herbalife to build them relationships and help build, set people's goals and desires. And my section now is, okay, we've got this person who said they want to be a trainee, they've got their 2 referrals, they've listened into Quick Start, and they've now got the Herbalife membership. So are you all with me? Okay? So my job now is I'm going to actually book this person in for what we call a trainee activation. Okay? Now, this is what I'm going to cover in my section. I'm going to go through the tools that you need when activating a new trainee. Remember, I will drop these checklists into the Telegram group. All good with that? Next thing is, I'm going to role play it with one of our first line club owners. And you know what? She's really nervous coming up. And this is very off the cuff. But you know what, clubbers? We just wanted to show you it being real, okay? So if this goes Pete tongue, you just need to clap and smile. Is that okay with everyone? Now, the next thing is I'm going to talk about the trainee 20-point checklist because we haven't really delved into this in previous masterclasses. So I'm going to show you how I communicate this to Sarah and how we're going to use it as a tool to help with her activation and also to help with her development as a trainee in club. Now, what's important is that all these trainees, it's important we activate them really strongly because guess what? These are going to be our future club owners. And we have to make sure that the basics are cemented in really, really tight. Now, let's look at the career ladder. So everyone starts as a club member. We then look out of our club members, the people who've been clubbed, they've got great results, they're coming in regular, they're doing the third person around the table, and you identify who these trainees are going to be. And you can see them, you can feel them, but never underestimate the power of saying to someone, Karen, I think you would be an amazing trainee, and I would love you on my team. Is it something you'd be willing to have a chat about? Brilliant. Because when that person comes to club, guess what? They have low self-esteem. They have no confidence. Most people maybe are struggling with weight issues, energy issues. You don't know what's going on outside of the club at home. So to empower them or to even let them know that you think they would be fantastic, whether they go forward or not, is the biggest compliment you can ever give anyone. And to me, I'm not in the game of forcing people to be trainees, but I'm never gonna tell you rubbish if I don't believe it. So even if Karen was to say to me, oh, Claire, it's just not my time, or I'm not sure, I would say no problem. But I know over the next 3 to 4 years, I'm going to build a relationship with Karen in club. And at some point, we'll revisit this conversation. So you have to play the game of patience. Okay? Now, yeah, you can applaud that. So let's go through what you need when you are activating someone. So we brought a little prop. Okay, you mightn't be able to see this, but in every club, all our trainees have their own little folder, and we have the folders on a shelf. And these are amazing tools because in club, we're all about practical skills. You learn your knowledge on your academy, so all the basics around the products, maybe think how you move people through the pathway. But in club, it's all about practical. And I really related to this because when I was in the fitness industry, my job was to train fitness instructors up. And I was what you call an MVQ assessor. I used to go around clubs and they would have like a criteria. Do you all understand when I say that? They would have a criteria in a folder and I would go through showing them how to do certain things and then I would observe and sign them off. And it was my job to make sure I work people through these MVQ assessments and qualifications. So when we came into club, I remember Dan saying to me, we're just a bit like wishy-washy on how we train people up. We need structure like in the bank. And I'd never thought about bringing what we did in our previous jobs into Herbalife. It just didn't occur. But when we got into that framework of clubs, I was like, oh my goodness, we need a checklist, just something super simple, 20 points, that every time the trainee's in, we can do some tell, show, try, do with them, taking them through, building confidence, getting the basics in place. So in the trainee folder, you want to have the 20-point practical checklist, And then you also want the trainee activation checklist, so you need 2 things. Now, you're going to see what I say to Jonesy. Can I call her Jonesy? That's what I call her. Her name's Sarah Jones, but I call her Jonesy. So you're going to see what I say to Jonesy and listen to the language, okay? There is a video on the Herbalife site that Val and Becky did at last year's masterclass, so you can re-watch that as well, okay? So, next thing is why do we use the checklist? Okay, well, it's about having something to follow that is easy to duplicate. It helps us to connect with the trainee, build that relationship. It also helps us clarify their reason why. Why have they took that step to join the mission? Okay, that's what we really want to know as well. It also helps us both get clarity, what they want, and I explain what I require for them to be able to build their business within our club. You have to manage people's expectations, but you also have to be clear from day one of the requirements. All good? The next thing is my job is to help Jonesy get into production as soon as possible, helping her first group of customers and put money in her pocket. Because let's have a reality check. If you don't help these people to feel like they are progressing and put money in the pocket, motivation only lasts so long. So to help retain these people, you've got to teach them how to find their first 10 customers as fast as you can. Money in the pocket, because cash flow changes lives and cash flow breeds excitement. The next thing is you're going to hear in this conversation how I really zoom in on getting these 10 practice wellness evaluations going as fast as we can. So a little bit like if I was training to be a masseur, a sports masseur, I would need roughly 20 to 30 bodies to massage to learn the practical skill. Does everyone agree with that? That would be part of the requirement. Now, as a trainee coach, I need minimum, listen to the language, of 10 people to practice a wellness evaluation on, to learn the skills, what to say, how to connect. You heard Grace do this yesterday. And the only way you get better and you build confidence is through practice and repetition. Now, out of the 10, and you're going to hear me say this to Sarah, I'm going to do them with her. So the 10 that we're going to do, first 2 to 3, I do, she watches, she has a pad, and she's going to take notes. Everyone get that? And then on the 4th one, I'll go to her, right, Jonesy, are you ready for this? So you're going to have a little go at a bit, and I'm going to do a little bit. So do you want to maybe do the questionnaire at the beginning, and then I'll take over halfway? And Jonesy might go, yeah, okay, I'll have a little go. And I'll say to her, but don't worry, I'm going to be sitting next to you. So if you get stuck, I'll just jump in for you. And as we go through the 10, I do less, she does more. And after each one, we just have a little bit of a chin wag, a chat. And we go, okay, so what went well? Okay, what do we need to focus on next time? But what I know is it's my responsibility that if I invest the time in training her up as strong as I can in the beginning, she's going to be confident, she's going to build the first few customers, she's going to put money in her pocket, then I've leveraged my time and we provide world-class customer service in our club. All still with me? Okay. Now, 20-point practical checklist. Again, this is all about tell, show, try, do. It just gives you a format. It helps you identify, what areas that you've gone through with them, showing them what to do. It gives you structure. And never underestimate the power of recognition. So you heard Nick talk about in his section in the Saturday morning about in our team Facebook group, we don't really, recognize volume points. We do like recognition at the end of the month. We recognize habits. We recognize things we do with the team to help them progress and become the best trainees, junior partners and club owners possible. We recognize when people complete a point on the checklist, whether it's make a batch of shakes. By the way, I'm definitely the best shake maker. They're all laughing, okay? So I have to be trained on that quite frequent. But we recognize the habits And never underestimate the recognition of that new trainee that comes in, or even an existing trainee. Never get comfortable. Never take your team for granted. But if someone does something that day, put it in the Facebook group, take a little photo. You know, this is Fee, our new junior partner. She completed 3 points on a 20-point checklist. And me and Dan took a picture of her, put it in the Facebook group. We were like, wow, way to go, Fee. She completed making a batch of shakes today. She also upgrades the customer. High five. And the Facebook group went, bah! Everyone's like, yeah, go, Fee. And Fee's like that. Okay, I need to calm down. I'm getting really hot. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to take you through role play. I am going to bring this lady up. She's really nervous, but don't underestimate this lady is a true powerhouse. So guys, please welcome to the stage, Active World Team 2023, Sarah Jones!
Don't know me, I'm Sarah Jones. I'm Active World Team. I've been part of Herbalife Nutrition for the last 7 years, and originally I joined for health. I was 46 and I wasn't feeling the best, although I was training 6 times a week. So I started on products. Within 10 days, I just knew that was me for life, although Peter thought I was round the bend. So I started... People were noticing what I was doing. Sorry, I am dead nervous.
Give her a cheer. Give her a cheer.
So I basically started my business via the sample party. A gang of people come round the house and I built a little business up. Although trying to keep a sustainable business without a nutrition club just wasn't happening. I was still running a full-time cleaning business. And I was in Dan and Claire's one day and Claire invited me to look at Nutrition Club. So I went along to Grassendale, I walked in and thought they were all nuts in there. And I still do, although I absolutely loved it. So I started on Claire done a wellness evaluation and I started as a club customer, as everyone does. And then I joined as a club coach by the end of that. I went through the ambassador call, just followed the pathway the same as a normal customer would. And then by the August, sorry, this was May 21, and then by the August I became junior partner. So I was doing 10,000 volume points every month, and then it got to December and the volume points started to drop, but it was because I was slowing down on me inviting. I was becoming complacent, really. So I'd been on holiday for Christmas, and when I come back, Claire asked me what my intentions were, and I said, I'm just going to stay a junior partner because I love it here. And she went, oh no, it doesn't work like that. You need your own club. So I was like, oh. I was 51 at the time, coming up to 52, and I was thinking, oh my God, I don't know if I can do this. Start a whole new business. So she said I had to step down to back to trainee coach, which I wasn't willing to do. So I started looking for my club, opened Titan Nutrition in July last year. Best thing I've ever done. So my volume since then is literally, I'm doing 10,000 a month. That's just normal. It's growing. At the moment, we've got 70 active club members. My average daily visits are 27. 6 trainee coaches. 2 of them are here today. Thanks, girls. And with the full support of Peter, my partner, who will end up joining the business. Just hasn't seen it yet. And that's me.
Amazing. Give it a massive cheer. Well done, well done. What we're going to do now is go through a role play. And let's set the scene. So Sarah has been on the ambassador call. She's got 2 referrals. She plugged into Quick Start. We give her some tips how to get a referral. She shared the product results on social media. She then, signed a Herbalife membership, wants to be a trainee. So we said to her, okay, next step is let's book you in for a chat. So when you're booking someone in for a chat, you probably want to give yourself maybe about 30 minutes. Today we don't have that, so I am just going to go through it fairly quickly. But what I want you to listen to is the language that I use. And when we talk about activating, it's not just about activating someone once. You're going to hear me talk about this is the first activation of many. Does everyone get that? Okay, this is important. Now, again, when you are doing activation, you need to make sure that you've got your folder, training activation checklist. All I'm going to do is go through these questions, and we're just having a conversation. By the way, we have loads of fun doing this. It's dead relaxed in our clubs. I've also as well got in a folder a 20-point practical checklist. So guys, have you got your ears open? Have you got your pens and paper ready? Okay, so, hiya Sarah, how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks, Claire.
Okay, so let me explain what we're going to do today. I'm going to take you through what we call our new trainee activation. So all it means is we're just going to have a little bit of a chat. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and then today my job is to help you find your first 10 customers, get the ball rolling. So is that okay with you?
Yeah, all good.
Okay, brilliant. So you told me earlier what your product result was, and also, you know, how it's made you feel, which is brilliant. But now you've decided to become a trainee, would you mind me asking, like, what is it that attracts you to being on the team and being a trainee in club?
I just love it in club, and I'd like to get everyone to feel as good as I feel.
Yeah.
I like helping people.
Amazing, great stuff. And if I was to say to you, okay, because I know you said earlier that you still do a little bit of cleaning, okay, which is cool. But how many hours a week have you got roughly to invest in building your club business?
About 20.
Yeah, okay. And is that like Monday to Sunday, or have you got particular days in mind?
Any days, really.
Yeah.
Be flexible.
Okay, great stuff. So what we'll do after today is maybe look at your diary and time, and I'll help you just map out some like key slots of when you're actually going to do your nutrition club stuff. Is that all right with you? Yeah. Okay, brilliant. So next thing is to start off with, you know, let's look at maybe how much income you want to make initially. So I'll give you a little bit of a guide, and then you can tell me where you fit. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Perfect.
brilliant. So, guide number one, are you looking maybe to just cover the cost of your products, which could be around maybe 150 to 250 pounds? Are you looking maybe to earn around 500 to 1,000 pounds, or are you looking to earn above that? So,
above that, please.
Oh, okay, great stuff. Well, do you know what? The good thing is the fact that you can commit to 20 hours. I really think we can help you with that. But let's chunk it back and maybe set an income goal just for the next 90 days, okay? So if we were to say for the next 90 days, chunk it back a little bit, what would be your first income goal that you'd think, yeah, do you know what, I'm happy with that?
About £800.
Yeah, okay, write that down. And what's important is this little pad that I've asked you to bring, can you make sure that every time you're on shift, you bring this pad? Because when you're shadowing me and any of the team, anything that write it in the book, because these are amazing to keep referring back to.
Okay.
Did you all get that? Okay, brilliant. Now, would you mind me asking, the £800 to initially, like, what will you do with that income? What will it do for you?
I'll save to go on holiday, Christmas.
Oh, where are you going?
Dubai.
Peter, do you know about this? Amazing. Okay, great goal. So write that down. Holiday at Christmas, Dubai. Okay, fantastic. So let's just cover then the requirements of you actually building your business within our club. And by the way, I'm so made up that you're getting involved. You're going to absolutely love it and you're going to be brilliant. So the first thing is, in order to build your trainee business in our club, you're going to need to commit to a minimum of either 1 full shift a week, 7 till 11, or the other option is you can do 2 split shifts, either 7 till 9 or 9 to 11. But what I'm going to do in a minute is check the rota and tell you what we've got available. So are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's great.
Off the top of your head, what sort of shifts would be best for you, to give me an idea?
I wouldn't mind committing to a couple of full shifts.
Oh, okay. Do you know what? Can I just give you some advice?
Yeah.
The more time you spend here, the more you're going to love it, the faster you're going to earn your income to go to Dubai.
Perfect.
Yeah? Everyone good with that? All agree? Okay, brilliant. Now, what's important though is that, you know, if you ever can't make your shift, and by the way, we live in the real world, so let's say, I don't know, the kids aren't well or something like that, just to be clear, it's important you find your own cover. So after today, I'm going to add you into our team chat. It's just the people who are based in Grassendale. And if you ever can't make your shift, Sarah, you'll need to drop a message in the group and ask for cover or a swap.
Okay.
Because what's important is if you're going to have customers in this club, everyone needs to support the wheel and make sure the club's manned 6 days a week.
Okay, perfect.
And by the way, they're all brilliant, aren't you, team? Okay, let's try that again. Aren't you, team? Okay, teamwork. Okay. Now, let's go through how you earn your income in club. Okay, so first thing is you're going to earn your income from retail sales of the products, okay? So that will be the first thing. But the biggest thing I want you to focus on, Sarah, is providing world-class customer service, okay? Now, what we're going to do now is I'm actually going to focus on getting you trained up to be able to deliver a free wellness evaluation. And this is the main skill that we've got to master. Now, don't worry, I'm going to help you. So what we're going to do is you're going to have in a folder, okay, this 20-point practical checklist. And point number 1 is there's 10 spaces of 10 practice wellness evaluations. And the idea is we want to train you up to become independent and strong on doing that. So a little bit like, you know, if I was trained to be a hairdresser, I'd need to learn to use scissors. You wouldn't let me loose on someone's hair, would you, without scissors?
Definitely not.
Yeah? Everyone with me? Are you all just pacifying me? Okay, so are you ready to get a little bit uncomfortable?
Yeah.
Okay, so go to a fresh page. I want you to write 1 to 20 down the side of the page. And what we're going to do now is we're actually going to generate some practice wellness evaluations. So you're actually going to ask your family and friends if you can practice a wellness evaluation on them. Tech people, can you show the guinea pig message on the screen if it's not up? So, can you grab your phone out? And by this point, she's absolutely petrified, yeah? So you've just got to relax them and say, you know what, it's all going to be okay. You know, I'm here for you. So, first thing is, now we're going to send 20 guinea pig messages out. You're going to ask family and friends for help. But by the way, can I just say this? You are not going to try and convince them to join club. You just need to develop the skills and become confident. So are you okay with that? Yeah. Okay, brilliant. So first message is, I want you to go to a family and friend and you're going to put in, hey, who are you going to pick first?
Peter.
Are you nervous?
Yeah, terrified.
But it's okay, it's okay. So you're going to put, hey, put the name in and put, I've started a new business and training to become a wellness coach. I'm looking for people to practice a free wellness evaluation on. Will you be my guinea pig? And round it off however you would. So I'd normally put, love Claire, or thank you so much, Foxy. Okay? And I just want you to spend a few minutes sending that out to 20 people. And every time you pick someone out your phone, can you write the name on the list that you've put? Now, at this point, Sarah is absolutely crapping herself, yeah? Let's just be honest, okay? So it's our job to sit with her and do it. What you don't want to do is say, go away and send out the messages because, come on, let's have a reality check, would you? You know, you just wouldn't. So you need to do transferable courage. Now, also, the next thing is as these people start to reply, it's my job through Tell, Show, Try, Do to let her know how she's going to respond. Because the biggest thing is what Sarah's absolutely worrying about is, number one, oh my God, people are going to judge me. People are going to think I'm a weirdo. People are going to be like, are you saying I need to lose weight? All these mad things because she gets revved up thinking. So my job is to be her buddy, to just support her. All good on that?
I've had an answer.
Who's it off?
Katie.
Okay, who's Katie?
My sister.
Okay, so what I want you to do, if it's all right, can you drop me, you and Katie into a WhatsApp? Introduce me as your mentor and I'll take over and book the appointment. Is that okay with you? Yeah, okay. Fine. Now, this is important because if I leave it down to Sarah to try and organise the appointment, she'll tell them War and Peace, and Katie's going to think, oh my goodness, what on earth has she got me involved in? So all I need Sarah to know is that next phase of booking people in, drop us in a group WhatsApp and I will take over. Everyone good with that? Okay, who else have you got?
Emily.
Okay, what's Emily said?
She said no.
Did she?
Yeah.
Okay, so put on your other list, your no's, because do you know what? We'll invite them maybe to a sample party in the next few weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, I've had another yeah.
Oh, have you? Who's that off?
Peter.
Oh, Sarah, you're doing dead well. I'm dead proud of you. Okay, so again, can you drop Peter into a group and then I'll do the appointments?
Okay.
Now, let's imagine she's gone through. Now, at some point, she's going to get to 7 or 8 and she's going to go, I don't know anyone else. And I'm going to go, really? Really? Who did you used to go to school with? Who did you used to work with? If your car broke down, as Lee Duffy said, and you had a flat tyre, who would you message for help? So my job is to keep encouraging her through tell, show, try, do, reassurance, to keep sending out. Now, Sarah, what's important is that to let you know, these are the first 20 messages we're going to send out. So we're going to line up your first 10, and the idea is some of these will actually go on to become club members because they're going to love it. But if they don't get hung up about it. My job is to just make sure that you get confident and you know what you're doing.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Is everyone still with us on this? Okay. Now, to finish off, okay, on the checklist, what we're now going to do is we're going to draw this little diagram. So this is you in the middle, okay? You can't see this, but it is on the checklist. But this is you in the middle. We've then got 10 circles around, and then underneath we've got 3 circles here. Let me see if I can go back and just show you on a sheet. Okay? And then I want you to write 10 new club members, because as we do the wellness evaluations, for everyone who does go on to be a club member, we'll pop them on your list. Now, I actually like them to write this also on the sheet in the folder. It's like a little document for them to track it. Now, what is important, though, is just to clarify, is as you start getting involved as a trainee, I want you to know the most important thing in club is you. So it's important, even though you're going to become a trainee, you still need to do a minimum of 3 club visits a week to stay on that journey as a club member, because we've got to make sure that you keep progressing and you feel good. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
But the bonus is, you've actually got the heart scheme. So as a trainee, if you're recommending people and we're working our way through these, you should never have to purchase another membership.
Yeah.
Does everyone get that? Okay, brilliant. And that's it. Please give it a round of applause.
Thanks.
As you can see, really relaxed. And there was a couple of key things in there. Now, let's just recap. This is what you need. You need to set up the trainee folder. You've got the 20-point activation checklist. The questions I asked are on the checklist. Everyone clear with that? Yeah? The next thing is the 20 points. As she completes each wellness evaluation, it's actually the first point on the checklist. So all you do is add their names, date completed, what the outcome was. They mightn't join club, they might join club, and then you sign it off. But you want to get them through the 10 as fast as you can so they start feeling more confident with what they're doing. Your job is tell, show, try, do. It's your responsibility to help these people. Now, the next thing is that Sarah's already been on Quick Start, yeah? She's followed the pathway. But what I will round that meeting off with her is saying to her, okay, so next step is we plug back into Quick Start again until we get up to your first 10 customers. So, do you want to do Tuesday night at 8:30 or Sunday? Why are you all just staring at me? You're supposed to nod, yeah? Now, this is important because most people think activate and you do it once, then you do one. Billy's on his own, he needs to crack on. That is so lack of responsibility. So in clubs, what's really important is people keep plugging back into the Quick Start numerous times, doing the basics over and over. Because the only difference between me and Dan, where we are, or Lee and Anne-Marie, or Grace or Debbie, or Nikki Taylor, is we've just done Quick Starts more times than you. and we've actioned it. And in Quick Start, we keep going over, sending the guinea pig message out, line up a sample party, doing the basics over and over. So for me, what I love about this is, all you need to know is, with your team, your job is to keep doing this activation every time they get 10 club members. Not first 10, every time. Because it's important. Sarah's goals will change. She said she wanted to make X amount, but I chunked it down into the next 90 days. So when we find the first 10 club members, what do I need to redo with her? Reactivate her. And then once she's got them 10, what do we do with her then? Okay, shout it louder. What do we do then? Yeah! Okay, so where'd you go from here? Well, my advice would be is go onto the Herbalife site, watch the videos with the brilliant Becky and Val. This was actually recorded at the last masterclass because they role play it and it's really simple to do and it's super, super clear. So use your videos. We promote these to our group as well. Top tips for me when you are activating, take this. You want to become a world-class activator. I say to people in our clubs, no matter what level you are, you want to be world-class at this. Because our job is to bring people into the marketing plan, but to help people to become successful. So number one, use the checklist, okay? It makes duplication easy, and it makes sure that you say and help them with the right things, okay? Number two, make sure you communicate the requirements. Did you all hear that? For you to build your business in my club, this is what it's going to take. This is what's required. I'm not running a club where you can just come in and diddy-daddle. We're a professional environment. Everyone get that? Okay, great. Next thing is when you're sending out guinea pig messages, transferable courage. You have to do it with them. You have to be there to help them with the responses. Set up your folders, and I want to see an avalanche across the UK and Ireland and Belgium and Poland and wherever else you are, of these folders going into your clubs. And I'd love you to share them on social media. Show me that you want to make a difference and you want your clubs and your people to win. You're going to give recognition. Let's fire your team groups up. The best way you can get the most out of your team is celebrate. Celebrate the daily wins, the habits and the actions of what we're doing on the ground. And then the last thing is Quick Start. Unless you've been in Quick Start 100 times, then you're not going to be a Pres team member. Fact. Oh, people went, that's what Nick said to me, go and do 100 wellness evaluations and come back. I was like, okay. Yeah, but Quick Start over and over. And guys, I just want to say, please give a massive cheer to Jonesy!
My name is Anne-Marie Duffy, and I got introduced to Herbalife 11 years ago. I'm just going to keep my story quite short and sweet today. I was a biomedical scientist. I received a guinea pig message from Claire Fox, and me and my husband Lee, we decided to get started as customers, kept referring people to Claire and Dan, and then went along to a meeting and saw the opportunity that Herbalife had to offer. We started working our business part-time around our full-time jobs, and then we got to global expansion team in 11 months, went full-time Herbalife, spent 6 years trying to work out what was for us, and then 4 years ago we were introduced to the Breakfast Budget Club model. And as Claire and Dan mentioned yesterday, we started doing our research, and as you can see from the date there, we actually opened our club in August 2020, which was in the middle of the pandemic, okay? So within the first 6 months of opening, we had to close our club 3 times, and we had to be able to move everything online overnight. And that's where we had to learn how to be able to transfer the skills of what we were doing in our fixed location club online. And we did that for two reasons. One, we needed to be able to keep looking after our existing club members. But also the second reason was we still wanted to be able to build, keep building and reaching more people, helping more people. And obviously when we were allowed to reopen the clubs, we were straight back into club. You know, we love the community, the relationship building is so much easier face to face. And we just loved everything about our club. The results were better. You were able to have those conversations around the trainee coaches, junior partner positions. But we never forgot that actually being able to use those skills online was actually be able to help people who couldn't actually get into our club. So what I'm going to cover today, and I'm just going to flick through these are our stats, that's our club, our organisation, and this is our vision, you know, to open 10 frontline tab team breakfast budget clubs that are able to duplicate. We won't stop saying that, okay? So that's why I'm up here today to talk about the online nutrition club. And I'm going to say a disclaimer. This is the most simple thing that I'm going to share with you. Please don't think that it is complicated. It really is as simple as what I'm about to explain. So anything that you see, I'm going to show a form today. Anyone that needs it can go to the Telegram group for people outside of Claire and Dan's organisation. And also there is a video of a past presentation about online nutrition clubs that Stacey Newman did from a previous masterclass. And that's on my Herbalife, so you can go and keep watching it, okay? I'll answer this now because this will get asked. Online club members, they count towards the 2 referrals for someone to become an ambassador to be able to activate their Herbalife membership, but they do not count towards free visits in your club. Okay? That's important. So, when and why would we use the online club? Well, first of all, if someone's not local to your club, and when I say not local, I don't mean you prejudge someone that you think lives too far to get to your club. Imagine if Val had prejudged Becky. Becky lived 45 minutes away from our club. Imagine if Val had just gone, do you know what, I don't think Becky will come to our club, so I'll just work with her online. Becky might not be where she is today. Okay? So it's important that we don't prejudge. When I say not local, I mean the other end of the country. 4 hours away. You're not going to expect them to come to your club, okay? If someone can't commit to the minimum of 3 visits a week. So if you get someone in for a wellness evaluation in club, and my top tip is always lead with the wellness evaluation in your club. Again, people don't understand what we offer in club. So always lead with booking them in for a wellness evaluation in your club, getting them in. They can then see what you're all about in club. They can see the community. They can see the support. They will then make a decision based on the value that you think that you're going to bring to them. But if you're doing a wellness evaluation and you say the openings of the opening times of your club, so you know we open 6:30 till 11 o'clock, and someone goes, "Oh, I start work at 6 o'clock in the morning. There's just physically no chance I can get into club." So I'm going to go, okay, well, you can't come into club, so what I'm going to offer you is to work with me one-on-one online, because I know you want to get results, okay? So that's where then we can then plug them into our online club. Why do we want to do this? Well, we want to be able to help our current club members to get their 2 referrals to become ambassadors. And if you've got someone like we have in our club who she's moved here from somewhere else, and her circle of influence, immediate circle of influence, is in London, 4 hours away. So her mum and sister are her referrals, but they're working with me online. They're never going to be able to come into club. If I said to her we didn't have an online version, she would never be able, or really struggle, to become an ambassador in our team, okay? And also to be able to help a trainee coach earn some money in order for them to maybe downgrade some hours in work to be able to do that one shift in club. So you can start someone online, and you've heard some speakers today talking about how they started as online coaches and then transferred into a club. Okay, is everyone still with me? Okay, so we keep this super simple. Okay, so whether online or in club, we all have the same intention, and that's to move everyone from the invite all the way through customer to supervisor. So in order for us to be able to have clarity and for us to know exactly what steps we're doing, we all use the same path, we still use the same pathway, we speak the same language, and we all plug into the same training structure. So our weekly academy on a Wednesday has coaches that are in a fixed location club, and also our online coaches plugging into the same training structure. It allows us to have that clarity. So we've seen the pathway, and over this weekend, we've worked all the way through the top of the pathway, all the way through to, you've just seen Becky and Chris doing the 2-week review. So I'm going to show you how we move an online customer from the free invite all the way through to the 2-week review, ready for them all to plug into the second part of the pathway, the same pathway, okay? So, your online wellness evaluation. This is where it gets simple. So, let me put some stuff down. You will need your little toolkit. You will need 2 forms. Okay. So, one form that you will need is a wellness assessment form, and you will use the wellness profile form that we use in club. So when Grace was doing the role play yesterday with Laura, she handed Laura this wellness profile form to fill in while she went and got her aloe. Online, we just ask the questions and fill this in while we're asking the questions. So it's the same form, okay? The wellness assessment form is basically a step-by-step guide for us as coaches to be able to stay on track for the wellness evaluation. Okay? Because the wellness evaluation is done over WhatsApp video, no Zoom. We found Zoom was another barrier for people, okay? Some people can't use Zoom. We don't want to put any barriers up for people in case they can't use it. We want to keep it really simple. Everyone knows how to do a video call on WhatsApp or FaceTime. You will need a picture on a text message of the plans that you're going to offer your customer, and also the flavors of smoothies and tea. It's 20-25 minutes. You keep it really simple, and you're just having a chat, and you're just connecting, like what Grace showed us with Laura yesterday. So it's the exact same thing. You're just getting to know them, getting to know the goals, what they want. We just don't have Tanitas, no stats, nothing like that. Okay? So once we've done the 20-25 minute wellness evaluation over video, I like to do video because I like to see the face. It's easier with the connection. Before we finish, that's on the wellness assessment form, we're always asking for referrals, and it's actually at the very back written down so people can even just read it. So this is really good for trainee coaches when they're learning. So now that you're getting started with us, you're able to nominate up to 5 people for a free online wellness evaluation. Who would you like to nominate? Or if you're doing this as a practice for your wellness evaluations online, you could say, I have to do 10 of these online wellness evaluations to learn the skills as part of my coach training. Who else do you know who might let me practice on them? And like Grace did yesterday, you make a note of the names and numbers, and then you say to them, but you're my priority. I'm going to help you get started first. And then I want you to go and speak to these people and let them know that you've given me their details before I contact them, okay? I don't want to contact people unless they know that I've been given their details. So after the wellness evaluation, I always go, okay, Wayno, what I'm going to do now is we're going to end the call, but I'm going to send you a picture of our plans for you to choose from. And this is our picture. You might have your own plans, but these are the ones that we use, okay? And I'll say, and I'll get you to choose which one you want to buy. And then what I'll do is when you've told me which one's best for you, I'll then send you a little picture with some smoothie flavors and the flavors of tea for you to choose. Once you've done that, I'll then ask you to pay me through a bank transfer. I'll ask for their details, and I will send the program and the products direct to their house. We do not break the plans up. Okay, so the very minimum program on there is an aloe, shake, and tea. But I will always recommend the second one, which has the PDM in, because that's what we use. We know it's going to get them better results. And what are they paying for? They're not just paying for their products. They're paying for me as their one-to-one coach. I'm going to give them snack list and meal ideas. I'm going to plug them into the support groups that we have. And most importantly, they're going to get results, okay? So never devalue yourself and what you're bringing to the marketplace, okay? So, okay, they receive their products at home, and they go, Anne-Marie, I've received my stuff, what do I do next? I'm going to get started. And I go, hang on a minute, let's have a video call again. You know, face-to-face, relationship building, connecting, because I'm going to show you how to use the products. I'm going to show you that I want progress pictures and measurements, and you're going to send them to me. There you're starting, you know, pictures and measurements. I also want you to weigh yourself, because I want to be able to work out your protein target. Okay, so we're still doing the exact same things as we would in a club, but online. And then I say, now this is how we're going to work together. So every morning, Wayno, you're going to wake up. This is what I say, so excuse me from saying it on stage, yeah? You're going to wake up, you're going to have a wee, and you're going to weigh yourself, okay? So wake, wee, weigh. That's what I say to people. And you're going to send me every morning a picture of your scales, your food diary from the day before, and also a picture of your evening meal. Is that okay, Wayno? Fab, okay. I am going to become their best friend for the next 2 weeks. They are going to be dealing with me every single day, okay? And before we end that call, I go, but we need to book in your first 2-week review. So let's get our diaries out now and book it in at a time when we both know we can get on another video call, okay? And then this is what they send. They send us a picture of their aloe tea and smoothie, a note of what they've eaten the day before, their weight on the scales, a picture of their evening meal. And it's all over WhatsApp or in the group that people might plug them into, okay? I only like to use the online club for people who I'm helping to become an ambassador. So I'll be honest, right now, I have 5 online club members, okay? What I don't want anyone to do is go out and think that they're going to start looking after 30, 40 people online. We want to make sure we always lead with getting people into club, but we have this tool in our toolkit, the online version, to be able to help people who can't get into club. So then, 2-week review, and as you can see, it's the same slide as Becky and Chris used. It's the same checklist. We just skip some of the things that we would be doing in a club, like renewing their membership or upgrading onto products because they're already on the products. But it's the exact same checklist, the exact same conversation, the exact same process. Are you understanding that everything is exactly the same? Yeah? Okay, so on the 2-week review, I will always confirm the day before, because, you know, life is busy for people, and online, you haven't got the same connection as if someone's in club with you. I'm always going to say the day before that I want new pictures, new measurements, so that I can be able to compare for them and do the progress pictures. And again, it's a video call on WhatsApp, and I'm following the checklist. We will have a conversation. It'll take 10, 15 minutes. And then what I always do is I always say I'm going to send you a summary of this in our chat so that we can always refer back to what we spoke about on each review. And the most important thing is what Becky and Chris said, is just like when you're in club, we invite to the ambassador meeting, because there's no difference between someone online and someone in club, okay? But this is just a little summary. I will then book them in for the date of the ambassador call while I'm on the call, and then also their next 2-week review. And this is where then we plug everyone, whether they're in club or online, into the ambassador meeting, which starts the second part of the pathway. There's no difference, okay? It's just the top part of the pathway is just done over WhatsApp and video calls because they live a distance from the club. Is everyone with me? Okay, so just to finish, told you it was simple, okay? Top tips for an online nutrition club is keep it simple. Move your online club members through the nutrition club pathway using the exact same language. Because imagine we're always thinking of not just a club member, but trainee coach in the future, potential club owner. We want them to see that no matter whether they're looking after someone online or they transfer into a club, it is the exact same process, same pathway, same language, same training structure. We use the same checklists from club. Be professional, even though it's over a WhatsApp video call and you're texting people. Be professional and provide that world-class customer service, and learn and master the transferable skills for both club and online club.
Guys, what a weekend. What a brilliant weekend. It has been a lot of blood, sweat and tears to pull this together. Myself and Claire, we've done 2 back-to-back committees with kickoff and then straight into this one. So it's been like 6 months of committees to pull these events together. And, you know, first of all, I just want to say a big shout out to the company before we get into our story, because they work their absolute pants off. So give a big round of applause for the company. All right, that's enough for them. That's enough. Don't overdo it, guys. No. Okay, so for those of you who don't know me, my name is Justin. I've been with Herbalife now for 16 years. It'll be 17 years this summer. My background is I was a lifeguard. My dad was so impressed with me. I decided I wanted to be an accountant when I left school. Stuck it out for 6 months. He had told everybody his son was going to be an accountant. I said, no, I'm now going to be a lifeguard. He was like, you better make it work, boy. All right. So I then started doing my personal training qualifications, landed a job with the NHS working in cardiac rehab and cardiac physiology. And I was relatively happy living in a small little town, very West Wales, in a little place called Aberystwyth. And I go on a family holiday and we're walking around the marina and there's a big boat. And my brother goes, oh, that's David Bevan's boat. And I thought he said it was David Beckham's boat. I got so excited about David Beckham's boat. No, David Bevan's. Who's David Bevan? And my brothers had been in Herbalife for 2 and 3 years each at that point. And I was absolutely sick to death of hearing them talk about Herbalife. I got to tell you, right? They were walking around with badges on and I was like, it's not your birthday, take your badge off. And, you know, but anyway, David was on the boat the following day. We went to a bar that night. Those who know David, that's the easiest place, right? If you need to find David Bevan, you know, you go the bar, the gym, or the bar. No, his office, right? But we had a great conversation that evening. I said, what do I need to do? He said, well, you need to go home, you need to try the products. Really simple, right? Simple basics. So came home, got started on the products, did hardly anything with Herbalife for the first sort of 4 years, very, very part-time. And then these 2 little men came along into our lives with my awesome partner, who, wasn't she great last night, by the way, on the red carpet with Andy, right? And 2 kids came along. Those of you who got kids, you understand, you know, when they come along, you've got to sort of get serious with your life because they're depending on you. Recession kicked in as well, and, you know, just decided to go to work. So qualified for tons of vacations along the way as well, guys, and just, you know, they are so much fun. So with all the best of the best around the world as well. And then, of course, you know, the pinnacle of this whole thing. It took us 15 years to get to the president's team. It doesn't happen quick for everybody. But you know what? If you quit, it never happens. Right? There's a big problem there. So, you know, you stay in the game. You keep coming back. You keep learning. You make mistakes. You heard Lee talking about all the mistakes that they've made. We've made loads of mistakes. You'll find every leader has made loads and loads of mistakes. But, you know, to have our name, there's only 3,000 presidents, team members in the whole world of Herbalife, and have our name on there, that's something we're super, super proud of and excited about. This is just a little picture. We've actually always had some sort of fixed location. This is 2009, me painting my very first club. Okay, so, you know, having clubs isn't a new thing for a lot of us in Herbalife. Having a way to duplicate them and build royalties in this region now is a new thing for us. So I'm really excited about that, okay? And where did Nutrition Club start for us? Well, Violetta, I'm not sure if Vi's still in the room or not, but Vi and Asha, they came to our house. Our business wasn't in a good position, and they were sat in our kitchen, and I was like, Vi, I don't know what I'm going to do with Herbalife. I'm never going to quit Herbalife. I'm never leaving, but I'm really not sure what I'm going to do. And we just had a really nice conversation. We went to the future president's team a couple of months later. She invited us to come to a nutrition club in Portugal. Sat in that room was a guy who you can just see, he's just peeping over the top of the guy with the cap. His name is Peter Roskovich, and he was in Paul's presentation. And Peter has thousands of clubs. And we were in this club, and then he decided to educate everybody on how a club should be. And he said one thing to me in that training. We were 7.5K mil team, and I was just like, I don't know if I can do this, getting up early, and, you know, I'm not sure about weighing every day. You know, I'm a personal trainer, don't believe in that. You heard Orly on that one earlier. And Peter just said, Justin, what level are you now? I said, 7.5. He said, well, you know, would it be worth getting up early for 2 to 3 years to go president's team? So we opened a club. We went to Ireland. We went to Ireland 4 times. To view different clubs. We're so appreciative of all of the Irish guys. You know, you guys have had lots of recognition this weekend, so I'm not going to give you any more, but you are awesome. We flew to Latvia to hear from Leon Weisbein for a training club. So we've always wanted to get it going. And then, of course, 2020 came along. We did 31 visits on the morning, and that was the last time we ever opened the club, because everything that happened in the world happened in the world. And we carried on paying the rent for the next 9 months, and then that club never opened again. So excited to be able to sort of, I'll just flick through these, you know, just to see what the club was like. But, you know, it was a lovely club. It was too big, by the way. It wasn't duplicatable. It was massive. So part of it's great that it did close down, because now we get to start fresh. So one of the funny things that's happening for us is one of our downliners gone and got their own club. They've signed a lease. They're about 20 minutes from us. It's their club. I'm going to be a club member and then a trainee and then a junior partner inside of their club. They're a world team member, right? We're Pres team, but you do the career ladder the right way. I'm not going to go into his club and go, well, hey, you see who I am? You need to make me club owner as well, or anything silly like that. I'm going to work the career ladder properly through his club. So super excited. So what I want to do now, guys, I want to bring up 2 great friends of ours. We're going to have a bit of a question and answer. What we want to try and do in this last sort of 20 minutes, 25 minutes of the day is pull together all the questions that you may have. We're going to try and answer as much as we can. I've got a bunch of them written down on here. It's not going to be an open mic, okay? But we want to really try and get as much of the nitty-gritty for you just in this last 25 minutes. So I'll be ready with your pens for this. But before that, please welcome to the stage 2 people who have been so generous with their time, generous with giving. I've never seen any organization give like their organization has given this weekend and to this country. Please welcome to the stage President's team members, Claire Fox Halpin and Dan Halpin.
Yeah, wow, what a weekend. And I just talking to Justin and Claire, and I just wondered how we ended up here was we had, I guess, tremendous success. And with success comes responsibility. And with all these people coming to our clubs, and everyone wanted to visit our clubs, and it's not a case of put the egg in the pan and boil it for 5 minutes and off you go. There's an awful lot to it, isn't there? So it's a bit like the whole, you know, it's thrown at you, you get excited. I don't want you running out the bloody door and going, Dan, I've signed my lease or this and that. So what we decided to do was, let's work smart. We're going to do an event anyway. I don't know, at some stage it was our next period of growth. So with all these people coming to us from different organizations, and I'm working with lots of them, Jed, Peter, and they're all in different legs with different presidents' teams or whatever. So we thought if we could do something where every one of you could come and you could go and get everything we've taught you this weekend, wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah.
Because after this event, we have got to show our team the love and our club the love, because Justin, Claire, Asher, thank you so much. For the last, this is a 4-month game, and they've done videos and they've done everything. Justin and Asher have lived in my house for the last 4 months, and it is now time to kick them out. Okay, so is that all right? So there's no need to text Dan, there's no need to text Claire, there's no need to come to our club, because you don't have to. Is that all right? Now just before we go on, beware of shiny new things. I've been speaking to lots of people over the weekend. If you are happy with the Herbalife you are doing,
Don't change.
Do not change anything. Is that clear? And I've got a responsibility. This is not the Claire and Dan show. This is Paul Tallman passing on the golden baton. This is Claire and Dan having a go at nutrition clubs, having to close our clubs, and out of desperation, because nothing was stopping us, the pathway emerged. And when the clubs opened, the pathway kept growing, okay? So I just need to be very clear. This is our Herbalife. This is our breakfast club model that we love doing. Is that all right? Take responsibility. You do your due diligence. You do your research. You investigate. You look for clues, yeah? And then, unfortunately, it's lonely, because you're going to have to go out there and do it. You're not going to turn around and tell your team, I'm retouching it management mode. You have got to go out there, and it's soul destroying at times, getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning wondering, what have we done? But I can tell you, it's really worth it, isn't it, Claire?
Oh,
So-
yeah, yeah.
So I just wanted to be clear, is that okay? So anyway, Justin, fire away, man. That's all I got to say about that.
Do you know what? Now I'm feeling the pressure because,
You sure?
sorry, we're talking and you're meant to be interviewing us. But this is 2.5 days, and now I feel like we're going to get grilled. So
Yeah.
She
be
doesn't
nice.
know what I've got.
We don't know what he's going to ask us, so go on.
No, you do.
We've got an idea.
So what we want to do is, like I say, just try and answer some of those questions. But I just want to quickly say something for Dan and Claire as well, and just on the back of that. You know, let's be super respectful, because they have given so much over this weekend. And to put this event together is such a mammoth task. And it's not just messaging Dan and Claire. Don't go chasing their team either. Because I know some of you made friends this weekend. You'll have swapped Facebook details and all that stuff. Let these guys get on and build their businesses, okay? That's what they've come here for, because they've come to learn too. Right? And we don't want to distract them from it. You're going to have everything you need on myherbalife.com from tomorrow, okay? All the checklists, the millions of checklists that Anne-Marie gets so excited about. And you're going to have a whole bunch of resources and videos to watch too, which are phenomenal, which we spent 2 days in 8 of Claire and Dan's clubs going around filming. So it's super excited. So let's get stuck into these questions, okay? And we'll see how far we get. But first one we've got for you is, if you don't have a club, what are the next steps for them?
Kind of just answer that. Don't go mad. You know what I mean? Do your due diligence,
Yeah.
and, you know, ask yourself, you know, as Nick says, you know, am I happy doing what I'm doing? Have you got purpose? Have you found the Herbalife you love? Don't be hasty, because, you know, we've done that in the past. So my advice to you is what I've just said to you there, really.
How many locations did you look at before you got the one?
31.
31, and what's weird is our club, we ended up where Claire started her PT business about 20-something years ago, was it, love?
Yeah.
We ended up back there, I don't know how many years we are now, 25 years later. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Just to add on that, I think the main thing, guys, is that if you haven't got a club and you're here because either you're looking for yourself or for your group, you have to understand that this is about being professional. And in any professional business, you wouldn't be reactive. So you can't expect to come to a weekend and get all the information and yet get loads of inspiration and then, you know, be able to go out and find a location and sign a lease ASAP. You have to do your research. So, you know, if you're serious about being successful in budget clubs, breakfast clubs, Be professional in your approach and attitude to it. You know, do more research, go on the Herbalife website where all the videos are, and go to work and study and get more information and clarity.
Thank you. So what would be your top tips for like negotiating with an estate agent or someone? You've viewed it properly, you like it, they've got the price on their thing. Where would you go there, Dan?
Well, from experience in the past, we've signed up to say 3-year leases, and you know, you never know what's going to happen after a year, guys, because after a year, and when we did the FIC clubs, we were stuck with a lease for another 2 years, and it was soul destroying. We couldn't afford it, life wasn't good. So you'd always negotiate something with maybe a get out clause after a year. Do you understand? And that's a priority or a non-negotiable. You'd look for maybe 3 months free rent. If you don't ask, you don't get. You might get a month, you just don't know. But the high street is crying out at the moment. So, you know, wherever you go, you got a perfect opportunity. I was talking to Justin, it's important you ring up the council tax, is that all right? Because some people fall into having to pay rates and others fall into maybe they don't have to pay rates. So they'd be my top tips, Justin.
And if you were gonna, because you know you've got the pre-launch and everything, even though you say you signed today, how far into the future though would you say you want to start to pay rent? Because I know you're saying get a free bit of time, but you might go, right, I signed today, but I'm not ready to open today.
Yeah, that's a
so
good.
Would you like go?
So always remember, when you sign a lease, you'll be paying from that day. Is that all right? It's a legal contract from that date. So, you know, landlords are quite receptive. So sign it to the future is what I'm saying, when the payments are going to start.
Yeah, I think definitely you heard this weekend us talking about, how croaky is my voice, by the way? I'm all talked out. But you heard us talk about a 6-week pre-launch, and this is really important in opening a club in profit. We were chatting about this earlier. So when you look at signing a lease, let's say, for example, some of you have already started exploring, you found somewhere, you have a meeting tomorrow, and you look at signing the lease to start. As Dan said, you have to make sure that the date that starts works for you. So our advice would always be, it needs to be in about 8 weeks' time until that payment starts and that date of the lease begins. Why is that important? Well, you've got to do a 6-week pre-launch to build, you know, your invite and timetable to make sure that when them doors open, you do 4 weeks of invite. You can download the pre-launch off the Herbalife site. Then you have a 2-week period before you officially open your Club for Breakfast Club. That's when you want your lease to start, where you line up wellness evaluations. Does everyone get that? 2 weeks of back-to-back appointments, and then your official date of your club will open, where you're doing breakfast and wellness evaluation. So the start date of your lease needs to be in at least 6 to 8 weeks' time that you start paying. Does everyone get that? Yeah?
Great, fantastic answer. What advice would you have for those maybe who live in more affluent areas or areas where, you know, the cost of living is a lot more as well?
Yeah, this is a great question, because, you know, people talk to us all the time and say, oh, maybe because you and Dan are based in Liverpool, you know, the cost of living is lower and rent's not as expensive. But we do have clubs further south. But this is what I want to say to you is, if you're in the game to build royalties and duplicate, you're looking for a budget club. So in the areas that are more expensive, get a room. It doesn't have to be a shop front. It can be first floor, above something tends to be, you know, not as expensive, but you're just looking for something around 500 square foot to maybe 1,000 max. So rather than thinking, I need this, you know, shop front or big location, think budget. And even in the affluent areas, you can get rooms to fit in that price range of around maximum £750, but you've got to keep viewing. If you want it bad enough, you will wait and find the right location.
Correct, yeah. So you just mentioned about budget clubs, but you have like quite a strict budget on what they should spend and stuff to set up the club as well?
Yeah, so we showed a slide over the weekend, and again, you'll be able to download this off the website, that a budget club for us, startup cost is anything between £2,500 to £3,000 a month, but that should include your first month's rent, your deposit, and your stock to start, and how you kit the club out comes last. So all you need really to start your budget club is You know, you need an urn, yeah, or a kettle for your hot water. You maybe need one blender. We had a second-hand blender when we got started.
We got a new one now, didn't we, JP?
Only last week, though. We got a new one last week. But actually kitting your club out, yes, it's got to be clean and it's got to look nice, but it's got to be low cost. So does everyone get that? Yeah, don't go out and spend a fortune. Well, we wouldn't recommend it with this model because people have to come into that club and go, like you've heard the stories, wow, Justin, yeah, I think I could do this too.
Yeah, I think that's really important, you know, because sometimes the first thing we think of is, oh, what furniture do I need to buy? What nice lamps do I need? What, you know, I'm going to IKEA and I'm going to spend a fortune. But actually, the stuff you just mentioned is so important. You know, you need a tea urn, you need a blender.
Yeah.
And as you get profitable, you just buy something.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You replace it.
The place doesn't have to look perfect when you open either, does it?
No, not at all. You know what, a club, yes, you know, it's got to be clean, it's got to be a nice environment, but it needs heart. And if you're stressed, you will really struggle with the energy that you carry in that club. So you've got to make sure that when you first step into that club and you're launching, you can channel your energy into inviting and doing wellness evaluations, moving people along the pathway rather than thinking, oh my goodness, I've got this massive rent, or, you know, I've took a loan out to start up. Budget, budget, budget.
Brilliant. And, you know, I can't even get my words out. When I came up to Liverpool to do all the filming, we went to 8 clubs. And one of the things I was actually surprised at was that 4 of them were first floor. One of them that was ground floor was inside a church. So, you know, these aren't maybe the ones you see on Instagram in the US, you know, so please